We have a weather change alert to tell you about. Niku Kazori is in for Dallas this afternoon. Niku.
Hey, Giovanna and David. Yeah, we're looking at a nice drop in temperatures as we head into tomorrow. So what you're seeing behind me, these really hot afternoon temperatures, they're going to be cooling down as we head into tomorrow. But believe it or not, today it's actually a little bit cooler than what we dealt with this time yesterday. Temperatures have cooled down anywhere between 10 to 15 degrees. And we're still looking at those temps this afternoon in the mid to upper 80s and mid to upper 90s. We're looking at 95 this afternoon in Van Nuys, a little under 90 degrees in Los Angeles, 100 in Riverside, and 85 in Anaheim. By the coast, where we actually have that heat advisory in place, we're still looking at temperatures a little bit on the toastier side, mid to upper 70s and low 80s. But heading into tomorrow, we are tracking that weather change alert, and it is much needed after dealing with these extremely warm temperatures almost for the last 2 weeks as well. 84 degrees, so temperatures start to fall as we head into tomorrow, and then we're going to stick with this low 80s trend. Heading into the weekend, it's going to continue to drop. 83 on Saturday. Then we'll stick with the low to mid 80s heading into next week. We have a gradual warm up though heading into mid next week. Some high pressure is going to build in, and you can really feel it in some areas, valleys and IE. By this time next week, we're back in the mid to upper 90s, but enjoy this nice cool down as we head into the weekend. David and Giovanna.
Thank you, Niku. We will meet a local man who's asking all the right questions in today's On the Red Carpet Report.
But first, he graced our TV screens for decades. George Pinocchio tells us about a loss in the entertainment world. George.
All right, he was a familiar face. We knew him from the favorite 70s sitcom Sanford and Son, and then in the 80s on 227. Sad news that actor Hal Williams has died at the age of 91.
Hey, how you doing? Great.
Hey, Smitty, Hoppy, what's happening?
Hey, that's what we want to know, man. Now, this lady flagged us down and said someone in here was giving her a problem.
Williams, well known for playing Officer Smitty on Sanford and Son, and later as Lester Jenkins on 227, died yesterday at his home in Rancho Mirage. The veteran actor appeared in dozens of TV shows and films in a career that stretched for nearly 6 decades. On the big screen, he had a memorable role in the 1980 film Private Benjamin opposite Goldie Hawn. Williams was also a longtime board member of the Los Angeles Actors Theater. A young man from Thousand Oaks is the latest Jeopardy super champion. Caleb Gruen has now won 10 games in a row, with winnings so far of more than $300,000. And we'll see if he adds to that total tonight.
And our returning champion, a policy and law student, originally from Thousand Oaks, California, Caleb Gruen.
Our current Jeopardy champ is interning right now in New York before heading back to Harvard Law School in the fall. But what a summer he's having so far. We know that you've won more than $250,000. Tell me how that changes your life right now.
I have a bike in Cambridge, and so it's been broken for a while, so definitely I think might put some money towards a new bike. But the remainder, I mean, it's kind of enough that I'm thinking about maybe a down payment for a condo or a house or something like that. I think it would definitely be life-changing. Definitely want to up my charitable giving a little bit this year for sure. But overall, it's just been, something very unexpected and a huge blessing.
HTML is hypertext markup language, while HTTP is this, also starting with hypertext. Caleb.
What is Hypertext Transfer Protocol?
Good for 2,000.
Caleb seems to have been preparing for Jeopardy his whole life. Long before he auditioned for Jeopardy's college tournament in 2019, he was learning all on his own.
My parents told me that when I was 3 or 4, I had a LeapPad toy where you have a book and you can interact with it. And that by that age, I had memorized the 50 capitals of the United States. So it began at an early age, definitely encouraged by my family and school and everything.
His family has been there for him every step of the way.
My brother and both my parents were able to come to all my games that I taped because they live in Los Angeles. Or my parents do, my brother flew in. And so that was really special.
They watched him work and win.
What is the flamenco?
Yes.
Who's Superman?
Yes.
Who's Darth Vader?
Right.
Caleb's heading for a law degree now, but in kindergarten, he wanted to be a sanitation worker. He loved watching the garbage truck come to his house.
So I'd say that dream lasted until I was around like 6 or 7 years old. We even had a garbage-themed birthday party one year for my 5th birthday, I think, where we gave out party favors that were in the shape of little recycling cans.
We'll see if Caleb wins his 11th Jeopardy game. That's tonight at 7 on ABC7. It's fun when it gets that high.
Exciting,
in the game, right?
yes, and he's so good.
Yeah, he is.
A very sweet young man.
Yes.
Thanks, George. Let's get a preview of what's ahead tonight with the news at 5. Here's Mark Brown.
Okay, David, Giovanna, thank you. Ahead here at 5 o'clock, we'll continue our breaking news team coverage of the West Hollywood water main break. We're talking to the bike rider who shot GoPro video of the flooding, plus some of the many people who were forced out of their apartments. And new at 5, an RV park in Orange County set to close. People who live there say it's hard to find affordable housing. We'll have these stories and a weather change alert. It's all ahead at 5.
To celebrate 40 years, Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is rolling out the biggest names in entertainment. Eric Church, Christina Aguilera, Imagine Dragons, Snoop Dogg, Ali Wong, Wu-Tang Clan, Harry Connick Jr., and more. Buy tickets and check out the full lineup at YamavaTheater.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Get back to work. Get back to play. Get back to active. At Hoag Orthopedic Institute, we get you back to your life's pursuits. Voted one of the best hospitals in the country, Hoag Orthopedic Institute offers robotic-assisted surgery, state-of-the-art cartilage restoration, and breakthrough back pain solutions to get you back to living without limits.
Getting you back to your life's pursuits. Hoag Orthopedic Institute.
At the Design Studio by Mathis Home, we're proud to introduce the Becky Owens Home Collection. Inspired by Becky's signature style, this collection brings together timeless designs that are casual yet sophisticated. These warm, organic designs are customizable just for you, all at great values. Discover the perfect balance of style and livability with the Becky Owens Home Collection, because your home should feel as good as it looks. Exclusively at the Design Studio by Mathis Home.
There are trucks, and then there's the Sierra with employee pricing for everyone. With the capability to handle what life throws your way. That's the GMC Sierra, leading where it matters most. GMC Sierra, it's the truck. Celebrate Independence Day with employee pricing for everyone on all GMC Sierra 1500 models. With 0% APR, that's over $13,000 total value on this Sierra 1500 Denali.
Introducing Jelly Dreamscapes at the Aquarium of the Pacific, an immersive experience featuring hundreds of mesmerizing jellies, and learn how we care for these amazing animals. Jelly Dreamscapes, a connection to nature that'll soothe your soul.
Let's see if Arco's quality gas hits all the marks. Clean engines? Check. Boost performance? Double check. And fuel economy? Optimized. Precision engineered hula skirt? Rockin' it!
Arco, quality top-tier gas for less. Now with rewards.
Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
One simple swab could change a life. The law enforcement community is rallying around a young woman as she battles a rare bone marrow disease, but they need your help. Meet Stella. She has aplastic anemia and is in urgent need of a bone marrow transplant. Her father serves with the El Monte Police Department, and her mother is a retired lieutenant from Menifee. Earlier today, to help get the word out, their friends and family hosted a bone marrow match drive.
Before we found out about the disease, she was a very healthy, straight-A student with flag football, softball, doing everything that a 17-year-old high school student should be doing. And then by way of blood work, we found out that her bone marrow was failure. So it turned her life upside down. But the family is behind her. Our friends, family, our village, as you can see behind us, is rallying behind us. So we have a lot of support. So we're going to get through this.
If you're between 18 and 35 and would like to register to be a potential bone marrow donor, contact the National Marrow Donor Program. Registration on their website takes just a few minutes.
Well, this World Cup has been full of magical moments, and here's another one that really got to us. That Iranian boy is a huge Lionel Messi fan. He's also blind. So during yesterday's match between Argentina and England, the boy's father guided his son's hand across a board shaped like a soccer pitch so he could follow the action. Argentina's second goal, assisted by Messi, of course, put them in the finals and made this young fan's day. Look at his reaction.
What a sweet moment.
Yeah.
Wow. We'll keep it here for Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock.
We have live team coverage from West Hollywood where that water main break will affect traffic for days. And you'll hear from people whose property was damaged by the extensive flooding. Plus this.
I'm Josh Haskell at MLK Community Hospital in Willowbrook in unincorporated LA County. Medicaid cuts will begin early next year. $1 trillion will be cut over 10 years nationwide. We'll explain the impact at this hospital.
We are Eyewitness News.
Southern California's news leader.
There are trucks, and then there's the Sierra with employee pricing for everyone. With the capability to handle what life throws your way. That's the GMC Sierra. Leading where it matters most. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Celebrate Independence Day with employee pricing for everyone on all GMC Sierra 1500 models. With 0% APR, that's over $13,000 total value on this Sierra 1500 Denali.
Driving is what drives me. But when the day winds down, it's back to the daily drive. That's why I choose AAA Auto Insurance. Wherever the road leads, AAA is by my side.
You know what's loco? Taking this much fire-grilled chicken, this much flavor, toasting it to take on the go, and thinking you'd save some for later. New loaded quesadillas. Let's get loco. El Pollo Loco.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, Bed Match recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you.
Buy now and get a $300 gift with your purchase of any Tempur-Pedic or Purple mattress. Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free!
Toyota's We Make It Easy sales event is here to keep your summer moving. A new Tacoma makes it easy with serious capability, rugged style, and the efficiency to take you farther. From loading up to heading out, you're ready to make the most of summer. Now get a rugged new Tacoma with a low 3.99 APR plus 500 finance cash. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Every crew's got a favorite. Juicy chicken, savory rice, creamy mac and cheese. And whoa, the barbecue black beans are back with a 12-piece family meal everybody's eating. Let's get loco. El Pollo Loco.
Peter Pan here. You know, I thought growing up would be the worst, but then I found a way to hack adulthood. It's called AAA. With AAA, I'm covered from roadside to poolside, and insurance and member perks that make adulting a breeze. With AAA, it pays to be a member.
Laugh it up with Chico Bean, live August 8th. Morongo.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
It is a lot of water flowing down Sunset, down onto Palm. It's really unprecedented.
An early morning nightmare. A burst water pipe floods West Hollywood.
Those of us, myself included, they're parked in this garage. It looks like we'll be needing new vehicles.
The fast-moving water flooding buildings and cars and had people scrambling for safety.
I don't think I should ride through this.
One person even chronicled the damage with a GoPro cam.
It's a street closure that will last a while as DWP workers repair the aging infrastructure.
It's a 1916 trunk line.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
I'm Michelle Fisher. You're watching Eyewitness News at 5, live on ABC 7, Disney Plus, and wherever you stream. We begin with that breaking news. A major part of West Hollywood being blocked off tonight because of the aftermath of that water main break. The water turning Sunset Boulevard into a gushing river.
The crisis beginning about 12 hours ago, and it doesn't look like it's going to be wrapping up anytime soon. Thousands of people being affected because of the damage and the road closures. You can see it stretches as far south as Santa Monica and San Vicente Boulevards.
Eyewitness News reporter Ashley Mackey is live along Palm Avenue where homes and garages were flooded out. But we begin with Tim Pulliam, who is live with a closer look at how this all happened and what's being done to clean it up. Tim?
Guys, the rush of water from that broken pipe has stopped, but take a look behind me. It has created a traffic nightmare here in West Hollywood. Crews are working right now to manage and clean up this mess. Yeah, you can see all of that right there. Officials with LADWP say this all started around 4 a.m. when a 3-foot wide trunk line failed. Why it did that is under investigation. It happened near the intersection of Sunset and Holloway, creating a massive sinkhole. It took crews about 3 hours to turn the water off, but look at all of the devastation. Buildings and vehicles around the Sunset Strip have been overwhelmed with water.
Look at this. This is actually all hardwood flooring that you can't even see, and it's just layers of mud, and you can really just see how high the water was running, all the way on the baseboards. And it's been hours, and the entire restaurant floor is like this.
The water was coming down at such a rate, it would have just taken me with it. So by the time he made it downstairs to my car, it had already reached the kind of where it is now, where if you open the door, it would be totally flooded.
Yeah, crews say the damaged pipe was 100 years old, and according to LADWP, it was on the city's high priority list to be replaced. But construction was supposed to begin in 2031 and later completed in 4 years. Sunset is still closed to traffic between Larrabee and La Cienega. There have been no injuries reported, and crews here say that water in the area is still safe to drink. Tim Pulliam, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
Tim, thank you for the latest there. Now, there are several roads closed, including Sunset Boulevard and Holloway, for the sinkhole caused by today's water main break. We want to get to Chris Christie live in Air 7 with more as we take a live look at the scene now. Chris?
Michelle, you are looking live at the heart of the Sunset Strip as LADWP crews really are hard at work trying to get those repairs going on that 100-year-old 36-inch water main, tearing a giant gaping hole in the center of Sunset Boulevard at Holloway Drive. Sunset Boulevard currently shut down right now from Larrabee Street to La Cienega. Holloway Drive shut down from Sunset Boulevard to La Cienega, and Palm Avenue, where Tim Pulliam was just a second ago, is also completely shut down, bringing traffic to a halt here in West Hollywood. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, a lot of traffic goes through that area. This is a tough place to have this happen. Video from the ground shows the sheer amount of water rushing this morning. Neighbors say it was strong enough to sweep you right off your feet.
The water also making its way into parking garages and apartment buildings, leaving behind a mess of muddy debris and a lot of damage. Eyewitness News reporter Ashley Mackey picks up our team coverage. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Michelle, Mark. We're on Palm Avenue, where a lot of residents and buildings were impacted by that water main break, especially the buildings on this side of the street. This garage was completely flooded, a lot of damage, a lot of mud, and as you can see, with shovels in hand, fire crews are still here working to remove some of that debris left behind.
Water was going down. Noah and the Ark was going to go right by us on the boat. I mean, it was very bad.
Neighbors in West Hollywood say it was like something straight out of the Bible.
The force of the water was so much, it would have taken me with it.
When I saw what was going on, I thought that there was an earthquake of some sort, maybe a natural catastrophe. I didn't imagine that this was going to be a water main break.
Blowing down the street. Residents woke to massive amounts of flooding, and West Hollywood YouTuber Yucky Stu got this video riding his e-bike through the floodwaters.
It looked like a movie scene, like all the water was coming down the street. There were residents coming out of their buildings, like holding onto their belongings. And it was just like a really surreal sort of scene. I have never seen anything like it before.
You can see mud and debris left behind after some water has receded, but many still not able to use their vehicles after being completely submerged underwater.
A lot of garages tend to slope downwards, and that is an Olympic-sized pool. It is flooding, it is mildew, it is mold, it is all the things that are going to come along with it. Never mind just the foundational destruction that it may cause. It's bad. It's bad.
Something of this magnitude, I've never experienced this in the neighborhood before, like a complete halt
gridlock. You would think it was a hurricane or an earthquake or something like that. But yeah, so for me, it's affected me personally. I'm just trying to navigate and find my best way around as possible, even on foot.
But there's hope. Residents tell me they've seen the community come together to help one another during this catastrophe.
It will be problematic, and I don't know what's after this. The only hope I have is that people come together like I've seen them so far.
A long road ahead, a lot of cleanup to be done here, and this is just the beginning. Reporting live in West Hollywood, Ashley Mackey, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Ashley, thank you. Water was rushing right into the Metro bus yard this morning. This video from Air 7 shows dozens of buses flooded right up to their wheels. The facility houses more than 200 buses. Metro says a lot of them have been inspected and returned to service, and 700 employees who work at the facility are being shuttled in from the nearby Pacific Design Center. But commuters have had to deal with delays all day. A lot of impacts from this. Stay with Eyewitness News for the latest on the cleanup and the traffic nightmare caused by today's water main break in West Hollywood. Ahead at 5:30, we'll take a closer look at the LADWP's aging infrastructure.
And what questions do you have about the West Hollywood flooding? Make sure you send them to us by scanning the QR code on your screen or go to abc7.com/ask7. We'll do our best to get you answers.
Breaking news right now in Eagle Rock, a wildfire burning this home. This just off the 2 freeway. The fire breaking out on a hillside and then moving to the home above. Fire crews have knocked down the structure fire. Now they're mopping up the hot spots. Firefighters were concerned for a time about several other homes that were close to the fire.
These homes were immediately threatened, and firefighters went into a structured defense posture. So they were able to defend the majority of the homes in this area. However, one was impacted immediately and sustained some significant damage. It does have a significant roof collapse at this time, and that's where firefighters are concentrating their efforts right now. They're in a defensive posture and making sure that it doesn't spread to the surrounding homes.
The good news, no reports of anyone being injured, and the cause of the fire still being investigated. The LADWP has requested assistance with wires that are down in the area.
After days of scorching temperatures, a weather change alert is going into effect. Our Nuku Kazori is in for Dallas with more on the changing forecast. Hi, Nuku.
Hey, yeah, Michelle and Mark. Yeah, we're looking at a very nice cool down on the way. So yeah, after weeks of dealing with extreme heat, we're finally cooling down as we head into the evening and especially heading into tomorrow. That's why we have that weather change alert in place, because we're seeing temperatures anywhere between 7 to 15 degrees cooler as we head into tomorrow. Check out this shot coming from our Long Beach camera. We're still dealing with the marine layer out here. It hasn't burned off yet, and it's one of the actual, the only place on the map actually that has that marine layer left on it. So it's really impressive. And temperatures out here around 80 degrees out in Long Beach. But overall, you can see that marine layer has burned off everywhere else. And this afternoon, we're dealing with mid to upper 80s and low to mid 90s. We had some spots a little bit earlier in the triple digits, but we're not dealing with that anymore. 81 in Wrightwood right now. We're looking at temps around 94 in Van Nuys. Los Angeles, 87 degrees, but overall it is very hot. We're dealing with this extreme heat warning in this area that you see in this hot pink shade, but also in this orange shade, a lot of our coast, it's under a heat advisory. So a lot of people head to the beaches to beat the heat, but we're still dealing with some really warm temperatures there. This all expires as we head into this evening. We'll talk about that weather change alert and the relief we have heading into tomorrow and this weekend coming up in just a bit.
Relief, music to our ears, Niku. Thank you. And you can get the latest information on the changing weather with the free ABC 7 Los Angeles app. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can also use the app to get breaking news updates and watch Eyewitness News wherever you go.
2 deadly ICE shootings in less than a week, now sparking protests here in L.A. Immigrant rights advocates are marching through South Central this evening saying enough is enough. Eyewitness News reporter Abigail Velez joining us live from South L.A. Abigail, you heard from some of the activists. They say these shootings have changed how they plan to respond.
With a message today.
Mark, that's exactly what's happening, and actually speakers are actually taking the podium right now. They're continuing to speak at this rally that is showing anti-immigration sentiment. They're now expanding what they call self-defense efforts after these most recent deadly ICE shootings. This march and protest planned by Unión del Barrio, other civil rights groups, are bringing dozens of people here together, and they're soon going to rally in honor of 52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was fatally shot during an ICE operation in Houston last week, and Johan Sebastián Durán Guerrero, a 26-year-old who was killed days later during a separate ICE operation in Maine. The Department of Homeland Security says neither man was the intended target of those enforcement operations and announced it's pausing most ICE traffic stops. Activists here are demanding the agents involved to be arrested and prosecuted. You're listening to this group right now, and they are saying that they want more people to take part in their neighborhood patrols, alerting the community when immigration operations are underway. They say that they're still continuing to push for the abolishment of ICE and an end to the immigration enforcement in LA communities. If we listen in for just a second, you can hear exactly how they plan to enforce those self-defense operations that they're talking about.
You should be organized in that way so that if any of these mass terrorists come to any single one of our neighborhoods or up to our cars, we will be organized and we can defend ourselves. And when I say defend ourselves, I mean that in every
essentially what they're saying here is that they, again, want to be organized and have a point of contact that can help them in a time of need where an immigration enforcement is underway. I'll have more on this coming up at 6, along with the rally that will be taking place shortly. For now, reporting live in South Central Los Angeles, Abigail Velez, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Abigail, thank you. Now to a major break in a deadly 4th of July shooting investigation. We have just learned that someone is now in custody. The shooting happened at an apartment in Compton. Mia Jenkins and Eric Washington were shot and killed. 3 other people were shot but survived. A short time ago, the LA County Sheriff and DA announced the arrest.
Today, we are announcing the arrest and formal filing of charges against Antione Jones, a 50-year-old man from the Los Angeles area who we believe is responsible for the murder of Mia and the attempted murder of 2 additional surviving female victims.
Sheriff Luna also says they are still looking for the suspect or suspects who fatally shot Washington and injured another man in this same incident.
Federal cuts in what's called the Big Beautiful Bill could force a local hospital to close. Up
next, 7 on Your Side investigates what will be lost if the MLK Community Hospital closes and what's being done to keep it open.
I'm Kevin Ozbek. The pipe that ruptured today was installed all the way back in the early 1900s. So why is the city allowing such crucial infrastructure to get so old? 7 on Your Side investigates.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I saw other lawyers posting their verdicts and settlements, I began to wonder what our ad would look like if we scrolled through our settlements and verdicts. I looked them all up and realized I couldn't do our ad in 30 seconds. Probably couldn't even do it in 30 minutes. There's a reason we're America's largest injury law firm. We've won a lot of cases. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
A critical local hospital on life support.
If that hospital shuts down, people will die.
7 on Your Side investigates a growing medical center crisis.
We're worried about our patients losing their coverage. These are human beings.
And the community vowing to help save their last hope for healthcare. Still ahead at 5.
Hurry into the Ram Make This the Summer event for a great American deal. Now get 15% off select Ram 1500 models, plus no payments for 90 days. And get it all backed by America's best powertrain limited warranty. Don't wait. Get a great deal during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Nothing stops Ram.
During the Ram Make This the Summer event, get 15% below MSRP for an average $13,300 below MSRP on the 2026 Ram 1500 Limited. See your SoCal Ram dealer.
I'm Doug. And I'm Damon, and we want to buy your house. We've been buying homes for over 30 years, and Sellers Advantage has become the #1 trusted home buyer in California. Whether you've inherited a home, have financial constraints, or just want the convenience of a fast and easy sale, we'll give you a fair cash offer with no fees, no commissions, and no repairs. Let us help you with a proven, honest, no-hassle home selling experience to close on your schedule. Plus, up to $20,000 cash advance to help you move forward with confidence. Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
But I'm already claiming that is my favorite dish. A wide variety for breakfast and lunch, from Southern soul food to your favorite American classics. I'm Rachel Brown, and tomorrow morning on Eyewitness News at 6, I'll show you where the community eats in Compton.
MLK Community Hospital in Willowbrook offers vital health care for underserved areas of Los Angeles. And now, because of federal funding cuts, the hospital is facing a crisis.
Will it be able to keep its doors open? Eyewitness News political reporter Josh Haskell has the 7 on Your Side investigation.
If that hospital shuts down, people will die.
3 years since the COVID pandemic ended, Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital in Willowbrook is still receiving and treating patients in tents outside where ambulances used to park. Their emergency room is one of the busiest in the country, even though they're a small community hospital, because they serve an area with few clinics and hospitals. 80% of their patients are covered by Medicaid. And now, staggering cuts to Medicaid, part of the big, beautiful bill, which will begin at the end of this year, $1 trillion over 10 years, would leave the hospital with a 20% gap in revenue.
We're worried about our patients losing their coverage, which means that they won't be able to access care outside of the hospital. They'll wait until they're sicker, and they'll end up coming into the hospital needing more care.
When the Medicaid cuts take effect early next year, MLK Community Healthcare will lose an estimated $80 to $100 million per year. MLK hospital officials say that's unsustainable and they could eventually be forced to shut down. It wouldn't be the first time. The 131-bed hospital closed back in 2007 after becoming ineligible for federal reimbursement for Medicaid and Medicare patients over quality of care issues. The hospital reopened in 2015 with a new $208 million building, thanks to a public-private partnership involving the state, county, and UC system.
We're doing everything we can to keep the hospital open. This community knows what closure looks like. There was no hospital here for 8 years already. It left a gaping hole in South Los Angeles. People who had gunshot wounds were more likely to die.
People like Marcus Liddell, who's disabled because of a workplace injury. But that's not what landed him in MLK for 22 days last February.
I had caught pneumonia, and they thought it was another infection in my lung, a staph infection. And Dr. K and the lung doctor, they revived me. I thought I was over.
Liddell says receiving treatment near where he lives was key to surviving his infection.
I couldn't have probably made it nowhere. I couldn't even breathe.
Dana Rogers' father, Willie Pollard, spent 7 months at MLK for a gallbladder infection.
He was so swollen and infected really bad, and I didn't think he was going to make it. So they were able to go in and get all the gallbladder out. And the hospital worked with us so well. You know, I was so overwhelmed and afraid. I thought my father was going to leave, you know what I mean?
Dr. Maida Kuvengua, or Dr. K, treated Marcus Liddell and Willie Pollard.
These are human beings at the core of it all. In Dana's dad's case, he's retired. He's 74 years old. He can't work even if he wanted to. This community has been marginalized and neglected for decades, and we really need to right that wrong.
So what's being done to save MLK Hospital? Measure ER was passed by LA County voters in June, and there's also the billionaire tax on the ballot this November. But hospital officials fear the money generated by those measures may not be enough.
The county doesn't have the money. The state doesn't have the money. The money comes from the federal government, and they're paid through Medicaid and Medicare, which the federal government controls. And they've cut that. The president has cut that tremendously.
Hospital leaders say they will be watching the midterm elections closely and hold out hope the federal government reverses the cuts.
I think that healthcare is a bipartisan issue. I think that what people don't think about is that if a hospital here closes, those patients are going to go somewhere else eventually.
In Willowbrook, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Our investigative team is always looking for your input. Send your story ideas to abc7.com/7 on your side.
To our weather now, get ready for a drop in temperatures. That's some good news for a lot of people, Niku.
I know, everyone's looking forward to it. We have that relief as early as actually tonight. So we have some weather changing as we're heading into tomorrow. And that's why we're under that weather change alert. That's going to be tomorrow. But the advisories and the watches that we were looking at for the last week or so, they're all going to expire tonight. So that is much needed. I'm sure a lot of folks are looking forward to that. We're taking a live look at our Wrightwood camera, and believe it or not, just about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, they were dealing with some thunderstorms out here. But you can see sun is shining and not dealing with thunderstorms anymore. Downtown LA, beautiful this afternoon. Blue skies, clear, and temperatures not bad, around the mid to upper 80s. So at least we're not tracking above average temperatures. It's just slightly, just a little bit warmer than I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy enjoy. Right now, all across Southern California, though, it is warm, it is toasty, and temperatures are going to start cooling down in the next few hours and then stay on the cooler side. 87 in Los Angeles, but 94 in Van Nuys. Same thing in Ojai this afternoon. We're tracking 85 in Anaheim and 81 in Long Beach. So we're still under this extreme heat warning if you're anywhere in this hot pink shade, and in the orange shade is the heat advisory. But again, these two will expire tonight at around 8 o'clock. And as we head into the evening, it's definitely starting to cool down too. But look at our coast. Even our coast is under that heat advisory. So for anyone that head to the beach to beat that heat a little bit earlier today, I'm sure they definitely noticed the temperatures were a bit on the toasty side, but we have some changes. And that's going to be the weather change alert as we head into tomorrow. So this is for Los Angeles and Orange County, 84 degrees tomorrow. So we're not tracking mid to upper 80s and low 90s anymore. That's when that relief really starts to kick in. And it's going to continue as we head into this weekend. 83 on Saturday. And then we'll stick with that low to mid 80s and trend heading into next week. But then we have some more changes as we head into next week too. This weekend, enjoy it. We're going to be on that cooling trend. But as we head into next week, you can see by Sunday, things start to warm up. Monday, Tuesday, we're going to gradually start warming up. And that's because high pressure is going to slowly start building in as we head into midweek. So getting close to Wednesday, Thursday, temperatures are going to be rebounding right back up to the low 90s. Again, this is LA and OC, a little bit warmer in some other spots like valleys, IE, or desert communities. I'll show you in the 7-day in just a sec. Lows tonight, a little bit on the warmer side too. We're tracking mid to upper 60s tonight, 69 in places like Redondo Beach, 68 in Long Beach tonight. We're tracking 67 in Irvine, Dana Point, and 65 tonight in Mission Viejo. As we head into tomorrow, still on that cooling trend. We're looking at temps reaching 89 in Pasadena tomorrow, 85 in Glendale. That's a nice difference there compared to what we were dealing with this last week. 87 in Thousand Oaks and 73 in Malibu. So here's a 7-day again for LA and OC. We stick with that low to mid 80s trend well into next week. And here's the cool down for the valleys and IE, 94 degrees tomorrow. So that actually is a big difference compared to what we were dealing with earlier this week. We were talking about record-breaking temperatures, triple digits, but that's not the case as we head into tomorrow. And then heading into this weekend, low 90s, but then you see that gradual warm up. That's going to start on Tuesday. So by Wednesday, we're getting really close to triple digits again, but staying right under it as of right now. If you're heading to the beaches, no, we will have that marine layer, that onshore flows coming back into our forecast heading into this weekend. And if you were heading to the beaches anytime next week, we're going to have that very thick marine layer in the morning. It's going to burn off. We have perfect beach weather, mid to upper 70s, beautiful next week. Mountains, though, still have a slight chance of seeing thunderstorms. We saw thunderstorms a little bit earlier today, but it was pretty short-lived. It was only for an hour near Big Bear. And in the desert communities, high deserts, mid to upper 90s, gradually warming up to the triple digits by mid next week. And Palm Springs, you'll stay in the triple digits, 105 tomorrow, and we'll end the week, this time next week, around 106. Mark and Michelle.
All right, Nika, thanks. Police discover an illegal casino while responding to a call of a man with a gun.
Also a different kind of pursuit, this one ending up in the ocean. We'll show you how this one ended.
The fun never stops at Wheel.
You got it! It's a call! You're a millionaire!
Tonight at 7:30 right here on ABC 7.
These squirrels are better at saving than we are. And more organized, too.
Try embracing your inner squirrel. When you open a BMO Savings Builder account, you get a cash reward every month you save.
That sounds great.
You can also set up savings goals and easily track your progress.
That could help us redo the yard.
You could really go nuts. Yeah, I'll show myself out.
Right now at Ashley, discover summer steals for every room in your home starting at just $399. Plus pay no interest for 5 full years. That's this 7-piece power reclining sectional with chaise, now only $67 a month. Only at Ashley's Summer Savings Event.
Toyota's We Make It Easy sales event is here to keep your summer moving. A new Tacoma makes it easy with serious capability, rugged style, and the efficiency to take you farther. From loading up to heading out, you're ready to make the most of summer. Now get a rugged new Tacoma with a low 3.99 APR plus 500 finance cash. We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
Did you remember to defrost the chicken?
Oh, I didn't. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I guess cereal for dinner?
Cereal it is.
Hey, how was practice today? Great, I scored 2 goals.
Wow, that's super.
Real proud of you, Pumpkin.
Did you
You wouldn't mount a ceiling fan on the floor, just like you wouldn't have anyone but Morgan & Morgan handle your injury case. With over $30 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
You okay, honey? I'm okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
There are trucks, and then there's the Sierra with employee pricing for everyone. With the capability to handle what life throws your way. That's the GMC Sierra. Leading where it matters most. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Celebrate Independence Day with employee pricing for everyone on all GMC Sierra 1500 models. With 0% APR, that's over $13,000 total value on this Sierra 1500 Denali.
Right now at Ashley, discover summer steals for every room in your home, starting at just $399. Plus, save $100 for every $1,000 you spend. And pay no interest for 5 full years. Only at Ashley's Summer Savings Event.
Laugh it up with Chico Bean. Live August 8th. Morongo.
In today's 5 Stops at 5, we're taking you to Pasadena, Winnetka, Hollywood, North Hollywood, and Pacific Palisades. In Pacific Palisades, a suspect wanted on a felony warrant fleeing from pursuing officers into the ocean at Sunset Beach. Lifeguards and sheriff's boats worked together to coax the man out of the water. After about 2 hours, he was pulled onto a boat and arrested. In North Hollywood, a driver led officers on a pursuit to this house in a cul-de-sac. Police say the driver crashed into another vehicle on the way there. Video from Air 7 shows one person being taken into custody.
In Hollywood, firefighters knocked down a raging fire in a 2-story home on Sunset Boulevard this morning. DWP crews were called for exposed power lines. No injuries were reported. In Winnetka, police say officers called for a man with a gun discovered an illegal casino when they arrived. One person was arrested. About 40 others were cited and released. And in Pasadena, the Unified School Board has called a special meeting tonight in hopes of resolving a dispute over the city's tree protection ordinance. The community is pushing back on plans to remove 200 trees from school properties to replace contaminated soil from the Eaton fire. That's your 5 Stops at 5.
Ahead at 5:30, we will update you on the road closures caused by that huge water main break in West Hollywood.
There was a pipe more than 100 years old. 7 on your side investigative reporter Kevin Ozebek taking a look at the DWP's aging infrastructure.
A beloved longtime RV park in Orange County is set to close, leaving many full-time residents wondering where they are going to live. I'm Bianca Bono. We have that story coming up.
The ABC 7 AccuWeather forecast is sponsored by the all-new 2026 Chevy Equinox, completely reimagined, from its smart and dynamic style to its spacious and versatile cabin.
Chevy drivers across America will do a lot in the next 5 years. But one thing they won't do is pay interest on their new Chevy. Right now, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. With no payments for 90 days. Because you've earned this summer. Now it's time to go get it.
Together, let's drive at your Southern California Chevy dealers.
There's a lot to do in a day. You need fuel for focus. Fuel for the little moments. Fuel for your body. Introducing the new Coastal Power Bowl, starting at $11.99, only at California Fish Grill.
For 250 years, generation after generation has shaped this nation. Now experience the moments, the sacrifices, and the legacy that united this country. Discover iconic artifacts, national treasures, and powerful stories from the people who forged America.
It reminds me that freedom did not come easy.
This is such a great way to celebrate America.
Because this story belongs to all of us. America 250, now open at the Reagan Library.
This is the sofa America's waited 250 years for.
My mid-century bedding sofa and my cozy Aspen sofa, only $3.99 no matter what you choose.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture. There's a lot to do in a day. You need fuel for focus. Fuel for the little moments. Fuel for your body. Introducing the new Coastal Power Bowl, starting at $11.99, only at California Fish Grill.
Big bucks. Big dreams? No whammies. I said no whammies.
Press your luck tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Belonging begins when you create space for individuals with autism. Belonging begins with small gestures.
Hey! Usual.
Like dimming the lights.
Yeah, it's bigger. That's way too small.
Lowering our voices. Keeping routines.
I want movie.
Shaping spaces where everyone with autism belongs. Discover ways to create belonging at eastersealsautism.com.
Eyewitness News is sponsored by Easter Seals Disability Services. Everyone with autism belongs.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Breaking news now at 5:30. 7 on Your Side investigates has learned the burst pipe at the center of that massive water main break in West Hollywood was a high priority to be replaced. Welcome back. I'm Michelle Fisher.
I'm Mark Brown. This is Eyewitness News at 5:30. We're updating breaking news involving that huge water main break in West Hollywood. Hours after that 100-year-old pipe burst, a major part of Sunset Boulevard remains closed, and there's no timeline for when that area will reopen. As you can see, a big sinkhole is formed near Sunset and Holloway after thousands of gallons of water came rushing down this morning. Sidewalks also collapsed. The water flooded out nearby parking garages, too. The DWP saying this huge leak happened in a 36-inch trunk line dating back to 1916.
And this crisis is impacting thousands of drivers in the middle of the evening commute on this Thursday. A look right now at traffic maps. Several roads around Sunset and Holloway are closed and will likely be closed for several days.
We're also learning that 100-year-old pipe was due to be replaced. DWP telling Eyewitness News the multi-million-dollar project was a high priority, but the work wasn't scheduled to begin for another 5 years.
7 on Your Side investigative reporter Kevin Ozebek has those details.
It's a 1916 36-inch riveted steel pipe.
And the impact of that 3-foot wide pipe that's 110 years old breaking is catastrophic for those who live in the water's way.
Right now, we don't know the reason why we had the rupture.
But what 7 on Your Side investigates is learning is that replacing this trunk pipe that burst was a high priority for the LADWP. The utility tells us the replacement project was currently in design and was slated to begin construction in 2031 and completion in 2035. But we all now know this pipe could not contain such a huge amount of water for another 5 years. LADWP operates 547 miles of trunk line. A 2024-2025 LADWP report listed 2% of them as being high or high moderate for replacement. The rest were listed as moderate, low moderate, or low on the replacement list. But it appears LADWP is behind schedule in replacing them. In its 2024-2025 fiscal year report, LADWP replaced less than a mile of trunk pipe when the goal was to replace 1.1 miles. But in its latest water infrastructure report, LADWP says the goal is to replace more than 3.5 miles of these trunk pipes every year to get rid of those high-risk pipes. But now the question is even that fast enough? Renowned seismologist Lucy Jones says take what you see here in WeHo as a warning. And just imagine what will happen to our aging pipes when the big one shakes and breaks them.
So much of LA's water pipes were installed over 100 years ago because it's the first thing you do before you build any houses. And it's across Southern California that these pipes are the most vulnerable infrastructure that we have.
And our archives show that back in 2014, just down the street from here at Sunset and La Cienega, there was also a 3-foot wide LADWP pipe that burst. We are asking and waiting for answers from the LADWP if that is the same trunk line and if this trunk line has a history of breaking. So, of course, we'll stay on top of it. In West Hollywood, Kevin Ozebek, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Our continuing coverage of this massive water main break continues on Eyewitness News at 6 with what you need to know about flood insurance.
LA City Controller Kenneth Mejia has endorsed Nithya Raman in her effort to become LA mayor. Raman and Mejia today addressing the massive water main break impacting West Hollywood and the city of LA. Mejia said one of the reasons he's endorsing Raman is because he believes if elected, she would fully staff the controller's office to perform audits. This comes after all the progressive members of the city council have endorsed Mayor Karen Bass.
We would love to audit every department, but the way my office is funded right now, and which is why I'm so proud to be working with Nithya, is because she believes in a controller's office that can actually go in and do the deep dive.
Transparency is central to the work that a mayor has to do. I think we need an honest accounting of where DWP's infrastructure is at.
We reached out to Mayor Bass's campaign for a response to the Mejia endorsement, but weren't able to get a statement.
A teleprompter operator for President Trump has been placed on unpaid leave after allegedly placing online bets using inside knowledge from his job. Gabriel Perez is believed to have won more than $100,000 on the prediction market Kalshi by placing bets on what the president would say in his speeches. Sources say Perez is in talks with federal regulators to settle the allegations against him. The White House press secretary says President Trump is aware, calling the allegations deeply unfortunate and a disgrace. The U.S. intensifying airstrikes on Iran today, firing on a ship that U.S. Central Command claims was trying to block the naval blockade and launching strikes close to the capital, Tehran. Iran, meanwhile, has retaliated by launching missiles and drones at U.S. allies in the region. The latest rounds of attacks have been ongoing for close to 2 weeks now, and that interim ceasefire agreement last month has now collapsed.
New at 5, a federal judge has thrown out key legal claims made by ExxonMobil and Sable Offshore against Santa Barbara County. This all has to do with the denial of permits to transfer and operate the Santa Ynez pipeline system. About 11 years ago, this pipeline was responsible for one of the worst oil spills in California history. Today, a judge ruled against the company, saying the county did not violate state and federal law by denying them those permits. An unidentified body has been recovered near Treasure Island in the San Francisco Bay 2 days after a boat sank with 20 people on board. The U.S. Coast Guard officially suspended its search yesterday for the 3 missing people. The San Francisco Fire Department says it will take up to 2 days before the medical examiner determines the identification or any connection to the boat. Crews say the boat is at about 120 feet on a rocky seabed, and the longer any search goes on, the more complex it gets.
It's at an extreme depth that our divers cannot go past. Once we locate the boat first, we have to send a RSOV or a underwater drone that will look at the feasibility and see how the boat is structurally sound.
Of the 20 people on board, 1 person and 1 dog have died. They were from the same family on the water for a memorial service.
It's a really sad situation there. People living in an RV park in Orange County are being forced to move.
I'm going to stay till the dirty end. So we're older and we don't have a lot of money.
We'll tell you what's planned for this property and the difficulty residents are having finding affordable housing.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Rob Fukuzaki. The NBA world waiting on LeBron's decision. What did he say at today's Fanatics Fest? We'll show that. And also, 3rd time in 5 years, a surprise leader after round 1 of the Open Championship. That story ahead.
And we have a weather change alert as we are heading into tomorrow. We have a nice cool down on the way. I'll have the details coming up in just a bit.
Shrimp and grits, catfish, and daily specials. This breakfast and lunch spot in the community of Compton is a new favorite. I'm Rachel Brown, and tomorrow morning on Eyewitness News at 6, I'll show you where the community eats.
Next Jeopardy!
Where do you think you're going?
How far will the Super Champ go?
I'm ready to play.
Tonight at 7 on ABC 7.
Back and neck pain can affect work, sleep, even happiness. At Hoag Orthopedic Institute, we believe pain shouldn't define your future. Our world-class spine specialists offer the latest non-surgical therapies and minimally invasive motion-preserving procedures tailored to each patient's needs, even for the most complex cases. We accept most PPO and Medicare insurance plans. Call now to schedule a consultation.
Getting you back to your life's pursuits. Hoag Orthopedic Institute.
Honeymoon, here we come.
Ew.
It was supposed to look like this.
My AAA travel advisor can help us out.
Right. I married into the AAA family.
Book the trip you deserve. AAA, we're always with you.
Every day, something thrilling happens in LA. A huge play, an unforgettable moment. We got it all. Don't miss the Sports Report. Weekdays at 6 on ABC 7. Sponsored locally by your Toyota dealers. We make it easy.
Reliability, thoughtful engineering, and technology designed with purpose. The 2026 BZ isn't just electric, it's Toyota electric. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
After the accident, my husband's never going to be the same.
They had to pull him out of the vehicle.
Popping those pills every single morning.
El dolor me impidió volver a trabajar. Yo dije, perdí todo.
Gave the insurance company an opportunity. They said no.
Morgan and Morgan, they went through hell and back to fight.
A jury tells Juan that what he's gone through is worth almost $9.4 million.
300 veces más que la primera oferta que me hicieron.
Thank you very much for taking care of my family.
There are trucks, and then there's the Sierra with employee pricing for everyone. With the capability to handle what life throws your way. That's the GMC Sierra, leading where it matters most. GMC Sierra, it's the truck. Celebrate Independence Day with employee pricing for everyone on all GMC Sierra 1500 models. With 0% APR, that's over $13,000 total value on this Sierra 1500 Denali.
Thanks for sharing. Who's next?
I stay awake at night worrying that my security service isn't cutting it.
I couldn't help overhearing your security insecurity. Bailarm is your all-in-one security partner. Rest easy knowing everything is.
When we had feasts, my family would sit up here. And I'd sit down there.
Could have been worse, Jon Snow. You had a family. You had feasts.
You're right, I was luckier than most. What is that?
Tell him. Tell him who it belonged to.
The Princess Shireen.
Tell him what you did to her. Tell him!
We burned her at the stake.
Why?
The army was strapped, the horses were dying. It was the only way.
You burned a little girl alive!
I only do what my lord commands.
If he commands you to burn children, your lord is evil.
We are standing here because of him. Jon Snow is alive because the Lord willed it.
I loved that girl like she was my own. She was good, she was kind, and you killed her!
So did her father. So did her mother. Her own blood knew it was the only way.
The only way for what? They all died anyway. You told everyone Stannis was the one. You had him believing it. All of them fooled. And you lied.
I didn't lie. I was wrong.
Aye. You were wrong. How many died because you were wrong? I ask your leave to execute this woman for murder. She admits to the crime.
Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I've been ready to die for many years. If the Lord was done with me, so be it, but he's not. You've seen the Night King, Jon Snow. You know the Great War is still to come. You know the army of the dead will be upon us soon. And you know I can help you win that war.
Ride south today. If you return to the north, I'll have you hanged as a murderer.
If you ever come back this way, I will execute you myself.
I'm having the Lord's chamber prepared for you.
Mother and Father's room. You should take it.
I'm not a Stark.
You are to me.
You're the Lady of Winterfell. You deserve it. We're standing here because of you. The battle was lost until the Knights of the Vale rode in. They came because of you. You told me Lord Baelish sold you to the Boltons.
He did.
And you trust him?
Only a fool would trust Littlefinger. I should have told you about him. About the Knights of the Vale. I'm sorry.
We need to trust each other. We can't fight a war amongst ourselves. We have so many enemies now.
Jon, a raven came from the Citadel. A white raven. Winter is here.
Well, Father always promised, didn't he?
The last time a Tyrell came to Dawn, he was assassinated. 100 red scorpions, was it?
You have nothing to fear from us, Lady Olenna.
You murder your own prince, but you expect me to trust you?
We invited you to Dorne because we needed your help. You came to Dorne because you needed our help.
What is your name again? Barbara?
Obara.
Obara. You look like an angry little boy. Don't presume to tell me what I need.
Forgive my sister. What she lacks in diplomacy, she
Do
makes...
shut up, dear. Anything from you? No. Good. Let the grown women speak.
The Lannisters have declared war on House Tyrell. They have declared war on Dorne. We must be allies now, if we wish to survive.
Cersei stole the future from me. She killed my son. She killed my grandson. She killed my granddaughter. Survival is not what I'm after now.
You're absolutely right. I chose the wrong words. It is not survival I offer. It is your heart's desire.
And what is my heart's desire?
Vengeance. Justice.
Fire and blood.
Your ships are nearly ready. I saw them painting the sails. Curious to see how the Dothraki do on the poison water.
You're not coming with us.
New strategy? You want the Second Sons to attack from the west coast? Well, if we take Casterly Rock, the Lannisters will have nowhere to run when you hit King's Landing.
You're not going to Westeros. You're staying here with the Second Sons. There's finally peace in Meereen. You will keep the peace while the people choose their own leaders.
Fuck Meereen. Fuck the people. I'm here for you, not them.
You promised me. My sword is yours. My life is yours. This is what I command. If I'm going to rule in Westeros, I'll need to make alliances. The best way to make alliances is with marriage.
Who are you marrying this time?
I don't know. Maybe no one.
But you need to lure all the noble houses to the table. Are you a queen or fish bait?
I can't bring a lover to Westeros.
A king wouldn't think twice about it.
So that's what you want? To be my mistress?
I'm not proud. I don't care what perfumed aristocrat sits beside you in the throne room. I don't want a crown. I want you. I love you. And I make you happy. You know I do. Bring me with you. Let me fight for you.
I can't.
The dwarf told you to do this.
No one tells me to do anything.
Clever fellow. Can't argue with his logic. I'm no use to you over there.
Don't get angry.
I'm not angry. I'm full of self-pity. Who comes after you? Who can ever follow Daenerys Stormborn, the mother of dragons?
A great number of women, I imagine. Specific orders will be left for you regarding the welfare of Meereen and the Bay of Dragons.
The Bay of Dragons?
We can't call it Slaver's Bay anymore, can we?
You'll get that throne you want so badly, I'm sure of it. I hope it brings you happiness. I pity the lords of Westeros. They have no idea what's coming for them.
Farewell, Darian Harris.
How did he take it?
No tears.
I know it was hard for you. You turned away a man who truly loves you because he would have been a liability in the Seven Kingdoms. That's the kind of self-sacrifice that makes for a good ruler, if it's any consolation.
It's not.
No, I suppose not. I'm terrible at consoling.
Yes, you really are.
All right. How about the fact that this is actually happening? You have your armies. You have your ships. You have your dragons. Everything you've ever wanted since you were old enough to want anything. It's all yours for the taking. Are you afraid? Good. You're in the great game now. And the great game is terrifying. The only people who aren't afraid of failure are madmen like your father.
Do you know what frightens me? I said farewell to a man who loves me. A man I thought I cared for. And I felt nothing. Just impatient to get on with it.
He wasn't the first to love you. And he won't be the last.
Well, you have completely failed to console me.
For what it's worth, I've been a cynic for as long as I can remember. Everyone's always asking me to believe in things. Family, gods, kings, myself. It was often tempting until I saw where belief got people. So I said no thank you to belief. And yet, here I am. I believe in you. It's embarrassing, really. I'd swear you're my sword, but I don't actually own a sword.
It's your counsel I need.
It's yours. Now and always.
Good. I had something made for you. I'm not sure if it's right.
Tyrion Lannister. I name you Hand of the Queen.
You're not one of mine, are you?
No, my lord.
Didn't think so.
Too pretty.
Where are my damn morals?
These are customer service reps as well as pharmacy technicians. There are pharmacists here. We have doctors. They're not located in the pharmacy, as that is a big regulation that they cannot be located in the pharmacy. But we do have our physicians who are located throughout the United States that we can put you in touch with. Based on where you live, will be based on where they're licensed. So there are a lot of different ways, but when you call that phone number, it's a real person. It's a real American. They live a very similar story to you live. They understand what you're going through and what you're looking for, because we have pharmacists who train them that way. Now, a lot of our technicians can't give a lot of medical advice. However, we have pharmacists on staff that can help with that. There are 4 to 5 at all times. And on top of that, we have a bunch of different physicians who give us the guidance that we need as well.
Awesome. Great stuff. Michael Kunzler, the owner of All Family Pharmacy. Thank you for what you guys do for the American people. And thank you for your partnership here at Right Side.
Thank you, sir.
Definitely. Good evening once again, and welcome back into RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. In just a few minutes, in front of the nation, President Trump delivers a primetime address from the White House. Tonight's national address is a kickoff of sorts from the fact that we have the midterm election, which is just 3.5 months away. This, as the White House is saying tonight, defending America's election integrity is paramount, and that American elections are for American citizens. Again, earlier, Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt posting the following quote, saying, "Some of the facts that will be revealed in President Trump's speech tonight are truly shocking. If the networks were truly serving the public interest, they would air it, and as a country, we would collectively resolve to take action." So let's take a quick look at the Save America Act as we are awaiting President Trump any minute from now. Of course, it consists of voter ID, proof of citizenship, and no more mail-in ballots unless it's for military or medical or a few other instances. And the best way for it to pass right now is nuking the filibuster. We'll see what happens. There are a few on board with that, but we have to see some more momentum, of course, on Capitol Hill. And as we await that, we'll be covering it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're live every day, Monday through Friday here, and it's even on the weekends if there's any breaking news out there. So thank you so much for live streaming in right now as we get ready to cover President Trump's speech. And guess who's not covering it? Some in the mainstream media are deciding, let's have some censorship today in the United States of America. Why are they so afraid to cover truth, evidence, receipts, and facts? We know what happened in 2020. We know what happened in 2020. So we're going to hear from President Trump here shortly. Again, this is going to be, I'm hearing, maybe a speech that is a sources. So we'll see.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen. and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor.
Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers form, procures success to
First in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. Light Horse Harry Lee's words from the official eulogy of George Washington were once famous.
How great our fan base is, and we love them, and they're just great. That's the word. I can say appreciative, special, and I guess we're still trying to process the whole
believe the
It's actually me and a couple other guys. Oh.
What separates you from?
Itinerary just tells us what we're doing every day. Little resort, beach town.
Try to get it. There's a certain.
Is this thing on? What is it? You got enough on the net. This is totally switching gears.
Come on, come on, come on. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't
It's
let go.
there.
Screamer, screamer, screamer. Look at that.
After what we just saw, is that a mahi?
Oh, yeah.
All right, it's been a while since we made a video. Amber with We Fish SoCal, hanging out with you, Caden, and
what's up?
The heavy hitters today, baby.
Ripping lips, SoCal fishing, brother.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna go rip some lips today.
Gonna head out to the island. Just made it over to San Pedro to get some bait because Nacho was out, and hopefully San Pedro's got some sardines, and we're gonna try and slay some yellowtail. Oh yeah!
Let's get some yellowtail, some cheese fish.
What's that?
It was good, bro.
Was it down? I mean, the bait tank's a little, looked like a little low.
Uh-oh, Wade's fiddling with the bait tank. Wade?
He's got a fiddle with it.
And Wade, you're a master baiter, right?
Here, yeah, right here, like this.
When I first started here, I was a masturbator. I'm the bait master now. But, hey, man, it's every time. The first 5 years, straight up.
Yeah, Wade, it's your birthday.
Hopefully it's not a change.
Oh, big towel.
Damn! Look at this guy. It's a good one.
He's going in the bucket for me.
You're keeping it?
Yeah.
Wait, what are you doing, Calico?
Why? Dude, they eat good.
Let's see your fish, Wade.
We'll have enough yellowtail.
Yeah, look at that blunker.
Keeper.
I threw the calico back for you.
Yep. Oh, cool. You did?
Yeah. Oh, something. You see that?
Oh, this is gonna frame my line. It's like in his mouth all weird.
Nice, dude.
I'll throw him.
That's a nice fish, Caden.
I'm gonna keep for you.
Little tuna. Sorry, Wade. Wade wants to keep it, but he wasn't gut hooked or anything. I just want to throw him back.
Good eating
right.
fish.
If Wade gets one, he can keep it.
Caden's on a yellow, baby.
La Paz, baby. It's like we're in La Paz.
You don't need to do nothing. Just let him do his thing. Don't. Yeah, it's gonna be really easy with them. I got it.
I think I got a fish on.
Out of kelp.
I wouldn't tug on him that much, dude. This is definitely a yellow.
Yeah, the way it's running.
No, it's definitely a yellow. Oh, your bait. Oh, he's right here, dude. We got him on top already.
The boys are ready. Wade, you ready?
Yeah.
Caden.
Got a yellow one.
Yeah, Caden.
Yeah, just let him go.
Saltist.
The best sound on the planet.
Yeah, what was that boat's name again? Lexi, what?
Lexi.
Oh, Lexi.
Lexi.
Out of Dana Point, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Pulling 100 feet next to us. Nice.
Once I get to mono.
You're doing good, dude, yeah. You're doing perfect.
What, Chai?
Don't worry about that, guys. Just leave it. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It'll work this thing out. You just let him do his thing. He's gonna get tired. You're doing awesome, dude. You're doing perfect.
Does Caden get the Wade seal of approval?
Yeah, he's doing good. What reel is that again?
Saltist.
Saltist?
Iowa Saltist. I think it's a 30 or 35.
Yeah, Star Drag. Beautiful reel. Such a great reel.
Great for live bait. This is my live bait go-to.
Now you see as he's coming down to the fish and lowering that tip down, that pole is bent.
Yeah.
The whole entire time.
Look at that. I'm trying to keep the constant tension on him so that
you're doing great.
The hook can just never come out, you know?
Yeah, just take your time.
But not too much pressure.
That's perfect. He's probably got another run or two in him, maybe, if I let him. Oh, I wasn't gonna get my, come this way.
And I just retied my hook after the bonita. I retied it.
Oh, there he is. I see him. Nope.
Yeah, that's a calico.
Me?
No, next to your stuff.
No, you're.
I was about to say, that's a calico?
Dude, if this is a calico, we're putting. Just don't want him to go towards.
True.
Don't want him to go towards anchor. So much for my dry flip flops. Nice and easy. Take your time.
Yeah, you're almost there, Caden.
Reason
Take
to
your
horse
time.
him right now. just let them
tire out.
Let the pole do its job.
Okay, I'm at mono, which means I have 50 feet.
Okay.
All right, Caden's at his mono. 50 feet left.
Am I sweaty?
Yeah. Got 30-pound Daiwa fluorocarbon leader with a 50-foot mono top shot. Saltist Star Drag reel.
Doing killer, dude. Awesome. Go on the other side. I see how he was going over there. Perfect. Nice job. Keep him at the rear. Center. There he is. That's a nice fish, dude. Nice and easy. Take your time. Okay, keep him. Come over to this corner. Go to the corner. Nice. Tip up. Okay. Tip up. So you can have room to get around this if you need to. Okay. Okay, don't bring him up too much. Okay. Reel. Reel. Don't bring him out of the water. Don't bring him out of the water.
Don't bring him out of the water.
Let's go, Wade!
Yeah, baby!
Yellowtail.
Caden!
On the boat.
Look at that nice fish.
Thank you, Colby.
What time is it?
Colby!
Oh yeah, look
Colby!
8:43.
8:43, baby.
9 by 9.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
God.
a great fish.
Caden, you did it.
Killer job.
We freaking did it. Bloody decks,
Yeah.
baby.
Thank you, Colby.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
Caden, you
fish.
did it, dude.
Nice job. Yeah. Throw him back. He's a yellowtail, dude.
It's like a little...
You don't throw this guy back. No way.
little kelp patty.
Dude, this guy's great. This guy's a good fish.
Are you kidding me?
You don't throw this guy back. Hell yeah. Went in. Caden's doing his magic again. Yeah. Caden slayed
Oh my
today.
gosh. I don't know if I'm gonna land this one.
Yes, you are. Dude, I might. Okay. Killing it. Watch. Over. Yeah, keep that tip up so he doesn't get trapped in there. Here. Okay, come over. Follow your line.
I can see his head over here.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, keep him in. Keep him down.
I'm gonna open my spool, baby.
Up. Come up. Come up. No, easy. Easy.
Ooh. Let me get. Nice!
Yeah.
Oh, Wade!
There you go, dude.
Another one.
A little deeper on that gap, but I didn't want him to take off again.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Thank you, Wade.
Yeah, dude.
All right, this is just in free spool.
Caden! I gotta catch one, boys.
This guy's a...
No tension.
Let us know what you want us to do, Wade, if you want us to run up with the net or the gaff.
My intention is to come back.
Okay.
Hoping he's not around the anchor. Hurry up, take it.
Right there. Nice, Wade. Went all the way around the boat.
Yeah.
Got it. That thing's fighting. That's a good one. That's another big one. What's going on around here? Just all freaking big yellowtail?
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a bigger size. But
I don't feel too confident gaffing it yet.
Careful for the prop. Just fiddle with that later.
don't want to go get under the anchor. I'll have to go around again.
This guy's like, oh, what's going on over there? Got some guy with a gaff, some guy filming.
Getting fucking tired. Well, maybe. It's a nice size fish.
Yeah. Hasn't shown itself yet.
No. Kind of giving it a little bit of...
That's a battle, dude.
Yeah.
There. See how I turned it?
Yep. we got color.
There he is. Grasp. Pull. Hey, pull. Got it. Hey, up. Let go. Okay.
I don't have my finger on the line or anything.
Yeah!
Yeah, Wade!
Yeah!
Dude, that was a friggin'
That's looking like a good one right there.
Holy shit.
Oh, don't let Wade get the biggest
I
fish.
think that's the biggest one of the day.
Wade might have the big
yeah.
boy. Yeah, Wade.
Too far and wraps that anchor, you're gonna have to deal with it.
That tension.
Okay, I'm at 100 feet.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's your drag.
We'll get it. Nice. I never know where my boots.
I see color, guys. You guys ready with the gaff?
Wade's ready. Where's the GoPro? It's on?
I'm on.
Okay.
Now I'm back at 120 feet of line.
He's gonna run.
Boat's circling around it.
Hey, keep pull out here. Have him go around the fucking boat again. Reel more. Yeah, unreal. Okay. You know where? There you go. Let him go. Okay. Or tip up. Tip up. Okay. Reel. There you go. Tip up. Tip up. Tip up. Up, up, up. Reel. Okay, watch the boat.
Okay.
Gotta keep that. When I mean tip up, I'm just saying tip up. Don't back up. Okay, tip up.
Yes! Woo! Let's go, Dad. Yellowtail and
How gassed are you? You should see him breathing. He doesn't breathe this hard at the gym, ever.
Oh, yeah.
I wish you could see. There. This is his fish.
Can you pop this off, kid?
Oh, yeah.
Ready? I popped it. Grab it.
Yep. Oh, crap. We got a
Snap.
yellowtail.
Look at that.
For Daddy-o.
Awesome.
Catalina yellow.
Holy shit, dude. Woo. Awesome. Hell yeah.
Look at that thing. Thanks, bitch.
Yeah, they're stirring the fish towards us. Turn.
Caden's on again.
This thing felt like a seal when it hit, though, so it's a good one.
Try to turn it. Might have to go top. Not yet, though.
Caden knows what to do now. We don't have any more room.
We catch one more fish. We got 2 big fish each. Done.
Done. After this, if you land this, we go home.
Well, no, after.
Yeah.
No, I mean, because we're still down one nice one, right?
Yeah. You're so greedy. I love that about you.
I mean, the yellowtail are biting, dude. We take the time and money to come out and do all that shit.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it. This is the opportunity of a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or maybe a couple years. Nice and easy.
There's your bait, Caden. How's it feeling?
Good. It's that same fight.
Looks good.
I thought it was a seal first. The way it was fighting. Oh, shit. He was trying to eat the bait.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
So when we get that yellowtail,
I'm going to get it off.
Let's get it.
I'm going to get that.
We got a seal circling the yellowtail.
I almost might have to tighten my drag and just freaking friend it. You know?
What's that?
So the seal can get it.
He's back over there, right?
I hope so.
I I think I saw a boil to the right, so maybe that's him. Yeah, he ate your bait and he left.
That's fine.
No, he ate what he wanted to eat off it. He's done.
Oh, this will be good. All right, but seeing. Oh, I think that's all right. We're good. I see the seal like.
Oh yeah, he's hovering.
Go in the corner. Easy, no more, sir.
Okay, color.
Okay. Easy. Doing what you're doing. Great job.
Should I throw a sardine for the seal off the side?
No.
Might get it away from us.
You'll have it up in a second. Nice and easy. Real. Yeah, buddy. He's gonna circle around. Oh, walk down. Okay. Easy. Down. Okay, now lift.
Let's go, Wade! Yes!
Sorry about that shitty gal.
That's all right.
That's how you do it!
Oh yeah. Don't do it.
That's right! Yeah, buddy.
We know what that is.
Yellowtail mania.
Caden slaying.
You are slaying, dude.
Slayer.
How are you even fishing still?
You're gonna feel it tomorrow.
Every other cast.
You're gonna be wiped.
Yeah.
Good thing you're as strong as you are.
Oh yeah. This is what I trained for.
I just want my weight behind it.
Oh, yeah. That's all you need right there.
I love that sound.
That way. There you go. Keep them like totally out from being hurt. I don't think he barely even knows himself to go down. Look at your bend, dude.
Trying to keep it from going that way.
Yeah. Doing good.
Man, I love that reel.
Yeah, my drag set perfectly. Like if it needs to pull, it does. But when the tension gets just too tight, you know?
I'm glad we didn't have any interference from that seal on Caden's last one. He just wanted the bait, which was nice.
We should even let this one go.
Wade.
Look how many we have.
You know.
No, Wade, we need 2 each.
There's guys that might throw you off the boat with bricks if you said
It's going that way.
Yeah, I'd walk.
Yeah.
The walk of shame.
No, it's good, dude. You're doing great.
Oh,
Just keep him out. He's still way out there.
Caden knows what he's doing. Need help, Caden?
We're good.
Yeah, keep him. It's okay. Oh. Let him stay out by that anchor. Let him go around it.
Okay.
He'll probably work his way around it, hopefully. Hopefully he doesn't try to wrap you up in it.
True.
He's way off of it, right?
I got 30 feet, yeah.
Okay, good. Now help encourage him to go to the other side of the boat. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, it's coming around.
Yeah, watch that anchor. It's getting kind of close to it.
Go, let him follow him around if you have to.
Yep, I see him right here.
Yeah, and I almost see the anchor rope vibrating a little bit.
No, it's I can see my
Okay,
fish.
cool.
Come down this way. Come down. Good. Oh yeah. Nice, dude.
Nice, Caden. That was clean.
Yeah.
No way! Woo!
Yeah, boys.
What is going on today?
Friggin' murdering it, dude.
Craziness. How deep's that thing hooked?
Okay. All right, boys. It's what, 11 o'clock?
11
Maybe
o'clock.
5 minutes after.
Yeah. 7 yellows on the deck.
6 or 7. Right
Yep.
there.
Caden with 5. Wade with 1.
Yep.
And I got 1 too.
Yeah.
Woo, what a
All
day.
my fish.
Beautiful weather. All killer fish. We're stoked.
No more room in our kill boxes.
That's it.
Anymore.
We
Got
fish
it on.
SoCal. Woo.
First time catching a yellowtail at Catalina.
Yep.
First yellowtail.
Me too. My first yellowtail Catalina.
And they both slayed it. Yeah.
Thank you, Wade.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Wade. Thank you, Wade. Hee. Yeah, boys.
Program of creating hybrids where now the hybrids look like us quite a bit, but behaviorally, psychologically, they are still alien.
Jacobs claims alien-human hybrids can communicate telepathically and dictate human thoughts neurologically.
These beings can put ideas, images in people's minds quite easily. Therefore, what people describe is that they can be controlled on a number of different levels by the minds of these other beings.
Since 2003, abductees have supposedly been reporting to Jacobs that the hybrids were being integrated into society, unnoticed by humans.
To me, this is possible evidence of the plan to do another thinning, to kind of make room for this new jump from modern Homo sapiens to whatever we're going to call this new Homo sapiens. That is the potential future apocalypse involving the alien presence. And that's where I see some dangerous signs.
Some people think that these beings are benevolent, that they are here to help us, to stop war, cure cancer, that they are here for reasons that have everything to do with us and very little to do with them. I don't see benevolence here. I don't see malevolence, but I see the furthering of an alien agenda of which we do not know the future.
Some people have theorized that the creation of an alien hybrid race might be a way of accomplishing a better age on Earth. And there are some abductees who even bring back predictions that there will be a time called the change, when there will be aliens and humans living together on Earth as if it were, a return of the age of paradise. There are others who think that they are coming to create a better Earth. Some think they're coming to take over the Earth.
We really don't know the alien agenda. We do know that they have been telling abductees for a long time that soon everybody will be happy, soon everyone will know their place, soon we will all be together.
This has been going on for thousands of years with the creation of Homo sapiens. I mean, from the very get-go. So to suggest that now is the time where, a new hybrid extraterrestrial Homo sapiens will emerge in this new age of consciousness, no, it won't. We already are hybrids. We already are part extraterrestrial and part human.
Human and alien hybrids? Extraterrestrial engineering designed to weed out excessive population growth? Or perhaps to exterminate inferior genetic strains? Might geological catastrophes and meteorological calamities be the work of unseen, perhaps alien hands? For skeptics, the answer is a resounding no. But with the end of the Mayan calendar looming in 2012, could all of our questions about the alien agenda finally be answered? Perhaps only those of us who survive on that date will ever learn the truth. Zeus, Surya, Thor. For thousands of years, ancient myths have described gods who came down from the heavens.
Always you have someone who is descending from the sky with loud noise, with thundering, with fire, with smoke.
They would have come from the most powerful and magical place possible, from the stars.
But just who were these mystical beings that ruled the skies with supernatural powers?
You could wonder if these tales of Zeus's thunderbolts, Thor's hammer, if these weren't real weapons.
Did our ancient ancestors create the gods from their own imaginations? Or did they simply report events they believed to be true?
Our ancestors misinterpreted extraterrestrials as gods because that was the only way that they could explain away what they witnessed.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And were the gods of our ancestors actually visitors from other worlds? Truva, Turkey. For over 150 years, this small city has been the center of one of the greatest archaeological finds in modern history: the possible discovery of the legendary city of Troy. In 1868, amateur archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann set out to find what he believed was the city that served as the basis for the Trojan War, as described in one of the greatest pieces of classical literature, Homer's epic poem, the Iliad. Written in the 8th century BC, Homer's Iliad tells the tale of a great war, born of feuding and jealous gods. While most scholars believe the story of the Trojan War was a work of fiction, Schliemann was determined to prove the myth was a reality.
Heinrich Schliemann's discoveries rocked the archaeological world. Armed with his copy of the Iliad, basically, he just decided that he was going to find Troy. And so he went and just dug a big hole. And when he went, he discovered the real Troy.
But if Homer's story of Troy was true, what would it say about other Greek stories and myths? Might those also be true? Did powerful gods and goddesses actually exist? And if so, where did they come from? Hellas, also known as Greece. Each day, thousands of tourists visit temples and monuments built to honor the gods of another age. The Acropolis, Delphi, the Parthenon, the Temple of Apollo. These ancient sites reflect a powerful reverence for beings that supposedly ruled the world thousands of years ago.
When you look at many of the mythologies around the world, they have these stories of gods coming down from the sky.
The
there's a beautiful description of the way that the gods move, like when they kind of come down to the earth. You get this sense of them gliding down, but the way that they move is kind of beyond time. It just kind of happens.
If the ancient Greeks invented the stories of gods as a primitive attempt to explain their universe, how can we account for similar deities found in widely different regions and cultures around the globe? Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a common origin for these gods, who supposedly traveled to Earth from the skies?
The earliest civilization we have, 3800 BC, the Sumerians actually give us visual descriptions of these beings and speak of this time that they lived amongst their living gods. They called their gods the Anunnaki, and that term simply meant those who from heaven come to earth.
Mythology is chock full of these episodes of gods coming down to earth. I mean, because mythology is so interested in the relationship between gods and humans, there is necessarily going to be a lot of communication and communion between the two of them.
In his book, Odyssey of the Gods, Eric von Daniken argues that the world's sacred books are full of descriptions, not of gods, but of supernatural beings interacting with humans.
Some thousands of years ago, when our forefathers were still primitive, some extraterrestrials descended to our planet. And because of misunderstanding, lack of technology, our forefathers thought that these extraterrestrials must be some gods.
Mount Olympus, Greece's highest mountain. According to ancient myths, this site was the home of the gods. It was here on Mount Olympus that Zeus sat on his throne and determined the fate of mortal men.
Whenever we have references to Mount Olympus, it is described to be this magnificent palace on top of Mount Olympus, allegedly, and the temple walls were always gleaming of gold or gleaming with silver, and a lot of little lights that they described as jewels. Well, if you look at that from a modern perspective, what if that place, Mount Olympus, wasn't necessarily the top of a mountain, but it was in fact a spaceship? Because it is described how sometimes there was a big rumbling with Mount Olympus and the entire top lifted off.
But if Mount Olympus was home to alien visitors, could Zeus have been their leader? According to both the Iliad and the Odyssey, Zeus was often depicted as wielding a lightning bolt.
It appears to be a very powerful weapon because he could destroy whole cities with this thunderbolt weapon of his.
Similarly, Zeus's brother Poseidon, the god of the sea, was armed with a trident.
He was able to create tsunamis, tidal waves, with this weapon. The trident weapon of Poseidon seems to have been something more than just a pitchfork.
So is it possible that the lightning bolt and the trident is some type of a direct energy device?
Arguably, one of the most important of the Greek gods was Apollo, who rode the skies in his chariot of fire.
Apollo first was the teacher of the young Greeks living there. He taught them how to make buildings on the mountain, on the hillside. He taught them how to make roads. He taught them in astronomy.
Centuries later, when Rome ruled over Europe and the Mediterranean, from the 1st century BC until the 7th century AD, the Romans paid homage to gods similar to the Greeks. Zeus was now known as Jupiter. Poseidon was called Neptune. But Apollo was known to both the Romans and the Greeks. Coincidence? Or, as most ancient astronaut theorists believe, was it the historical account of powerful beings that came to Earth thousands of years ago?
We know that the extraterrestrials more than likely are the source of what they call gods. How did they get here? More than likely in some type of craft.
What we map into our myths and our legends are incredible stories, incredible events, and any extraterrestrial being, any ancient alien who has come here on Earth will be written down into this account because it is such an extraordinary event that it will be marked forever.
But if the stories of Greek and Roman gods are true, can evidence of their existence be found in other parts of the globe? And if so, where did they go? On the northwest coast of France, just south of Brittany, lies one of the most important prehistoric sites in Europe. At the seaside village of Karnak, over 3,000 megalithic stones are placed in rows over 2 miles long. The Karnak stones were hewn from local rock formations and erected between 4,500 to 2,500 BC, at the end of the Stone Age. They are the largest collection of standing stones in the world.
Archaeologists are baffled by the many megaliths at Karnak here. It's clearly a massive construction project with blocks of granite weighing 50 to 100 to even up to 350 tons. Legends here say that giants built Karnak, but you have to wonder, what is the real purpose of these giant megaliths, and why would prehistoric people have moved all of these massive stones and placed them in the many alignments here at Karnak?
Thousands of large stones have been arranged in very interesting patterns. They're arranged in intersecting lines that form triangles that could only be visible from above the Earth. These arrangements of stones may have been a way of communicating with extraterrestrial beings.
The ancient Greek poet Pindar spoke of a mystical land called Hyperborea, far to the north, where the sun shined 24 hours a day. Legends claim that Apollo visited Hyperborea, traveling in his chariot of fire every 20 years.
Apollo, who tells to the Greeks, okay, I've got to go see some other people, I've got to go and teach them. And they're like, well, where are you off to? And he's like, well, I'm actually going to a place that's beyond where the north wind comes. It's the land of the Hyperboreans.
Although mainstream archaeologists speculate that the Karnak stones are most likely tomb markers, ancient astronaut theorists believe these stones are intentionally laid out in a unique geometric formation.
Many speculations existed since centuries. And only a few years ago, in France, they started to photograph this whole French Brittany by helicopters. And when they put the pictures together, all of a sudden someone realized, hey, this is not coincidence. The distances of the lines are always the same, 2,860 meters, or exactly the half of 2,860 meters. The angles are always the same. It's Pythagorean triangles. It's all a gigantic geometrical pattern from Stone Age, which is impossible. Our Stone Age people had no idea of Pythagoras triangles. Pythagoras was about 420 BC.
Even though the geometric arrangement of the Karnak stones predates the Pythagorean theorem by more than 2,000 years, one question remains. Why were the stones arranged in such a precise pattern?
The Karnak stones are one of the few things on the planet that can actually be seen from space. And they're a perfect marker for any kind of aerial vehicle looking down on the Earth. Many of the tourists who come here to Karnak claim that they can actually feel the energy emanating from these granite megaliths. How did these ancient people know about this energy? And is it possible that they were able to use this energy to even move and erect these giant stones?
I am of the opinion that they were made on purpose. The extraterrestrials told our ancestor, do this and this. It's not the extraterrestrials who made the stone lines, it's the humans who made it, but by the order of the extraterrestrials.
But were the Karnak stones a signpost for an ancient astronaut called Apollo as he flew his spacecraft high above the land?
If the Greek god Apollo was really some kind of ancient astronaut, it's possible that the stones here at Karnak were a directional finder pointing the way to the far north, to the Hyperborea of the ancient gods.
Over 1,000 miles north of Karnak lies Scandinavia, home to an ancient people called the Norse. The Norse were tribal Germanic people who lived in what is now known as Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. Norse legends record the triumphs of great warriors with advanced weaponry, sophisticated combat techniques, and navigational prowess. Like the Greeks, Norse mythology includes supernatural beings, other worlds, and powerful gods. But like the Romans, could the Norse myths refer not to different gods, but the same gods as those depicted by the ancient Greeks?
There are a number of similarities between Greek mythology and Norse mythology, and many of the gods are almost identical, and they do much the same thing.
Descriptions of the Viking god Odin, the god of war, death, and knowledge, and the Greek god Zeus bear striking similarities.
Zeus and Odin are both sky father gods. They travel through the skies in chariots because they are akin to the solar divinities. The precursor to many religious beliefs is sun worship. The ancients knew that life came from the sun. So that is a great mystery and a source of great awe.
What you're getting there is not just some minor deity, but you really are nailing it down to one of the chief deities. This is a very important character. And so whoever is behind Odin or Zeus is obviously a person or a divine entity which is shared by these cultures. And it's clear that whoever inspired the myth of Zeus or Odin is somehow somebody who had an extremely important contribution to make to both civilizations. So this entity was definitely known throughout Europe.
Ancient alien theorists also point to similarities between the sophisticated weapons possessed by both the Norse and the Greek gods. Among Odin's weapons was a spear that never missed its target. The Norse god Thor, god of storms, strength, and fertility, wielded a powerful hammer.
Right there we have a correlation, a connection, because not only does Zeus have the thunderbolt, but what does Odin have and Thor? They have a hammer. Thor has a hammer with which he can smash things, destroy things, and, you know, the hammer idea is pretty close with the description to the lightning rod that Zeus has.
So you have to wonder if these tales of Zeus's thunderbolts, Thor's hammer, if these weren't real weapons, just like we have today, where we have directed energy beam weapons or are developing some kind of literal thunderbolt coming out of a spacecraft.
But such similarities are not limited to the Greek and Norse myths. In India, the ancient epic of the Mahabharata describes visitations from gods that possess the advanced technology of space travel.
There you can read, some thousands of years ago, gigantic cities surrounded our planet. They used the word cities because they had no word for mother spaceship. And of a sudden, out of these cities, smaller spacecrafts came out. Of course, in ancient Indian, they had no word like spacecraft. So they called it Vimana.
The ancient texts of the Hebrew Bible also describes a prophet who traveled the skies in a sophisticated machine.
Who is Enoch? He was the seventh antediluvian prophet in the Old Testament, including in the Torah of the Jewish community. Enoch is only described with the two phrases, that's all. And it says that the Lord took him away in a fiery chariot into the heaven.
But technology was not the only characteristic these ancient deities had in common. According to legends, the gods enjoyed intimate relations with humans. But if aliens did choose human women as their sexual partners, what was their motivation? And just what was the outcome of these very close encounters? Ancient myths are full of stories of gods descending to Earth to mate with humans.
According to many sources, including Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and even the Bible, we have the stories of these sons of God or actual gods from Mount Olympus or Valhalla, and they're coming to Earth. They find the daughters of men attractive.
When all these encounters happened, and when women slept with those gods, which can be found in multiple texts all around the planet, that those women actually had sex with extraterrestrials, not with gods, because gods do not exist.
According to Homer's Iliad, the citizens of Sparta were renowned for their heroic warriors and their beautiful women. Zeus, the Greek god of the sky, admired a human named Leda. One afternoon, while Leda walked alone in an orchard, Zeus changed into a swan, enveloped her in his powerful wings, and made love to her. Only later did Leda realize she had been impregnated by a god.
When you look at Greek mythology and many of the mythologies around the world, they have these stories of gods coming down from the sky and have sexual intercourse with these humans and, in a sense, create a new breed of human.
The offspring of these couplings were described by the ancients as demigods or half-gods. Experts suggest demigods were supernatural hybrid beings of human and alien origin. Ancient Greeks believed these beings were exceptional and destined to perform extraordinary feats.
It is a tradition in many civilizations that there were certain human children who were somehow not human, but somehow had a connection to the stars, to a realm beyond Earth. And this specialness seems to be there from birth, and it somehow seems to involve a DNA component, which maybe science needs to look at and needs to study.
Some of the oldest accounts of gods and humans interbreeding can be found in ancient Hindu texts.
In the ancient Sanskrit writings of India, we find this account. A queen named Kunti mated with a celestial being, an extraterrestrial, who was known as the sun god. The product of this mating was Karna, one of the heroes of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata.
Perhaps the most famous demigod is the Greek hero Heracles, also known as the Roman Hercules. Heracles was half man, half god, conceived in the union of Zeus and a mortal woman named Alcmene. Mainstream scholars have often dismissed the tales of demigods as fantasy. But ancient astronaut theorists believe they reflect actual living entities.
These types of accounts in the ancient wisdom traditions have a modern equivalent in accounts of alien terrestrial hybrids, which is part of the modern UFO alien abduction type of account. It's remarkable that we find in these modern reports exact equivalents in the ancient accounts. That suggests that we're dealing with realities here. We're not just dealing with imaginary stories.
Ancient astronaut theorists say the term star children is another way to describe the offspring of humans and ancient extraterrestrials. They claim that in the early traditions of nearly every major world religion, star children correlate to supernatural beings known as gods.
Star child is an often used reference in ancient texts when a woman had a quote-unquote divine interaction with one of the gods, often resulting in a woman being pregnant without having slept with anyone. You know, is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is. Today, artificial insemination. That's what happens today. You no longer have to have sex in order to have babies. We have the exact same description thousands of years ago where women without sleeping with anyone all of a sudden became pregnant. And the question is, how is that possible?
Did aliens that came to Earth in ancient times use advanced fertility technology?
Within Greek mythology, you have many strange stories of centaurs, cyclops, weird genetic, half-human, half-animal creations. And you have to speculate, at least to a point, that there's a possibility of strange genetic engineering going on here and creating what are literal monsters in the past.
In some of the writings of ancient civilizations, we see accounts of mating between extraterrestrial beings and humans, producing monsters or giants or other similar types of beings. And why is that? I believe it's because it has actually happened in the past.
Could these ancient tales of enormous creatures, half human, half beast, be rooted in truth? And if so, is there any evidence these giant hybrids really existed? Lovelock, Nevada. In the early 1800s, local legends passed down by the Paiute Indians told of a race of giants who were exterminated by their tribe. It is said this was done by trapping the giants in a cave, shooting arrows at them, and then starting a large fire at the mouth of the cave. Evidence of the slaughter lay undisturbed until the early 20th century.
Lovelock Cave was first discovered by local ranchers who were looking for bat guano to use in their fields.
In need of fertilizer for their crops, the ranchers removed nearly 10 feet of guano-enriched soil from the surface of the cave.
And then they began finding human remains. They found up to 40 or 50 people inside this cave. One was allegedly 7 feet, 7 inches tall. They all had long, red hair and were literal giants.
If these skeletons were the remains of the legendary red-haired giants, were they visitors from distant continents?
Throughout the 19th century, many giant skeletons were allegedly discovered in the Midwest, also in parts of California and around Death Valley. And the skeletons here found at Lovelock are one of the few that were really excavated by an accredited university.
Archaeologists from the Nevada Historical Society and the University of California believe the cave was occupied from approximately 1500 BC until a few hundred years before white men appeared in the Nevada Territory. 75 miles from the cave site, a local museum has preserved several skulls that some believe are recovered remains of the giants.
Inside this cabinet here are 3 skulls from the Lovelock Caves. When you first see these skulls, they seem to be pretty much normal-looking skulls. However, it's when we really start to compare the jawbones with this modern dental impression of a normal adult male that we see that these jawbones are unusually large. And these are really the skulls of giant people who were perhaps 7, even 8 feet tall. One of the odd things with these skulls is that they're not actually put on display here at the museum, and they're kept hidden in this cabinet. Now, we don't know if that's really just out of respect for the Native Americans, or whether there's really something unusual about these giant skulls that they don't want them to display.
Are the Nevada bones evidence of a race of giants that existed all through early human history? If so, could the giants be the descendants of extraterrestrials? According to the Hebrew Testament, one such giant appeared in the valley of Elah 2,500 years ago. Each morning for 40 days, a Philistine giant over 9 feet tall challenged the Israelites to a fight. His name was Goliath.
David and Goliath is one of those episodes in the Bible where you wonder what is going on. Is it just a metaphor, or are we dealing with a fundamental interpretation? And in that sense, Goliath has to be a giant creature. The question then is, he cannot be human. What is he?
David's stunning triumph over Goliath was considered a mere fable, until archaeologists turned up evidence that suggests this confrontation really did happen. On the outskirts of Tel Asaf, Israel, scientists discovered a moat that may have once protected the Philistine fortress. Nearby, they found shards of pottery inscribed with the name Goliath. Tests indicate the pottery is from the same time period as described in the Bible. Ancient astronaut theorists claim this is unmistakable evidence of extraterrestrial giants in biblical times. And they say there is much more. The most common megalithic construction known is the dolmen. Believed to be burial chambers, they are found throughout Europe, the Middle East, South America, and Asia. Could these megastructures be the ruins of giants?
Archaeology likes to use the word dolmen, but they were formerly known in folklore as giants' graves.
A dolmen is shaped like the Greek letter pi with a top on it. And they're made of enormous blocks of limestone. And even today, we are marveled that anyone could construct those things and wonder how they got the top on top of the uprights. And those were built during the Middle Bronze period, which is roughly 2000 to 1500 before the Common Era. So seeing things like that, people question, those must have been made by giants. I mean, ordinary people could not have done that.
Are we dealing with metaphors or are we dealing with hard evidence? Are these physical creatures which somehow roamed the earth? And I think on volume, we have to accept that some of these were real. The question then is, how did these genetic freaks come about?
One of the main tenets of ancient astronaut theory suggests that a long time ago, extraterrestrials changed our genetic makeup through a targeted mutation of our genes, essentially in the lab. So they took a couple of human beings, altered their DNA, then reinserted those people back into the population, so through procreation, those people would pass on those new genetic alterations to the entire population.
Ancient astronaut theorists suggest the evidence points to one conclusion: that aliens changed the genetics of early human DNA.
For an alien being to work with DNA is so easy that just creating a new type is not at all that difficult. Even today, we have the capability to create new types of animals. The question is, were we created as such as well?
But what reason could extraterrestrial visitors have had for populating the Earth with mixed species and monstrous hybrids? Were they the result of some kind of scientific experiment gone terribly wrong? Did ancient aliens have some reason to experiment with human DNA? The Galapagos Islands off the coast of South America are known for their unique biodiversity. In 1832, a naturalist named Charles Darwin came to these islands to observe and record several species of animals not seen before. The result of his studies formed the basis for his controversial book, The Origin of Species. In it, Darwin proposed his theory of evolution, which held that all life evolved over time through a process of natural selection. But even Darwin's theories could not explain the developmental gap between apes and man. There was, it was believed, a transitional species that had to exist, one which became referred to as the missing link.
Homo sapiens have been around for 300,000 years, and only in a few thousand years, our brain size essentially tripled. Now, that does not jive with ordinary evolution. You need time, a very long time. However, today, biologists cannot quite put a finger on how our brain volume tripled in a very short time period. That is still a mystery.
Could it be, as many ancient astronaut theorists believe, that ancient aliens had a hand in jump-starting human evolution on our planet?
Science has been unable to find the missing link. And maybe that's simply because Earth is unable to offer that missing link. Maybe the missing link is not of this Earth. Maybe the missing link is somewhere outside, extraterrestrial.
In 1996, medical science took a giant step forward when geneticists successfully cloned a sheep. This revolutionary technology marked a significant advancement in our understanding of DNA. But could extraterrestrial visitors have also possessed knowledge of genetics?
In the Sumerian records of mythology, they explain how they genetically engineered the first human being. And so it's very possible that extraterrestrials did genetically engineer us.
More and more creatures are being discovered as science goes along in little caves or on little islands, whereby DNA evidence clearly shows that something else has been happening. We're probably going to get to hard scientific fact that something interbred with humans on certain occasions, certain moments in time.
Could the giants and monsters described in the ancient myths be examples of genetic mutations? And if so, what purpose might they have served?
There are actually accounts in the ancient Sanskrit writings of India of how, in their original attempts to produce living things in the universe, the gods or the extraterrestrial beings made mistakes and produced different types of monsters and giants and things like that.
Why should the so-called gods first make such mixed creatures? What's the purpose of it? They observe a lion and they say to themselves, why don't we mix the strongness of the muscle of the one animal with the heat expellent skin of the other animal to use it at some other planet, which is different to Earth. So they start to make breedings. They start to make mixed creatures.
Scholars and archaeologists generally agree that sometime around 3000 BC, during the megalithic era, mankind took a quantum leap forward with regard to civilization and use of technology. According to myths and legends, human beings gave credit to their gods for giving them this knowledge. But if the gods were, in fact, alien visitors, might mankind's quantum leap forward have had a more intergalactic origin?
It is clear that something affected multiple continents on this planet around 3000 BC. The pyramids began to be built at that moment in time. Why? What was that imperative? Was it a global imperative? Yes. Was it an imperative which came from outside of this world? Yes.
If aliens intervene to speed the advancement of human beings, is it also possible that they have influenced mankind at other critical junctures in history? And if so, could they have continued to monitor us, even today?
It's very possible that if there was some type of genetic intervention by an extraterrestrial race on humanity, they would be very interested to see their experiment progress.
I'm often asked the question, is it not ridiculous to believe that extraterrestrials should, in a way or other, look similar to us or even think similar to us? No. The question is wrong. They are not by coincidence similar to us, but we are similar to them because we are the product.
But if alien beings did interbreed with humans, why? Was it to save their own species? Or perhaps hide the genetic traces of their presence here on Earth? Could there even be aliens living among us?
There are nights at Skinwalker Ranch when the land seems to wait in silence, as if it knows something is coming long before the people standing on it do. And then there are nights when the team arrives with enough force to challenge that silence directly. In The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, Season 7, Episode 7, High Voltage, the question is as simple as it is unsettling. What happens when human beings stop merely observing an anomaly and decide, with full intention, to strike it with electricity? That question alone changes the mood. Because this is not a story about idle curiosity, and it is not the kind of mystery that survives only on rumor. By now, the men and women working this ranch have spent enough time in its open fields, near its ridgelines, under its uncertain sky, and around its recurring zones of interference to know that some locations here do not behave like ordinary ground or ordinary air. Patterns have emerged. Instruments have reacted. Flights have been interrupted. Signals have appeared where none should be. Disturbances have collected in places that now carry names, not because the mystery has been solved, but because it has become too persistent to ignore. One of those names is the bubble. Another is the blob. Neither term is meant to satisfy the mystery. If anything, both names exist because the mystery has resisted better ones. They are placeholders, practical labels pinned to phenomena that have refused to sit still long enough for certainty. The bubble suggests volume, boundary, an invisible region occupying space. The blob suggests form, concentration, a presence that registers as more than random noise, but less than anything science can easily classify. And in High Voltage, those two shadows of understanding begin to draw closer together. What makes this episode so compelling is not merely the promise of sparks or spectacle. It is the underlying seriousness of the decision itself. You do not fire bolts of electricity into a location unless you believe that location may be capable of responding in some meaningful way. You do not build an experiment like this unless the years of strange results behind you have already convinced you that ordinary methods are no longer enough. Tonight, the team is not asking the ranch to reveal itself politely. They are applying force. They are introducing energy. They are, in a very real sense, knocking on a door they cannot see. And the deeper question, the one that sits beneath every cable, every meter, every glance between investigators, is whether something on the other side might answer. That possibility is what gives this episode its particular tension. The visible arc of electricity may be dramatic, but the true suspense lies elsewhere. It lies in the space after the flash. In the seconds when instruments continue to record. In the pause when someone looks from the field to a screen and realizes that what just happened may not have ended when the light disappeared. It lies in the possibility that the most important thing produced tonight may not be seen by the human eye at all. For viewers who have followed this investigation across seasons, the movement toward a test like this feels earned. Skinwalker Ranch has never yielded much to passive observation. Time and again, the most meaningful clues have surfaced only when the team has pressed the environment with something active and measurable. Rockets have gone up. Lasers have cut through darkness. Smoke has been used to reveal hidden currents. Aircraft have crossed suspicious airspace. Drilling has challenged the mesa. Sensors have watched the sky, the ground, and the areas in between. Again and again, the ranch seems to say more when it is disturbed than when it is simply watched. That history matters here, because High Voltage is not an isolated stunt. It is the latest move in a longer conversation between investigators and a place that has proven unusually reluctant to give straight answers. The bubble is no longer a vague theory hovering in the margins of this story. It has become, through repetition, a target of interest. The team has reason to suspect that something at or near its center behaves differently. And the blob, however uncertain its nature may be, has increasingly felt less like a one-off oddity and more like a recurring clue that belongs to a larger pattern. That is why the opening mood of this episode is so different from simple excitement. There is anticipation, yes. But it is tempered by the unmistakable feeling that the team is crossing into a new phase of the investigation. Observation has given way to provocation. The ranch has been mapped, monitored, tested, and measured in countless ways, but electricity is something else. Electricity is not only a tool. It is a stress. It is a pulse. It is a deliberate intrusion into an environment that has already shown signs of electromagnetic strangeness. And when introduced into a place like this, no one can be fully sure whether it will reveal something hidden, distort something already present, or trigger something that prefers not to be seen. That uncertainty is precisely why the experiment matters. By this point in the season, the bubble has gained weight in the team's working understanding of the ranch. It is no longer just a descriptive convenience for a patch of air where oddities seem to cluster. It has become a location with investigative gravity. A place where prior tests have suggested boundaries that are difficult to explain in conventional terms. A place where expectations and outcomes do not always align. A place that has begun to feel less like an idea and more like a stubborn fact of the landscape, even if the fact itself remains undefined. The same can be said of the blob. What the team has been circling, in one form or another, is the possibility that an anomaly can persist without becoming clear. That something can appear in data, in readings, in spatial correlation, in repeated deviations from normal, and still resist a satisfying name. That is one of the hardest things for any investigation to tolerate. A puzzle is frustrating enough when all the pieces are visible. But a mystery like this is worse. It gives you pieces that seem to belong to different puzzles entirely, then asks you to believe they might still form one picture. Older viewers understand something important about that kind of uncertainty. After a lifetime of seeing easy explanations offered too soon, the most trustworthy investigations are often the ones that move slowly, the ones willing to admit what they do not know, the ones that do not confuse drama with proof. That is where high voltage finds much of its power. It does not depend on folklore. It depends on escalation. The team has arrived at this moment because previous pushes into the unknown have repeatedly suggested that the ranch behaves like a system under certain kinds of pressure. And so the question becomes unavoidable. If the bubble is a real spatial anomaly, and if the blob is somehow connected to it, then what kind of probe could expose that relationship more clearly than a concentrated burst of electrical energy? The logic, at least in broad investigative terms, is sound enough to be compelling. If an unseen field exists in or around the bubble, high voltage might interact with it. If there is some hidden conductive structure, buried object, charged particulate layer, or electromagnetic boundary, electricity might reveal its presence in ways that passive scanning cannot. Sometimes a silent system only becomes legible when it is stressed. Sometimes the only way to see whether a thing is there is to introduce a known force and watch for a patterned response. That is what separates this experiment from spectacle. The electrical discharge is not the point. The response is the point. And yet response is a dangerous word at Skinwalker Ranch. It suggests more than result. It suggests relationship. It suggests that when the team applies force to one part of the environment, another part may answer. That possibility is scientifically intriguing, yes, but it is also emotionally unsettling. Because once you begin to suspect that the ranch does not merely contain anomalies but reacts through them, the investigation changes shape. You are no longer just measuring a place. You are beginning to test the behavior of a system. That is why electricity carries a peculiar emotional charge in this episode beyond its obvious physical force. It feels ancient and modern at once. Lightning harnessed by intention. A familiar phenomenon deployed in an unfamiliar setting. Everyone involved understands what electricity is in ordinary terms. They know its risks, its behavior, its practical uses. But they do not know what it becomes when sent into a place already marked by interference, irregularity, and repeated failures of expectation. Will the bubble conduct it in an unusual way? Will the energy disperse normally, or appear to meet resistance in open air? Will instruments remain stable, or begin to drift towards something the team cannot easily explain? Will the blob sharpen in the data, relocate, intensify, or remain frustratingly ambiguous? Or will nothing happen at all, leaving the team with only the reminder that not every bold idea produces a meaningful result? Those are the honest possibilities. And part of the credibility of the episode lies in allowing each one to exist. Still, even with uncertainty preserved, the atmosphere around the experiment is unmistakably serious. The team does not behave like people setting up a theatrical reveal. They behave like people who know enough to be cautious. There is technical discipline in the arrangement of equipment. There is practical attention to safe distance, line of sight, timing, and communication. There are roles to be filled, readings to establish, conditions to document. Before a single bolt is fired, the ranch becomes a kind of outdoor laboratory, though one built in a place no one fully trusts. That contrast is central to the mood of high voltage. Practical professionalism on one side. Persistent unease on the other. There is something deeply compelling about watching experienced investigators prepare themselves in a place that has repeatedly disrupted experience. Instruments are calibrated. Systems are checked. Baseline conditions matter. What does the field look like before the test? What does the atmosphere register? Are the sensors quiet? Are communications stable? Is there any indication that the environment is already behaving oddly before the energy is introduced? These are not glamorous questions, but they are the backbone of meaningful inquiry. Without them, mystery becomes performance. With them, even silence becomes evidence. And silence, in this episode, matters. The stillness before an experiment often reveals the emotional truth of the people involved. Voices lower. Movements become deliberate. Attention narrows. Some members of the team carry the focused calm of technical concentration. Others carry the expression of people who have seen enough at this ranch to know that the unusual tends to arrive without announcement. There is curiosity, certainly. But beneath it is something older and harder to dismiss. Respect. Not reverence for the unknown, but respect for how often it has disrupted what should have been straightforward. That is why the moments before activation feel so important. The experiment has not yet begun, and already the atmosphere is heavy with possibility. Because if the bubble truly marks a structured anomaly in space, if the blob is more than a visual metaphor for uncertain data, then the team is not simply about to generate a spark. They are about to test whether hidden conditions within the ranch can be made to show themselves under pressure. And then, at last, the pressure arrives. The first bolt into the bubble is more than an event. It is a threshold. There is the flash, of course. The unmistakable violence of energy released. The sound that follows it. The immediate physicality of the discharge. No narration needs to exaggerate that moment. Electricity carries its own authority. It does not need embellishment to feel powerful. What matters is not making it larger than it is, but recognizing what changes in the people watching it. For an instant, everything collapses into perception. Eyes fix on the arc, bodies lean or hold still. Expectations sharpen. The known force has been introduced. Now comes the uncertain part. Because what should happen in ordinary space is one thing. What appears to happen here may be another. The mind, in moments like this, does a rapid comparison. Did the discharge behave normally? Did it travel as expected? Was there any sign of interruption, redirection, containment, hesitation, or asymmetry? Even when no one speaks immediately, attention begins to sift the event. Was that just the raw drama of electricity in an open field, or did something about the interaction feel incomplete, off balance, subtly resistant to simple explanation? What makes the scene so effective is that the team is not looking merely for a visual curiosity. They are looking for consequence. The visible bolt is only the first layer. Beyond it lies the deeper question of whether the bubble absorbed the test, ignored it, responded to it, or translated it into other measurable forms. That is why, almost as soon as the eye has registered the flash, the investigation begins moving toward the instruments. This is where the mystery shifts from cinematic to forensic. Anyone can be impressed by a burst of electricity in darkness. What matters now is what the screens show. What the sensors recorded. What changed, and where. The credibility of the night depends on whether the event produced anything beyond spectacle. It is one thing to witness force. It is another to discover that the force appears to correlate with anomalies that were not expected, or not expected in that configuration. So attention turns from the field to the data. And in many ways, that turn is the true heart of high voltage. Older audiences know this instinctively. The longest-lasting mysteries are rarely sustained by what people feel in the moment. They are sustained by what remains once the moment has passed. Records. Patterns. Inconsistencies. The small, stubborn details that do not fit the ordinary model. Here, the team begins asking the questions that separate wonder from evidence. Did the electrical discharge correspond with unusual signatures in the monitored space? Did specific readings spike, drift, or cluster where the bubble is believed to be? Were there distortions across more than one device? Did the response arrive immediately, or with delay? Was it diffuse or concentrated? Did anything suggest that the energy had interacted not with empty air, but with some kind of hidden structure, field, or region of altered behavior? These are subtle questions, but their emotional weight is considerable. Because in rooms and trucks and field stations where investigators gather around screens, there is a particular kind of silence that falls when the data does not behave properly. It is not dramatic in the usual sense. No one needs to shout. The tension rises precisely because trained people begin to slow down. They look again. They compare. They stop finishing each other's assumptions. The possibility enters the room that what was expected and what was measured may not match. That possibility can be more haunting than any visible phenomenon. The team's credibility, and the episodes, rests in part on refusing to overstate what the data means. An anomaly is not automatically a discovery. A deviation is not automatically proof. Instruments can mislead. Conditions can vary. Correlation can tempt the mind toward narrative too quickly. And yet it is equally true that repeated irregularities, especially when tied to a deliberate test, begin to take on a different significance. A single odd reading can be dismissed. A pattern that emerges after force is introduced is harder to wave away so casually. This is where the blob returns to the center of the story. Up to this point, the blob has lived in the investigation as a kind of shadow term, a label for something detected but not understood, something present enough to worry over but not clear enough to classify. In many investigations, that is where such phenomena remain. They flicker in and out of attention, too vague to anchor a theory, too strange to disappear entirely. But high voltage changes the atmosphere around it by suggesting that the electrical test yields new clues surrounding the blob. That wording matters. Surrounding the blob. Not replacing it. Not solving it. Not reducing it to a neat explanation. Instead, the experiment appears to cast new light around its edges, as though the team has not yet found the thing itself but has begun to map the disturbances that gather around it. That is a meaningful shift. Because once a mystery starts acquiring edges, it becomes harder to dismiss as accident. If the blob reacts, sharpens, correlates more strongly, or appears in clearer relation to the energized region, then the investigation moves into new territory. The anomaly is no longer just being noticed. It is being engaged. Stimulated, perhaps. Provoked. Brought into partial visibility by a force it cannot entirely ignore. And that raises difficult possibilities. What is the blob, if not simple noise? Is it a hidden aerial mass? A distortion field? A transient concentration of energy? A sensor-visible boundary around something else? A byproduct of buried structure beneath the ranch? A zone where atmospheric, geological, and electromagnetic factors intersect in unusual ways? Or is it a sign that the ranch is producing phenomena that do not fit comfortably within conventional categories at all? A responsible investigation cannot leap from uncertainty to revelation. But it also cannot pretend that every anomaly is equally meaningless. This is the burden of the team in High Voltage. They are caught between two errors. One is to explain too soon. The other is to refuse the significance of what may be gathering in front of them. That tension gives the episode much of its maturity. The best mystery storytelling, especially for an audience that has lived through decades of oversold claims, is not belief versus disbelief. It is evidence versus category failure. It is the discomfort of realizing that the data may be real, while the language available to describe it remains painfully inadequate. And nowhere is that discomfort clearer than in the attempt to interpret what the high-voltage test may actually have done. On one level, the possibilities are conventional enough to demand attention. Electrical side effects can create misleading results. Atmospheric conditions can influence behavior. Instrumentation has limitations. Underground materials can alter conductivity. Charges can disperse in ways that look strange before they are understood. Any serious team must consider those explanations first, because that is what seriousness requires. But the problem at Skinwalker Ranch has never been the existence of possible explanations. It has been the way conventional explanations often account for only part of the picture. They explain the event but not the location. The reading but not the repetition. The anomaly but not the pattern of related anomalies that seem to gather nearby in time or space. That is why the bubble and the blob are so difficult to dismiss. They do not exist in a vacuum. They exist within a larger history of recurring irregularities spread across the ranch. The triangle. The mesa. Aerial disturbances. Underground suspicions. Repeating electromagnetic oddities. Strange zones that appear not isolated, but potentially linked. The more this investigation unfolds, the more the ranch begins to look less like a stage for random weirdness and more like a connected system with nodes, hotspots, triggers, and responses. If that is true, then high voltage may matter not just because of what the team sees tonight, but because of how tonight helps organize the larger map. This may be one of the most important developments for viewers who have followed the story carefully. Mystery can become exhausting when it only expands. One strange event after another, each unexplained, each dramatic, each disconnected. But what gives this episode its deeper consequence is the suggestion that the mystery may be becoming more coherent. Not solved. Not simplified. But structured. The bubble may be a focal region. The blob may be an expression of that region under certain conditions. The mesa, the triangle, the aerial space above the ranch, and the anomalies below ground may not be separate stories after all. They may be different surfaces of the same hidden mechanism. That possibility is, in some ways, more unsettling than the older folklore surrounding the ranch. Random strangeness is difficult enough. Systemic strangeness is worse. A system implies rules. It implies recurrence. It implies that under the right conditions, outcomes are not entirely accidental. And if the ranch is a system, then every new experiment does more than create an event. It tests a relationship. Viewed that way, the electrical discharge in high voltage begins to feel almost like a question posed in the language of energy. The team asks. The ranch answers, or seems to. Not clearly. Not generously. But enough to keep the conversation going. This is also where the human dimension of the episode grows more powerful. The investigation is not taking place in abstraction. It is being carried by people who must stand in the field, trust the equipment, trust each other, and decide how far to follow strange results without losing discipline. That kind of work has a cost, even when no one speaks of it directly. There is a particular burden that comes with returning to a place that repeatedly resists explanation. Each new clue brings a kind of vindication. It says that the effort was not misplaced, that the patterns were not imagined, that something meaningful may indeed be present. But each new clue also complicates the picture. It adds weight without resolution. It gives the investigators more to carry, not less. That emotional truth matters in high voltage. The team's reaction is not simply the excitement of seeing an experiment produce data. It is the more complex reaction of experienced people realizing that the mystery may have just deepened in a new direction. There is satisfaction in that, yes. But there is also fatigue, caution, and the quiet knowledge that every step forward seems to open two more corridors into uncertainty. Trust becomes central in such moments. Trust in the instruments. Trust in the procedures that were followed. Trust in the colleagues reading the same signals. Trust in one's own judgment after repeated exposure to phenomena that have a way of unsettling judgment itself. Mature suspense lives here, not in shouting or spectacle, but in the expression of someone who has seen enough to know that being right about the existence of a mystery is not the same as understanding it. What keeps people coming back to a place like Skinwalker Ranch is rarely curiosity alone. Curiosity fades when answers refuse to arrive. Something stronger is required. Conviction, perhaps. Or obligation. Or the stubborn belief that beneath the anomalies there is a real structure waiting to be understood, and that to walk away too early would mean leaving a genuine discovery buried under the easier word impossible. That belief gives high voltage its emotional center. The team is not presented as a group chasing ghosts in the dark for the thrill of it. They are people working at the edge of what they can currently explain, trying to remain honest in the face of material that tempts both belief and dismissal. They know too much to be naive, and not enough to be certain. That is one of the most human conditions an investigation can produce. And so the episode keeps returning to the same unresolved tension. What exactly has the high voltage test revealed? A field? A boundary? A hidden object? A trigger effect? A temporary interaction between energy and environment? A clue pointing toward buried structure? Or something even more difficult to categorize? The honest answer, by the end, is that the test appears to have advanced the investigation without settling the mystery. That may sound modest, but in a place like this, modesty is another form of seriousness. The electricity was not fired into the bubble merely to create a memorable image. It was used to challenge a location that had already earned the team's suspicion. And whatever the full meaning of the results may be, the episode suggests that the challenge produced more than empty drama. It produced clues. New clues. Clues surrounding the blob. Clues that now reshape how the team may think about the bubble, about the ranch, and about the possibility that some anomalies here can be made to answer when sufficiently provoked. That is not a conclusion. But it is a change. And change, in an investigation like this, matters tremendously. A single episode can alter the terms of the search. A phenomenon once treated as background can become central. A label once used cautiously can begin to feel too small for what is being observed. A test designed to rule out possibilities can end up creating better questions than the ones that inspired it. Perhaps that is the lasting power of high voltage. It does not hand the audience a resolution wrapped in certainty. Instead, it offers something more enduring. The sense that we may have just watched a hidden system react, however partially, to human intention. That the bubble may be more than a convenient name for odd air. That the blob may be more than a frustrating blur in the margins of instrumentation. That the ranch, when pressed with enough energy, may not remain silent. And once that possibility enters the story, it becomes difficult to set aside. Because if the ranch responds when challenged, then every future experiment carries a different significance. A repeated test might reveal consistency. A stronger test might provoke a sharper anomaly. A paired measurement might expose a pattern previously missed. The next discharge, the next scan, the next pass through the same space may not simply replicate tonight. It may clarify it. Or deepen it. Or show that what seemed separate was always connected. There is something quietly haunting in that idea. Not because it promises fear, but because it promises relationship. The investigators are no longer merely collecting odd moments from a strange landscape. They may be learning the rough outline of how that landscape behaves under pressure. And if behavior can be mapped, then the mystery has crossed a threshold from folklore into something far more consequential. Yet even here, at the edge of that possibility, the script must remain disciplined. The more visible the mystery becomes, the less simple it appears. Every clue opens new alternatives. Every pattern creates new interpretive risks. There is no dignity in pretending certainty that has not been earned. The strength of this episode lies in accepting that the door has not opened fully. At most, it may have shifted. A key may have brushed the mechanism. A sound may have come from behind it. Movement may have been heard. But the room beyond remains mostly dark. And perhaps that is why the final impression of high voltage lingers so effectively. Not because of the electricity alone, though that image is difficult to forget. Not because the bubble or the blob have been solved, because they have not. But because the episode leaves behind the unmistakable sense that the team has reached a place where challenge produces consequence. That they have moved beyond asking whether something unusual is happening, and closer to asking what kind of thing it is that happens back. For those who have watched this ranch resist explanation year after year, that is a profound shift. It suggests that the investigation is no longer merely collecting mysteries. It is beginning, however slowly, to define the conditions under which the mystery becomes visible. And that is where the most thoughtful suspense lies. Not in answers delivered too soon, but in the narrowing of the question. Not in the comfort of resolution, but in the realization that a phenomenon once treated as elusive may, under the right circumstances, be coaxed into leaving a trace of itself behind. So the final feeling this episode leaves us with is not fear, and not triumph. It is something quieter. Something steadier. A sober wonder. The kind that comes when intelligent people apply force to the unknown and, for a brief moment, the unknown appears to shift in reply. The bubble remains. The blob remains. The ranch remains what it has long been, a place where language struggles to keep up with observation. But after tonight, it also feels like something more. A place where energy may not simply vanish into darkness, but encounter structure within it. A place where invisible space may have contour. A place where a flash in the night may do more than illuminate the ground. It may illuminate the limits of what we thought empty air could hide. That is the unfinished circuit at the heart of high voltage. The current has been sent. The question has been asked. The answer, if it came, did not come plainly. It arrived in fragments, in clues, in uneasy correlations gathered around a thing the team still calls the blob because they have not yet found a better word. But perhaps that is enough for now. Perhaps the value of this night lies not in naming what was touched, but in recognizing that something may indeed have been touched. And if that is true, then the mystery at Skinwalker Ranch is no longer only a matter of what can be seen drifting in the dark or measured in the margins. It is a matter of response. Of interaction. Of a hidden order that may reveal itself only when challenged by the right force, at the right place, in the right moment. There are stories that end when the lights go out. This one may only begin there. There are mornings at Skinwalker Ranch when the land seems to wait. Not for weather. Not for visitors. Not even for answers. It waits the way an old house waits after a sound in the night, holding still as if something unseen has already passed through it and left a question behind. And in The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, Season 7, Episode 8, Rocket Men, that feeling settles over the property almost at once. The sun is up. The equipment is real. The men preparing the test are experienced, methodical, and calm. Nothing about the scene asks for superstition. Nothing asks to be exaggerated. And yet the ranch does what it has done so many times before. It makes ordinary preparation feel like the approach to something that may already know it is being watched. For years, the mystery of this place has seemed to rise from the ground itself. From the soil. From the stone. From the mesa. From the stories tied to the land and the measurements that refuse to remain simple. Time and again, the investigation has circled back to the same uneasy possibility, that Skinwalker Ranch is not just a location where strange things happen, but a place where different layers of reality appear to lean against one another. Some clues seem buried. Others seem scattered across the surface. Others gather in the air, momentary and elusive, as if the ranch were less a piece of property than a kind of vertical puzzle, one that begins underfoot, passes through the observer, and continues upward into a space that no one can quite define. That is what makes this day feel different. Because on this day, the team is not simply reacting to another unexplained incident. They are not waiting for something strange to happen and then trying to describe it afterward. They are preparing to go looking for a specific region high above the triangle, using specialized rockets as instruments of inquiry. Not toys. Not spectacle. Tools. Their purpose is clear enough to state, but unsettling in its implications. If the strange events at the ranch are connected, and if the triangle has repeatedly emerged as a focal point of those events, then what if the real pattern is not only on the ground? What if the most important part of the mystery is suspended above it? That question changes the feel of everything. The triangle has long held a certain gravity in the story of Skinwalker Ranch. Even when nothing visible is there, it carries the weight of accumulated attention. It is less a shape on a map than a place where expectation itself has been trained by repetition. Too many experiments have bent toward it. Too many oddities have brushed against it. Too many observers have learned to glance there, almost reflexively, when the ranch begins to behave in a way no one can easily explain. But a familiar place can become invisible through familiarity. The eye adjusts. The mind edits. A field is just a field until it refuses, once again, to behave like one. Now the eye has shifted upward. And with that shift comes an almost intimate unease. Because the higher the team looks, the closer the mystery seems to move. That is the paradox at the heart of Rocket Men. Distance should create detachment. Altitude should make the unknown feel remote. But here, the opposite begins to happen. The air above the triangle does not feel far away. It feels occupied by possibility. The sky, which should represent openness, begins to suggest boundary. Not a visible one. Not a line that can be photographed cleanly and agreed upon by everyone. Something more unnerving than that. A region. A corridor. A zone where previous assumptions may no longer be reliable. And if that sounds like too much to place on a patch of air, it is worth remembering what has led the team here. Season 7 has not been built on a single event. It has been built on accumulation. On the slow dignity of repeated attempts to understand a place that resists being understood in one dramatic stroke. Earlier investigations pushed into the mesa and brought forward clues suggestive of buried structures and hidden materials. Tests in the triangle seem to tease out new patterns. The bubble, a term that has come to describe a concentrated and recurring area of concern, became not just a concept but a working part of the team's investigative vocabulary. Even experiments involving electricity hinted that the ranch might not simply produce isolated disturbances, but respond in ways that imply relationship, structure, and recurrence. That progression matters. Older viewers understand something that younger storytelling often forgets: the deepest mysteries are not built by noise. They are built by persistence. By one small irregularity that survives dismissal. Then another. Then another. By patient comparison. By the quiet accumulation of things that should not line up, and yet somehow do. What Season 7 has been doing, week by week, is turning scattered disturbances into something more troubling than a collection of odd moments. It has been slowly suggesting a system. Not a solved system. Not a system anyone can describe with confidence from beginning to end. But enough of a system to force a new question. If buried objects, aerial anomalies, strange concentrations of activity, and repeatable trouble around certain locations all belong to the same larger pattern, then where does that pattern express itself most clearly? Underground? At ground level? In the atmosphere? Or somewhere in the relationship between all three? By episode 8, the question is no longer just, did something strange happen here? The question has matured into something more demanding. Where is it concentrated? How does it behave? And what happens when you stop treating the mystery as a series of accidents and begin treating it as if it has geometry? That is why rockets. And that is why now. There is something almost old-fashioned, in the best sense, about the choice. Rockets feel physical. Direct. Honest. They rise on force, carry instruments through space, and trace a path that can be watched, measured, and compared. They are not an appeal to fantasy. They are an appeal to altitude. To access. To a layer of the environment that may be too brief, too unstable, or too easily misread when observed only from the ground. If the team suspects that a meaningful anomaly exists high above the triangle, then the rockets offer a way to probe that suspicion rather than merely discuss it. And discussion has its limits. Skinwalker Ranch has already taught these investigators that ordinary observation can become unreliable in extraordinary circumstances. Instruments may fail. Signals may distort. Human impressions may be sincere and still insufficient. A sudden experience can feel important and remain impossible to frame. That is why today's launch carries more than technical interest. It carries philosophical weight. It is an attempt to move from watching to testing. From wondering whether a region exists to asking what happens when a device enters it. The scene on the ground reflects that seriousness. No one behaves as if this is a game. The preparation itself becomes part of the tension. Equipment is checked. Procedures are reviewed. Attention narrows. Experienced men fall into the kind of purposeful rhythm that comes from knowing exactly how many ways a test can go wrong, even under normal conditions. And normal is the one word this ranch has made difficult to trust. That is another reason the opening mood of Rocket Men feels so effective. It does not shout. It does not need to. The tension comes from competence colliding with uncertainty. The team knows how to prepare a launch. They know what a rocket should do. They know what the instruments are meant to capture. But they also know they are carrying all of that knowledge into a place where previous expectations have often been disrupted in ways no one anticipated. Even before the first countdown begins, the audience can feel the unstable meeting point between skill and mystery. What are they sending upward, exactly? Not just hardware. They are sending a question. And perhaps, whether they intend to or not, they are sending a challenge. Because if there is something structured above the triangle, some field, some zone, some condition that behaves differently from the surrounding air, then a rocket becomes more than a probe. It becomes a first point of contact between theory and reality. The launch is no longer simply about ascent. It is about encounter. The possibility that a moving object, properly tracked, may reveal whether the sky above this place is truly just sky. That is a remarkable shift in the logic of the season. Earlier episodes pressed into the ranch as though the deepest answer might be buried inside the property, hidden within the mesa or masked by the earth itself. But now the logic stretches vertically. The mystery is no longer confined to what lies beneath the surface. It may extend upward in a column. A stack of effects. A hidden architecture whose footprint appears on the ground but whose behavior may only make sense when viewed in 3 dimensions. And once that idea enters the viewer's mind, the ranch changes shape. The field is no longer a field. The triangle is no longer merely an area between markers. It becomes the base of something. Perhaps invisible. Perhaps temporary. Perhaps responsive. but something that cannot be reduced to folklore or casual speculation if repeated testing keeps circling back to it. The sky above it, previously ignored because it could not be held or excavated, now becomes the most charged space in the episode. The countdown approaches. And the silence before it matters. There is a kind of silence made by nature, and another made by attention. This is the second kind. A silence in which every person present is listening not only for the launch command, but for what the moment might reveal about everything that came before it. The air feels suddenly narrative, as if it has stored too many unresolved events to remain neutral. Eyes move between instruments, launch apparatus, and open sky. Voices grow precise. There is no need for melodrama because anticipation does what melodrama tries, and often fails, to accomplish. It narrows the world. The first rocket matters because every first attempt matters. It carries the burden of being both simple and symbolic. In one sense, it is just the beginning of a test series. In another, it is the opening strike against a long wall of uncertainty. If it behaves normally, that tells the team something. If it does not, that tells them something else. Either way, the launch is important because it forces the ranch into response, or into the appearance of response. When the rocket finally rises, the moment is brief in clock time and expansive in meaning. The body reacts first. Heads tilt upward. Tracking begins. Attention splits. Part of the team follows the visible path. Part of the team follows the numbers. In this kind of investigation, the sky and the data must be watched at once, because one can deceive without the other. A launch can look clean and still carry hidden irregularities. A curve in trajectory may seem unremarkable until compared against what was expected. A signal can flicker for reasons that are either trivial or deeply consequential. Everything depends on correlation. And it is here that Skinwalker Ranch often becomes most unsettling, not during the obvious moments, but during the subtle ones. The tiny mismatches. The small failures of fit. The result that is not dramatic enough to settle the matter, but wrong enough that it refuses to disappear when rational explanation is applied to it. A reading is off. A motion does not fully align. A pattern emerges that should not be emerging, at least not according to expectation. No one has to overreact. In fact, the more restrained the response, the stronger the tension becomes. A changed tone. A pause before someone speaks. A glance from one instrument to another. The unspoken decision to check again rather than announce too quickly what a single irregularity might mean. This is how serious people behave when data begins to resist ordinary interpretation. And that resistance is the real turning point. Because once the experiment stops behaving normally, the ranch changes again. Not on the surface. Not in any way the casual I would recognize from a distance. But within the logic of the investigation, a door has opened. The team may not know what they are looking at yet. In some ways, they know less than ever, because uncertainty intensifies the moment facts begin to loosen from expectation. But they do know this: something has happened that deserves sustained attention. Something that is not easily dismissed as mere imagination. Something that moves the test out of the realm of demonstration and into the realm of consequence. At this stage, possibilities multiply. Could the anomaly be instrumental? Could an equipment issue be creating the illusion of strangeness? Perhaps. Serious investigation requires that possibility to remain on the table. Could atmospheric conditions be responsible? Could chance produce an odd-looking result? Could the rocket itself behave in some small unexpected way unrelated to the ranch? Of course. All of that must be considered. The team knows it. The audience, especially an older audience, should feel that the script knows it too. But mature skepticism does not mean flattening the moment. It means holding competing explanations long enough to see which ones survive. And that is where the emotional power of Rocket Men deepens. The team is not rushing toward wonder. They are being led there carefully, almost unwillingly, by converging irregularities. A single odd detail can be shrugged away. A second may still be coincidence. But a cluster of deviations, especially in a place already burdened by prior anomalies, begins to create a different kind of pressure. Not proof, perhaps. Not yet. But narrative pressure. Scientific pressure. Human pressure. The pressure of realizing that the test may not simply have encountered noise. It may have touched the edge of a mechanism. That word matters, mechanism. Not because the episode proves one exists, but because it introduces the possibility that what has long seemed chaotic may contain underlying order. The discovery hinted at in this episode is significant precisely because it is not framed as a cheap answer. It is presented as something more serious, and in some ways more unsettling, a clue that may explain the mysterious phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch. Not explain everything. Not resolve every strange report. Not close the case. But perhaps explain enough to change the shape of the mystery. There is a difference between witnessing an unexplained event and finding a pattern that could account for several unexplained events at once. The first is startling. The second is destabilizing. Because once a mystery begins to acquire structure, it becomes harder to dismiss. Easier to investigate, perhaps. But also heavier. More real. More troubling. A random disturbance can be filed away. A repeatable concentration above a specific location, one that interacts with instruments or flight paths in a measurable way, suggests that the ranch is not simply haunted by stories or accidents. It suggests that something about the place may be organized. If that is true, even partially true, then the implications spread backward through the season like light entering a dark hallway. The mesa clues look different. Buried objects or unusual materials would no longer stand alone as curiosities. They might become part of a layered environment. The smoke tests at the triangle would appear less theatrical and more diagnostic. Bubble-centered anomalies would feel less like strange episodes and more like symptoms of a broader field of activity. Even the use of electricity in earlier experiments begins to carry new interpretive weight, as if the team has been brushing against different expressions of the same hidden order without yet seeing the whole. That is why the emotional shift inside the episode matters so much. The team is no longer only saying, "We saw something strange." The deeper, quieter realization is this: we may be beginning to understand how some of these strange things relate to one another. That is not triumph. It is gravity. Because any possible explanation now carries obligations. It must be tested again. Compared. Challenged. Survived. The ranch has already shown a talent for seducing people into premature certainty, whether skeptical or believing. Serious investigators know that the most dangerous moment in a mystery is not ignorance. It is the first moment when an answer appears close enough to touch. That is when discipline matters most. That is when interpretation must slow down, not speed up. And yet discipline does not erase all. If anything, it refines it. There is a solemn wonder in realizing that years of fragments may belong to a coherent pattern. A pattern does not remove the unknown. It gives the unknown edges. It makes the invisible harder to laugh away. The air above the triangle, if this discovery means what the team suspects it may mean, is no longer empty space where observers happen to project fear or fascination. It becomes a location with meaning. A region of potential interaction. A place where causes and effects may briefly reveal themselves to those willing to look in the right way. Perhaps that is the most haunting idea in the episode, that the ranch may have been indicating this all along. Not clearly. Not generously. Not in a way that would spare anyone confusion. But consistently enough that, after years of experiments, the clues begin to line up. As though the property had never been random, only difficult to read. As though the triangle had always been less a symbol than a base point. And the strange air above it had always been the missing dimension no one could fully grasp because it could not be dug, held, or photographed into submission. When the possibility of a new clue settles in, the human dimension of the story rises with it. These are not people encountering mystery for the first time. They have lived with uncertainty. Worked through false starts. Endured public scrutiny. Faced the odd loneliness that comes with trying to describe events that many people would dismiss before hearing the full account. Near breakthrough moments carry their own burden. They are exciting, yes, but not in the simplistic way television often presents excitement. This kind of excitement is heavy. It asks for restraint. For careful speech. For the humility to admit that even meaningful evidence may arrive incomplete. That emotional texture is one of the strongest parts of the episode's shape. No one truly wins here. Not in the ordinary sense. A good day on Skinwalker Ranch is not a day when the mystery disappears. It is a day when the mystery reveals one more aspect of itself without collapsing into nonsense or spectacle. The team's challenge, then, is not merely to notice the clue. It is to live with what noticing it now requires. Because from this point forward, every future experiment will be shadowed by what the rockets may have found. If the anomaly has altitude, then future tests must account for that. If it is localized above the triangle, then the geography of the ranch becomes inseparable from vertical space. If it is measurable and repeatable, then the conversation changes from whether strange things happen to how far the structure of those things extends. And if the discovery does connect with earlier events, then the ranch begins to look less like a collection of mysteries and more like a single mystery wearing different masks. That possibility brings a peculiar kind of relief. And a deeper dread. Relief, because pattern is easier to confront than chaos. Human beings can endure the unknown if they believe it contains order. Dread, because order implies something more persistent than accident. A repeated disturbance is disturbing enough. A meaningful configuration is worse. It suggests that the ranch is not merely a place where perception fails. It may be a place where reality behaves according to rules not yet understood, but not entirely without rules. For the audience, especially those who value patience over performance, that is the intellectual reward of Rocket Men. It does not ask them to believe too much. It asks them to notice how much now deserves to be taken seriously. The ranch remains resistant. The evidence remains incomplete. Alternative explanations remain necessary. But something has shifted. The sky above the triangle has acquired narrative mass. It can no longer be treated as blank space between the land and the clouds. It has become part of the story, perhaps one of its most important parts. And that changes the emotional image the episode leaves behind. Not the launch itself, though that matters. Not the equipment, or the discussions, or the procedural details. The lasting image is stranger and quieter than that. It is the image of open sky that no longer feels open. Of air that has become specific. Of a place everyone can see, and no one can quite define. After Rocket Men, the ranch is no longer simply horizontal in the mind. It is vertical. Layered. Rising beyond the ground in a way that makes every previous clue feel newly provisional. Even the title begins to resonate differently. Rocket Men sounds at first like motion, initiative, force. But by the end of the episode, it feels more like witness. The rockets are not the heroes of the hour. They are emissaries. Brief instruments sent upward to ask a difficult question of a difficult place. What they bring back is not certainty. It is something rarer, and in some ways more valuable. Orientation. A suggestion of shape. The first outline of an answer that may explain part of the ranch without reducing it. And that is where the deepest suspense remains. Because if the team has truly identified where some portion of the phenomena reveals itself most clearly, what happens next? What happens when they return to that region with more refined instruments? What happens if they test at greater altitude, with tighter controls, with multiple points of correlation? What happens if the pattern holds? And perhaps most unsettling of all, what happens if the pattern does not simply exist, but responds? Those questions are not resolved here. They should not be. A mystery this old, this layered, and this publicly contested would only become less believable if it tied itself into a neat ribbon. Rocket Men is stronger than that. It ends where serious investigations often end, with one door opened and a darker room beyond it. By the close of the episode, the viewer is left with a feeling both satisfying and deeply incomplete. Something meaningful has happened. The ranch has not merely produced another anecdote. It has offered, however cautiously, a clue that may connect phenomena once treated as separate. That is real progress. But progress in a place like this does not bring comfort. It sharpens the outline of what remains unknown. If the strange events are organized, localized, and measurable high above the triangle, then Skinwalker Ranch becomes less a theater of random oddity and more a place with hidden structure. And structure is far more unsettling than chaos. Chaos can be dismissed as confusion. Structure suggests intention, or at least persistence. Structure stays. Structure waits to be rediscovered. Structure means the next experiment is not starting from zero, because something may already be there, in the same place, above the same ground, prepared to distort, reveal, or remain just out of reach once again. So when the day at last settles, and the ranch returns to its surface stillness, nothing is really still. The land has shifted in meaning. The sky has deepened. The triangle, that familiar patch of terrain, now feels less like a location than the lower edge of a larger mystery extending upward into viewless space. The rockets rose and fell. The data was gathered. The discussion moved carefully toward interpretation. But the most lasting result may be simpler than any single reading. The mystery may finally have a shape. Not a final shape. Not a complete one. But enough of one to trouble the mind long after the episode ends. Enough to make the open sky above Skinwalker Ranch feel, from now on, like one of the most crowded places on Earth. Some places do not hide their secrets. They relocate them. And in this episode, that may be the most disturbing thing of all. If you are here for the right breakdown, this is it. The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Season 7, Episode 9, titled Up in Smoke. Aired July 14, 2026, and from its opening premise alone, it carries the chilling suggestion that the ranch did not simply resist investigation, it answered from somewhere else. There is a certain kind of mystery that grows louder the moment people think they have finally narrowed it down. Not louder in sound, but louder in implication. It stops behaving like a puzzle and starts behaving like a presence. That is the atmosphere hanging over. Up in Smoke. On paper, the episode sounds almost methodical. The team works to smoke out answers at Homestead 2. The objective appears clear. The target area appears chosen. The logic seems straightforward. If something has been lingering there, if some pattern, force, or anomaly has truly been tied to that location, then a carefully staged effort might bring it into clearer view. But that is only the setup. What gives this episode its power is the way the setup begins to fail as a map of what actually matters. Because the real unease in this hour comes from a simple but devastating shift. The team focuses on Homestead 2. Yet the ranch seems to react somewhere unexpected. And once that happens, the entire emotional structure of the episode changes. It no longer feels like an investigation moving deeper into one point. It feels like a place slipping sideways out of the investigator's hands. And for viewers who have followed long enough to understand the emotional rhythm of this series, that kind of shift is more than strange. It is profoundly unsettling. It suggests that the ranch may not merely contain anomalies. It may redirect attention itself. That is why the title, Up in Smoke, works on more than one level. At first glance, it sounds like a reference to the experiment, to the visual medium being used, to the very practical act of pushing smoke through a space in hopes of revealing movement or reaction. But by the end, the phrase feels broader and more ominous. Plans go up in smoke. Certainty goes up in smoke. The idea that one can choose a target, define the conditions, and expect the unknown to remain obediently within those conditions, that goes up in smoke too. The title becomes less a description of the test and more an obituary for control. And that matters because this episode is not frightening in a loud way. It is frightening in a disciplined way. It never needs to overstate what it is doing. In fact, its restraint is part of what makes it linger. The premise is lean. The summary is sparse. The events, in broad terms, are simple enough to describe. But what opens up inside those events is something much larger. The team attempts to draw answers out of one place. Something strange appears at another. That's the surface. Underneath it sits a far more troubling possibility. What if the phenomenon does not merely react to investigation? What if it reorganizes around it? To understand why that possibility lands so hard, we have to stay with Homestead 2 for a moment. Because Homestead 2, in the language of this series, is never just a location. It carries emotional memory. It carries residue. It feels like one of those places where each return is haunted by the returns before it. Even without inventing details beyond the episode summary, the mood is clear. Homestead 2 is approached not as a blank patch of ground, but as a pressure point. It is a place that already comes preloaded with tension. The team is not merely setting up an experiment there. They are stepping back into a zone where expectation and unease already overlap. That's important, because when investigators return to a pressure point, the investigation changes character. The experiment may be new, but the emotional reality is not. Every movement inside that space carries the weight of previous uncertainty. Every choice says, in effect, we are not done with this place yet. We still believe it matters. We still suspect something here. And with that comes a kind of seriousness that older viewers especially will recognize. This is not the excitement of novelty. It is the gravity of unfinished business. So why use smoke? Because smoke promises disclosure. It promises shape. It offers the hope that what cannot normally be seen might become visible once it disturbs the air. Smoke has a practical appeal in any investigation involving hidden pathways, invisible movement, or subtle environmental disturbance. It can reveal currents. It can expose direction. It can betray intrusion. But smoke is also deceptive. It blurs edges. It turns stillness into ambiguity. It creates forms that seem real until they dissolve. In ordinary conditions, that would make smoke a difficult but useful tool. In a place already associated with anomaly, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a visual trap. That trap works on everyone, the investigators, the viewers, even the narration of the episode itself. Smoke gives the illusion that we are getting closer to certainty, when in fact we may simply be entering a field where interpretation becomes more fragile. It is one thing to scan a landscape in clean light. It is another to watch that same landscape become unstable, layered, obscured, and suggestive. Smoke changes the meaning of distance. It can make something near look far, something solid look transient, and something ordinary look charged. It fills a space without settling it. And that is the perfect metaphor for what Up in Smoke ultimately becomes. The episode introduces more material into the frame, but instead of creating clarity, it creates conditions under which the central question becomes harder to pin down. This is where the episode begins to feel almost philosophical. Because beneath the experiment is a more mature anxiety. What if the tools we use to reveal the unknown also make the unknown harder to interpret? What if visibility itself is not the same as understanding? That distinction matters. A thing can become more visible and less knowable at the same time. A place can reveal more and explain less. And Skinwalker Ranch, perhaps more than any setting in modern paranormal television, thrives inside that contradiction. It is a landscape where attempts at exposure can generate new layers of uncertainty instead of resolving the old ones. That is why the pivot in this episode hits with such force. While the team is focused on Homestead 2, while the emotional and investigative center of the hour is locked onto that site, something strange appears in an unexpected area of the ranch. That single development does more than surprise the audience. It breaks the structure of the investigation. The original logic of the episode is suddenly inadequate. We are no longer simply watching a targeted effort unfold in a targeted space. We are watching a targeted effort produce relevance somewhere else. And once that happens, the ranch begins to feel less like a setting and more like a system. That distinction is crucial. A setting is passive. A system is relational. A setting contains events. A system redistributes them. If the strange activity had remained tied only to Homestead 2, the episode would still have been eerie, still worth discussing, still rich with implication. But by allowing the summary itself to point toward an unexpected area, the episode introduces a far more sophisticated kind of unease. It suggests that pressure applied in one place may lead to manifestation in another. It suggests a field of interconnection rather than isolated hotspots. And that idea, even in its simplest form, has enormous consequences. Because if the phenomenon behaves relationally, then the investigators are facing a very different problem than they may first appear to be solving. They are not only trying to uncover what is happening at a single location. They are trying to understand the terrain in which one location may trigger or correlate with another. They may think they are narrowing the field, when in fact they are energizing it. They may believe they are cornering the unknown, when in reality they are giving it new ways to move. And that is what gives this episode its uncanny maturity. It refuses the comfort of a neat experiment. It doesn't allow the viewer to remain inside a tidy cause and effect chain. Instead, it opens the possibility that the ranch may respond asymmetrically, that it may answer a direct question indirectly. There is something deeply unnerving about that. Most of us can accept mystery when it simply remains hidden. But mystery that appears to shift position in response to scrutiny feels different. It feels less like absence and more like evasion. This is the point where the episode begins to carry a stronger psychological undertow. Because the most troubling thought is not just that something strange appeared elsewhere. It is that attention itself may have been manipulated. The team directs its focus to Homestead 2. The viewer is conditioned to focus there too. The entire emotional weight of the episode, at least initially, leans in that direction. Then the unexpected area enters the story, and suddenly both the investigation and the audience are forced to confront an uncomfortable possibility. Were we looking where we were meant to look, or where we were meant not to look? That question transforms the experience of the episode. It turns observation into doubt. It makes concentration feel almost dangerous. If the ranch can effectively pull focus away from what matters most, or perhaps even use focus as part of the phenomenon's own pattern, then investigation becomes a more delicate act than it first appears. The researchers are not just measuring events. They may be participating in them. Their attention may not simply record the mystery. It may help shape the way the mystery presents itself. Now, to be clear, none of this requires us to invent scenes, dialogue, or dramatic embellishment. The strength of Up in Smoke is precisely that the premise is modest enough to support deep interpretation without needing exaggerated claims. The team works to smoke out answers at Homestead 2. Strange things appear elsewhere. That's all we need. Because the emotional force lies not in adding more details than the episode gives us, but in following the implications of the details it does give. And those implications are potent. One of the most compelling is the possibility of displacement. Not displacement in a theatrical science fiction sense, but in an investigative sense. The phenomenon may not be remaining fixed at the point of pressure. It may be manifesting at the edge of the test rather than inside it. That is a nightmare for anyone trying to establish controlled conditions. It means a result can occur without occurring where you expected it. It means the event you provoke may not resemble the event you hope to document. It means a test can succeed and fail at the same time, succeed in producing a reaction, fail in producing a clean interpretation of that reaction. And this may be why the episode feels so much more haunting after it ends than during its most immediate moments. In the moment, you are following the visible line of the experiment. Afterward, you are left with the architecture of what happened. You begin to realize that the most meaningful development may not have been the one taking place inside the chosen frame. It may have been the one occurring just beyond it. The ranch, in that reading, does not merely hide information. It rearranges where information appears. That thought leads to another, even darker one. Perhaps the team was never fully choosing the battlefield. Perhaps they were only choosing where to apply pressure, not where the pressure would return. That is a chilling distinction. It means the investigation is not a straight line from question to answer. It is a disturbance inserted into a larger environment, one that can absorb that disturbance and return it in another form somewhere else. If that is true, then every test on the ranch may contain an invisible second site, a place not originally designated, but nonetheless activated by the act of inquiry. This is why the unexpected area of the ranch becomes so important to the story. It is not merely a side note. It is the episode's challenge to its own premise. It asks us whether the apparent center of the story was ever truly the center at all. Homestead 2 may be where the team begins. But the unexpected area may be where the ranch reveals how it actually wants to be read. And if that is the case, then the episode quietly argues for a more radical understanding of the entire property. Not a series of isolated zones, but a linked field in which attention, provocation, and anomaly interact across distance. For a mature audience, this kind of episode resonates because it reflects something larger than paranormal intrigue. It reflects the way reality itself often behaves when we think we have pinned it down. We ask one question and life answers another. We prepare for trouble in one room and discover it has already moved to the next. We direct all our concentration toward a visible problem, only to find that the deeper issue has been unfolding just outside our chosen frame. That is why Up in Smoke feels less like a stunt-driven installment and more like a meditation on uncertainty. It reminds us that the search for answers can change the terrain of the search. There is also something elegant about the title in that regard. Smoke does not stay put. It drifts. It spreads. It reveals currents by obeying them. In a way, the entire episode behaves like smoke. The investigation begins with a defined objective, then starts to diffuse into a larger pattern. What looked concentrated becomes distributed. What looked targeted becomes atmospheric. The story itself drifts from one center to another, and by doing so, it communicates a larger truth. On this ranch, the boundary between location and implication may be much weaker than anyone wants it to be. That gives the episode a distinctly documentary quality when viewed through a YouTube breakdown lens. It is not only asking, what happened? It is asking, what does the structure of what happened tell us? That is the better question. The individual event matters, of course. But the structure matters more. The sequence matters more. Pressure is applied here. Strange activity appears there. The line connecting those two facts is the real mystery. And because that line remains unresolved, the episode achieves something rare. It deepens interest without pretending to settle it. In lesser material, unresolved questions can feel like emptiness. Here, they feel like gravity. The unanswered parts of Up in Smoke are not frustrating because they reveal too little. They are compelling because they imply too much. The episode does not close down possibilities. It opens them. It invites the viewer to consider whether the most serious mistake in approaching Skinwalker Ranch is assuming that the phenomenon will manifest where human logic says it should. This episode warns that the ranch may have its own logic of emergence, one that responds to provocation, but not obediently, one that acknowledges scrutiny, but on terms the investigators do not control. And if we accept even part of that, then the emotional meaning of the hour becomes much heavier. The team is not simply running tests in a haunted landscape. They may be interacting with a pattern that anticipates the conditions of observation. That does not mean we need to leap to grand conclusions. In fact, the episode is more effective when we resist the temptation to overstate it. The mature fear here is subtler. It is the fear that the unknown may be one move ahead, not because it is supernatural in some flamboyant sense, but because it does not have to play by the assumptions built into human investigation. That may be the episode's quiet thesis. Not that the phenomenon is all-powerful. Not that every anomaly is evidence of intent. But that the relationship between inquiry and manifestation on this ranch may be more dynamic, more distributed, and more psychologically disorienting than a normal investigative model can easily contain. The team tries to bring the invisible to heel at Homestead 2. Instead, the hour suggests that visibility itself may migrate. The answer, or part of it, may step out somewhere else. Once you see the episode that way, even its pacing feels different. The early focus on Homestead 2 stops feeling like the whole story and starts feeling like the necessary narrowing that allows the later expansion to hit. The smoke test becomes not just an experiment, but a dramatic instrument, something that concentrates expectation so that the unexpected can later rupture it. That is good storytelling, yes. But more importantly, it is good investigative storytelling, because it mirrors the emotional experience of real uncertainty. We never feel most destabilized when nothing happens. We feel most destabilized when something happens where it shouldn't. And this is where the breakdown becomes most valuable for viewers. Because a good documentary-style reading of an episode like this does not just recount events. It restores weight to what can otherwise be missed. It shows why the unexpected area matters. It shows why the experiment's apparent target may not be the full target. It shows why the most revealing part of the hour may lie in the dislocation itself. Up in Smoke is not merely about trying to see something hidden. It is about discovering that the hidden may not remain where you force it to be seen. By the closing stretch, what lingers is not a solved mystery, but a changed relationship to the mystery. Homestead 2 still matters. The team's effort still matters. The smoke operation still matters. But they now matter as part of a larger, less stable picture. The episode leaves behind the sense that every attempt to isolate the phenomenon may also teach us something about how the phenomenon avoids isolation. That is a haunting idea. It means the ranch may not just resist explanation. It may evolve within the very act of being examined. And perhaps that is why this episode stays with you after the details begin to fade. Not because it offers definitive proof. Not because it delivers a clean conclusion. But because it leaves behind a more difficult and more adult form of dread, the possibility that the unknown does not merely wait in darkness to be discovered. It listens for pressure. It shifts with focus. It appears where expectation is weakest. And every time the investigators believe they have finally chosen the right place to look, the ranch reminds them that looking is not the same as finding. So what does? The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Season 7, Episode 9. Up in Smoke. Ultimately leave us with a team trying to draw answers from Homestead 2. A strange development in an unexpected area. And a deeply unsettling suspicion that the ranch may not experience investigation the way investigators do. Where the team sees a target, the ranch may see a trigger. Where the team sees a controlled test, the ranch may generate an off-center reply. And where the audience expects revelation, the episode delivers something stranger, relocation. That is why the hour feels serious long after it ends. Because if a place can answer from the margins, then the margins become terrifyingly important. If a phenomenon can respond beyond the chosen frame, then no frame is secure. And if every effort to corner the mystery only teaches it how to move, then the greatest danger may not be what the team fails to see. It may be the confidence with which they think they know where to look. Some mysteries remain unsolved because they are buried too deeply. Others remain unsolved because they never stay where they are buried. And up in smoke. The most chilling possibility is not that the ranch refused to answer. It's that it answered clearly enough to be felt, but far enough away to make certainty disappear the moment we reached for it.
A young man's spiritual journey.
I was a boy, 16 years old, when I said, this is not God. What are we talking about?
A controversial bestseller.
I was mesmerized by it. I couldn't put it down.
And a scientific theory that threatened to change the world.
Everything was turned upside down by Eric von Däniken.
Just what are the facts behind Eric von Däniken and ancient astronaut theory? What were the divine inspirations?
The ancient Egyptians did build the pyramids with the assistance of the guardians of the sky.
The bizarre revelations.
We're just starting to rediscover ancient technology that did exist thousands of years ago.
And the shocking conclusions that were too incredible to be ignored.
Even if there is a chance in 10 million that he is right, then everything changes.
We have been visited, and these visitors will return to Earth again.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, what does this say not only about mankind's past, but about its future? Minneapolis, Minnesota, October 2012.
I want to introduce Eric von Däniken.
Hundreds gather to hear iconic author and researcher Eric von Däniken speak at the Paradigm Symposium, a 4-day event focused on exploring ancient cosmology, anthropology, archaeology, and science fiction.
Maybe we have been visited from outer space. What is the proof? What can we find?
His books have sold over 65 million copies worldwide. He is a hero to some and a heretic to others. But Eric von Däniken's controversial theories have captured the attention of the world and ignited a movement known as ancient astronaut theory.
The scientific community, they were always afraid to think in this way. We have to change our thinking.
Von Däniken's research has taken him all over the world to investigate the unexplained mysteries of ancient cultures. He has spent his lifetime daring to question what mainstream scholars hold to be true.
We are the descendants, ladies and gentlemen. We are the offsprings of these extraterrestrials. And it's not by coincidence.
Eric von Däniken's rise to notoriety began in February 1968, when the Swiss hotel manager turned author published his groundbreaking book, Chariots of the Gods. In it, the young writer theorized that intelligent extraterrestrial beings visited Earth in the distant past and made contact with mankind. It caused a sensation, selling an impressive 500,000 copies in its first year of publication.
When the book first appeared, it was the year where we landed a man on the moon.
And so there's a whole belief now that it was possible to travel into space, that we could send people to space.
Many people were very excited about this whole new ancient astronaut theory. They thought it made sense. We were coming ourselves into the modern space age.
People were really interested in these kinds of subjects and wondering if maybe there had been something that we had secretly discovered on the moon that may have pointed towards extraterrestrial origins for man.
Although the phenomenon of ancient astronauts has been around since the 50s, it was really von Daniken who opened the doors to where it became part of the popular culture.
Chariot of the Gods was a very crucial book for me because it opened my eyes up to the possibility that ancient cultures may have been in connection with or interacting with some sort of off-planet intelligence.
I was mesmerized by it. I couldn't put it down. It might have been the first book I read cover to cover in one day. His theories were just phenomenal, where he talked about the possibility of extraterrestrial visitations.
By using rhetorical questions, von Daniken suggested that evidence of alien close encounters could be found in everything from ancient religious texts and mysterious stone carvings to monumental structures and monoliths located all over the world.
What he basically says is you can no longer look at the traditional interpretations of historical events, historical monuments, historical structures, historical cultures at face value. You have to look at this in a much broader context of what could be perhaps extraterrestrial intervention.
One of the things that Eric did was to take very familiar Bible stories and reinterpret them. Where people are interacting with angels, they're even taken up into space in fiery chariots and things like that. And what it was a re-examination of what we're taught.
But despite being well received by the public, scholars and scientists regarded von Daniken's claims as pseudoscience.
I expected to be ridiculed, but I did not expect the unfair way in which the ridiculing happened in the media. I was at that time attacked. Eric von Daniken said, in reality, in Chariots of the Gods, I had 238 question marks. Nobody read the question mark.
Trailblazers tend to become targets, and so academia for many years has slagged von Daniken, saying it's sloppy research, it's sloppy thinking, it's sloppy analysis. However, as the years have gone on, more and more of his early work has now kind of been vindicated by other people. And I think we can all trace back this interest in this subject to von Daniken's groundbreaking work.
All the great thinkers of our time and in the past have been people who challenge the norm. So Eric von Daniken really challenged the norm of academia to show that these things that we thought of as just religious myths actually have scientific merit, and we need to look into them further.
But what was the source for Eric von Daniken's groundbreaking theory? Where did the notion of alien astronauts visiting the Earth in the ancient past come from?
I was educated in a boarding school led by Jesuits. 3 years we had to translate parts of the Bible from one language into the other. In the first book of Moses, the Lord descends from the heaven down to earth on a holy mountain, with smoke and fire and loud noise and trembling, and everyone was afraid. That was the moment where I said, this is not God. What are we talking about? My God does not need a vehicle in which to move around, which trembles and makes smoke and loud noise. And it were the Jesuit priest who said, Eric, maybe you should read a book of Enoch.
The Book of Enoch was excluded from the Bible and is still considered controversial by many theologians. But for von Daniken, it was proof of something much greater.
it says that Enoch was taken away from our planet Earth by the Lord in a fiery chariot. Now, we knew nothing in the past about flying machines. So, in religious terms, they say, now he has his flight into the heaven. But in my eyes, Enoch, he sees something which in reality was a spaceship.
This omitted account of Enoch's journey only raised more questions for von Daniken. He turned his focus to the story of the biblical prophet Ezekiel. Like Enoch, Ezekiel is also taken away in a fiery vehicle, a vehicle he describes in great technical detail in the pages of the Old Testament. Von Daniken brought the strange text to the attention of his priest.
So the priest said, Ezekiel has a vision. I said, no, that's not the vision, because he describes the noise. He compares the noise with the thundering of a waterfall. It's not a vision, it's something different. Something like the rocket angels. Now we are talking about contact with extraterrestrials, space travel, so it all came together.
Eric wasn't completely rejecting religion or the idea of God, or even angels for that matter. He was looking at things differently, but still keeping a certain spirituality and knowledge of universal truths.
I have grown up as a Catholic, a Christian, and I clearly say I am still one of these believers in God. I pray every evening. We will never lose God, never, when we deal with ancient astronauts.
Is it possible, as Eric von Daniken and other ancient astronaut researchers suggest, that the evidence for real-life close encounters can be found embedded in the pages of the Holy Bible? It was a question that the Swiss teenager was determined to answer, and his search now took him to the Egyptian desert and the mysterious structures known as the Great Pyramids. Northeastern Egypt, 1954. At the age of 19, Eric von Daniken traveled to Giza, 3 miles from Cairo. There, he could examine the Egyptian pyramids firsthand.
I visited Egypt for the first time when I was, a youngster. That was long before Chariots of the Gods. And it impressed me very, very much. I always had the feeling this is not only done by humans. Somebody must have done the planning. Of course, I learned at that time that archaeology says this building is made by a pharaoh with the name of Cheops. I asked, where does the name Cheops come from? Because we don't have a statue of Cheops. We don't have a mummy of Cheops. You would think if somebody makes this gigantic building, like the Great Pyramid, he would be proud and he would say, hey, I did it. I was the one who constructed this. But the Great Pyramid is the total anonymity.
The Great Pyramid has always intrigued the ancient alien theory for a number of reasons. It's the last surviving wonder of the ancient world, and nobody has been able to explain how precisely it was built. Eric is not saying that aliens built it. Eric is saying that the pyramids, specifically the Great Pyramid, the way it is explained by academics today does not fit with what his research is indicating.
The puzzling way in which the Great Pyramid was constructed and the mystery surrounding its purpose served to fuel both the Swiss teenager's curiosity and his imagination. Could it be that everything his teachers had told him about ancient civilizations was false?
The pyramids in Egypt are probably one of the greatest wonders of this planet. Some people say that they're, landing marks for extraterrestrials, power plants, stabilizers for the planet, creating energy waves. There's no doubt that somebody had to provide the information to help get this thing built. because they're just too immense, they're too accurate.
There is absolutely no question that the Great Pyramids at Giza were built by human beings. The ancient Egyptians did it. However, what the ancient Egyptian texts also tell us that the ancient Egyptians did build the pyramids, but with the assistance of the guardians of the sky.
Was it possible the early Egyptians had received otherworldly knowledge in order to construct the Great Pyramid of Giza? And if so, could proof be found by examining other archaeological sites? 1971. Eastern India. It was here, at the Sanskrit College in Calcutta, that Eric von Daniken met with Professor Dilip Kanjilal to study the Vedic Sanskrit, an ancient language used in religious Hindu texts.
Professor Dilip Kanjilal has gone through old Indian texts and made modern versions of it. Now it comes out in the old books. The so-called gods, they used flying machines to travel from heaven to earth.
According to the ancient Vedic texts of India, the gods descended from the sky in flying vehicles. They refer to those vehicles as vimanas. There are very detailed descriptions what these vimanas looked like, how they traveled from place to place, what was necessary in order to pilot them. All those things are described in ancient Hindu texts that are thousands of years old.
And for Eric, he naturally felt that these vimanas were real nuts and bolts, aircraft, and of course he's saying these are the vehicles of the ancient astronauts.
When Eric first went to India, he explored a whole bunch of different sites, and he quickly came to the realization that India is a treasure trove for the ancient astronaut theory, because all over India we can find these magnificent temple towers that are referred to as stupas and also vimanas. And so we have to ask ourselves, where did the form for a stupa come from?
Another great contribution of Eric is that he focused on India. Very few people had really studied the ancient Indian civilization, even though it is thousands of years old. And what he saw there were structures which were alleged to have been replicas of vimanas.
So many Hindu temples in the Far East, they are representations in their architecture, what was going up in the sky. So the upper part of a Hindu temple often is seen as a flying object, as a vimana.
And basically what we're being confronted with is the realization that these people built in stone objects which they seem to have seen in the sky.
When we look at the most ancient records we have coming out of the Vedic texts in India, there are clear descriptions of aerial battles taking place, vimanas. So this really starts to raise the question about our own cycle of history. Is it completely linear, or is it possible that we're just starting to rediscover ancient technology that did exist thousands of years ago?
Ancient texts all over the world talk about flying vehicles, people who could fly through the air, flying horses. But it was Eric who really put it together, that the gods weren't just flying around like Superman. They had to get into some kind of nuts and bolts craft, just like we do, and go somewhere. And this was the chariots of the gods.
Enoch tells us about the guardians of the sky who came down. He says they are called fallen angels, and they wanted to have sex with humans. And the offspring of it were giants. So there were sexual contacts between extraterrestrials and the humans.
What does this mean? Well, it's very simple. Eric von Daniken's interpretation was, we are nothing else but hybrids of an extraterrestrial race that jump-started our civilization thousands and thousands of years ago. And that extraterrestrials, in fact, gave us intelligence. Homo sapiens existed for 250,000 years, but only in the last 50,000 years, this quantum leap all of a sudden happened where we went from munching bananas in a cave to essentially building civilizations.
Science is holding out great hope and expectation that at one point they will find this missing link between everything else on planet Earth and us. But despite looking for over 150 years, they haven't come any closer. The answer might be found in what our ancestors have always said, which is that we have been made by the gods, that we are not like anything else here on planet Earth. We stand out because we have been created.
As we look at the whole history of this planet, there is this huge question. How many advanced intelligences have been on this planet, maybe for millions of years, terraforming and manipulating genes in all kinds of life, and that maybe even modern human is one of those manipulated genetic creations?
Imagine all the knowledge human beings possessed. Astronomy, mathematics, engineering, and writing were brought down from heaven by the gods. It does raise the question, is Daniken right? Because even if there is the faintest possibility, a chance in a million, a chance in 10 million that he is right, then everything changes.
Do ancient religious texts really provide evidence of alien contact with cultures throughout history? Chariots of the Gods had opened the door to much discussion, speculation, and criticism. But its enormous success also gave the Swiss writer the ability to travel the world in search of more answers. It was a search that would take him halfway across the globe to see firsthand the ancient ruins of South America. Bolivia, South America. Here lie the ruins of Pumapunku, a mysterious temple complex located in the ancient city of Tiwanaku. It is believed to have been built about 2,000 years ago. The year he published his best-selling book, Chariots of the Gods, author Eric von Daniken made a pilgrimage to this archaeological site for more proof of his controversial theory that extraterrestrial beings had visited Earth in the distant past.
Pumapunku is in the highland of Bolivia. You stand there and you are absolutely shocked. There are gigantic platforms laying around. At that time, in 1968, there was no archaeological work done up there.
When Eric von Daniken arrived at Pumapunku, here he found evidence, clearly, of lost high technology. We see laser perfection drilled holes, stone that has been somehow liquefied or almost kind of made vitrified and stuck together. This is not possible without the use of high technology.
Eric was able to see these H blocks. They're big granite blocks, all articulated and cut, as if they were pre-manufactured, and in such a way that they would fit together and create these giant walls. It was such a high-tech kind of construction that it boggled everyone's mind.
So what we have in Pumapunku is the traditional, what I would say, Eric von Daniken tackling archaeology. There is, within the methodology of how these stones were constructed, a certain degree of difficulty which our ancestors simply never attained in the surrounding landscape of Tiahuanaco. Stone carvers basically told him that it was almost impossible or extremely difficult to create these artifacts, and that specifically why they would be doing it is something which really defies explanation.
Another aspect of Pumapunku that captivated von Daniken was the legend of its creation, as put forward by the indigenous people of the region.
The population living there are called the Aymara, and the Aymara themselves say that they had no involvement in building Pumapunku. In fact, when you ask them who built Pumapunku, they will point to the sky and they will say, Los dioses, the gods.
In Pumapunku, they say, the gods constructed the place in one night. This makes sense. You have an extraterrestrial crew, they come down to Earth. So they construct with their tools just something which we would call today a basic camp. They behave themselves like ethnologists would do. They learn, they teach a little the humans, they learn their language. One day they disappear, their job is over. They take all their instruments back to the mother spaceship, and left are only a few ruins of the basic camp.
Was Pumapunku really a base camp for extraterrestrials that visited Earth in the distant past? And were the magnificent stones that make up the ruins made with the help of advanced building methods? For Eric von Daniken, the answer was clearly yes. And it compelled him to continue his search nearly 3,000 miles away, at the ruins of another ancient city. Chichen Itza, Mexico. Located on the Yucatan Peninsula are the ruins of an ancient Mayan city that thrived from 750 to 1200 AD. It was here in 1969 that Eric von Daniken had an amazing realization involving the city's central pyramid of El Castillo.
I was standing before this great pyramid, I understood nothing. I took every possible literature from Central American archaeologists to learn what's this all about. And then I learned again, they are talking of visitors from outside. Of course, they call them gods.
According to the ancient Maya myths, their main deity was Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, Kukumats, all those different names for the exact same deity, which was described to be a winged or a flying serpent or a flying snake. Whatever it was that they saw up in the sky could best be described as a flying snake.
When we're looking across the world, Chichen Itza is a very important location. It is one of those places where it is said that the gods descended to and decreed a fate of mankind. And there is one specific pyramid, El Castillo, the castle, where you see an intricate light show happening on specifically the equinoxes, March 21st and September 21st.
In the early morning, you see the sun rising up, and while the sun goes up, you see on the stairway light and shadow, triangles of light and shadow. They are produced because of the 9 platforms. The light and shadow triangles slowly go down the step to the pyramid until the sun is up there. The message is absolutely clear. God Kukulkan visited the earth and disappeared again with the promise to return in a faraway future. So they have given this whole information of the return of the gods into their temple.
And I think this is one of the great things which Eric has done, not just in the story of Chichen Itza, but of so many other aspects on other places in this world as well. whereby he focuses on certain details and says, look, this is important. This is a detail which is extremely difficult to create. This is something which traditional archaeology tends to overlook.
By making a connection between the ancient Maya's knowledge of astronomy and their precise architecture, Eric von Daniken was convinced that there was much more to his ancient alien hypothesis than he had imagined. For further proof, he looked to another Mayan temple, one that housed what some say was the first ancient astronaut, Lord Pakal.
At the ancient Mayan city of Palenque was a tomb that was discovered in the 1950s. And inside this tomb was a lid on this sarcophagus for Lord Pakal. And that lid is very highly decorated with a picture of Lord Pakal. And in that picture, he's doing some really unusual things.
You see a man bending forward, almost like a racing motorcyclist. He has his nose on some kind of oxygen mask. He uses his upper hand to manipulate the knob. You see his lower hand, he manipulates some controls. He's sitting on a kind of chair in a sort of capsule.
When Eric looked at that lid, he saw a Mayan king in a rocket ship. And that guy was returning to the stars, going back into space. It was an exciting interpretation. And it was one of the main things in Chariots of the Gods. And when other people looked at that lid and saw his explanation, they had to agree with him.
Could Eric von Daniken be correct? Was Lord Pakal really an extraterrestrial who visited Earth in the distant past? One who perhaps shared highly advanced knowledge with mankind. After publishing his second book, Gods from Outer Space, in 1970, Eric von Daniken now found himself caught in the crosshairs of a bitter fight between traditional science and conventional religion, which denounced the notion that life existed on other planets. It was a battle the author seemed ill-equipped to fight alone. In the more than 4 decades since the publication of Chariots of the Gods, writer and researcher Eric von Daniken has continued his search for the truth about mankind's otherworldly origins.
I wish and I hope that the society finally starts to take this proposition we make here serious, that the scientific community starts to think in this way. But I have to express one thing very clear. What I do here has nothing to do with the new religion. I would turn myself in my tomb if some idiots create a new religion according to my thinking. This is the last thing I wish. Absolutely not.
And joining Eric von Daniken has been a small but growing number of what have become known as ancient astronaut theorists, men and women who have expanded and at times refined von Daniken's findings.
I'm curious how many people here have seen in their lifetime some unidentified aerial object in the sky. How many hands? You represent what I think is a slice of humanity everywhere, because I am convinced that telling the human family of this planet the truth is probably what most souls are hungering for.
One of the things that we know about human behavior is that it is shaped by our worldview, our paradigm, and I would suggest that this is a very significant time to change this paradigm. We are not alone in the universe, and that we are a part of this bigger network of life.
To me, personally, I think there is a paradigm shift going on, and it's an incredibly positive movement because we're all in this together.
We live in a society which I call reasonable. To be reasonable means to believe what the scientists say. So it's up to us. Just don't accept everything the reasonable ones say. please be unreasonable. I am unreasonable.
What I've really liked about Eric is that he does bring up a lot of unusual ideas. He points out inconsistencies in mainstream archaeology. I've never really bought into all of Eric's conclusions, but I was always interested in it. So, in many ways, he spurred me to go around the world, to remote islands, to unusual archaeological sites. I wanted to check them out for myself. Now, all of his explanations weren't always the explanation I would have given, but it was leading me and other people down a certain track. Investigate this. Go check it out for yourself. Don't just take my word for it.
When I began to explore ancient civilizations, in a library in Belgium, I stumbled upon a book by Eric von Däniken, and I was hooked. Because I think I was one of thousands, if not millions of people who began to realize that ancient history wasn't clear-cut. And he really, in me, began to open up this exploratory process, whereas I had always been interested in recent history, that really this mystery of the ancient world was more complex, more beautiful, and more interesting. And so in the last 2 decades, Eric has informed me on my path of saying we need to explore, we need to open up our minds into trying to understand what our ancient ancestors were doing, because there are still gigantic question marks as to how our past has been created.
We must be open to Eric von Däniken. Däniken is the first man who gutsily came out and faced the world and saying, I think it's possible. That ancient astronauts had come to visit our planet, and the pyramids, the various temples, all this was perhaps remnants of their visits. Now, I must say that I was a great skeptic on the ancient alien theory until recently, because everything has changed for us skeptics. For example, within the last 12 years, we've looked at a little patch of our galactic system, which is the Milky Way, and so far we found 3,000 planets. When we extrapolate the possibility over the whole galactic system, it's estimated that there must be about 1 billion planets in our galaxy alone. So the odds are extremely high of finding life out there. Now, having said this, if we can go out there, why can't they come here? We must be open to the possibility that life on this planet has been touched by extraterrestrial beings.
Thanks to my grandmother, growing up, ideas of ancient aliens and Atlantis and all those alternative viewpoints on history, that was dinner table conversation at my house. I grew up in Switzerland, and Eric von Däniken was Swiss as well. And so I started to attend his lectures. I read and studied all of his books. I have been to places that Eric has described. It has opened my mind to possibilities, because the big point of Eric's books are the questions. What if everything in our past is not the way it's presented to be? What if our planet was visited by extraterrestrials in the past? That means that creation is even more magnificent than what we're being told, because the divine is permeating throughout the entire universe, not just on planet Earth. In fact, Jesus himself said, "My Father's home has many rooms." And so what if that was just a metaphor to suggest that the universe houses a whole bunch of different species, that the universe is teeming with life, and we all belong to it?
Although mainstream scholars have so far refused to acknowledge Eric von Däniken's controversial theories as little more than pseudoscience, his exhaustive efforts on behalf of ancient astronaut theory have started to gain acceptance. Not in the hallowed halls of academia, but with ordinary citizens, men and women who, like the Swiss author himself, prefer to ask their own questions. even if it means challenging Eric von Daniken himself.
The ancient alien hypothesis, what did you put forth that was wrong?
At a time when we have just begun to explore Mars and look forward to an era when space travel is commonplace, might we find the answers to the questions mankind has been asking for centuries? Who are we? Why are we here?
We're going to go back to the moon, and we're going to go to Mars. And so once we become ourselves a spacefaring people, the idea of ancient astronauts coming here will be even more accepted, I think.
It takes decades, sometimes centuries, before a paradigm is changed. And I think what's going to be shown in the next decades is that society as a whole is going to explore this. And I think Eric is going to be perceived as really the instigator of this all, the man who was able to pose the question in such a way that it became acceptable for the people of the world to really ponder it.
We have to bear in mind that he was talking about ancient astronaut stuff nearly 50 years ago, and people are still talking about it to this day. The important thing is, if there was nothing to his work, the whole phenomenon would have died a death.
Did ancient astronauts really come to planet Earth? And if so, what was their purpose? And perhaps even more important, will they come again?
These highly developed people with high technology, high civilization, would interact with these primitive humans and show them certain things, including agriculture and building techniques and how to live together in harmony, in order to try to develop civilization and bring us to a higher state, and the state that we're living in today.
The ancient alien hypothesis, what have you jettisoned in the intervening time? What did you put forth that was wrong, and what have you revised?
Of course, when I was young, I was enthusiastic, and I was not so proper in researching. So there were a few things which I had to learn I was wrong. And then you accept you were wrong, but you try with every book to become better. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I learned we must continue to ask the questions. Our scientists have a tunnel view. They don't want to see things which go further than their thinking. And that's why we all here, we change the thinking, the consciousness among this society. Thank you.
Inevitably, anyone that reads von Daniken's books and thinks carefully about his work, whether they accept his conclusions or not, they cannot fail to wonder and ponder on the idea of, has religion actually got it wrong? Were we just really visited by ancient aliens and nothing else? And we've incorporated that into our belief systems and created these structured religions which are based on ancient UFO visits.
Looking at our planet, we have two groups of humans. One group is religious. The other group is the scientific group. The religious group believe that God created everything, the whole universe, the suns, the solar systems, the trees, the plants, the animal, but we humans are the crown of creation. The other group, the scientific group, they think we know everything about mutation, selection, but we are on top of evolution. Now in both cases, we think we humans are the greatest. There is nothing higher than we. We have to learn that we are just one of the million species out there. We have been visited and it continues. These visitors will return to Earth again.
Will mankind's origins remain a mystery? Perhaps the answers lie right in front of us. in every corner of the globe. And all we need to do is what Eric von Daniken began doing more than half a century ago. Keep digging, keep exploring, and keep watching the skies. A mighty people, worshiping powerful gods.
Thor's hammer was enormously powerful. It had great accuracy. He could smash mountains.
A celestial bridge linking mankind to a divine realm.
Is it possible that this rainbow bridge was some kind of wormhole that would take people literally to another planet?
And epic journeys to the far ends of the planet.
Very few people would have set sail across the Atlantic not knowing that there was something on the other side.
How were the Vikings able to develop such an advanced civilization? Were their achievements in technology and exploration their own? Or did they receive otherworldly help?
Our ancestors thought they were visited by gods, when in reality, they were visited by none other than ancient aliens. Physical beings.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might there be evidence in the history and mythology of the Vikings? Barbarians, marauders, bloodthirsty bandits whose reputation for brutality would follow them through the centuries.
When people think of the Norse or the Vikings, they think of crazed marauders jumping in boats where they rape, pillage, and plunder. And it's an unfortunate image because it's one-dimensional. A lot of these expeditions that they went on were not purely expeditionary or pirate raids. A lot of these were efforts to open trade routes. If we go back to the 8th century, 9th century, we find that a lot of the North societies were well-functioning. They had well-established agricultural economies, and they had a culture of technology.
The Vikings, or Norse people, flourished from the late 8th century to the 11th century in what is today Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. But unlike other ancient civilizations like Greece, Rome, or Egypt, relatively little is known about this mysterious people, as few written records or hieroglyphs have survived.
People typically don't think of the Norse as particularly sophisticated, but they were enormously sophisticated in terms of technology. Shipbuilding, bridge building, fortress building. And I'm thinking here primarily of the circular fortresses in Denmark. They are absolutely circular. They consist of ramparts with an external ditch, gateways at each of the compass points.
Although their civilization was divided among numerous kingdoms, the Norse Vikings were united in their belief in the power of the individual.
They had a kind of early assembly that was very advanced for its time, before the other areas of Europe had any kind of democracy. So they actually came up with the idea that power belonged to the people, not the royalty.
They had something of a proto-democracy, and people would come from that particular region in order to argue issues of law or other kinds of cultural or issues of political significance at that time.
But perhaps most incredible to historians was how far the Vikings traveled from their Scandinavian homeland. Hundreds of years before their European counterparts, the Vikings set out from Scandinavia to explore and conquer vast territories in Europe and even the Middle East.
They were the ones that invented ships, and they were the ones that traveled about much more extensively than the other German tribes further south.
The Norse crisscrossed half the world in their long ships. In the east, they sailed down the rivers of Russia to the Black and the Caspian Sea. In the west, they sailed down the coast of Europe through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean. They reached out across the then unknown Atlantic Ocean. They went almost everywhere there was to go.
According to archaeologists, artifacts discovered in Newfoundland, Canada during the 1960s prove that the Vikings were the first Europeans to set foot in North America, 500 years before Christopher Columbus.
I remember a time when it was very contentious about the Norse getting to America when I was young. This was a major, major argument. Now we have found their settlements there from about 1000 AD, so it's very, very clear that they made it to northern North America.
The main advantage of the Norse was their excellence in shipbuilding. And indeed, the ship has become the symbol of the Viking Age. Those who have sailed replicas of Viking ships have commented on just how incredibly seaworthy and fast these ships were.
It's their ship that allowed them to travel over these long distances. They were the ones that really sort of perfected the keel, which meant that the ship wouldn't flip over when going across the Atlantic.
The development of the longship was an incredible innovation. These were very sleek, very supple craft that could be equally effective on rivers and in the high seas. They were very light and extremely strong craft that was also slightly flexible, so in a high seas or storm or something it could survive.
They had a very solid understanding of hydrodynamics. In some of the ships, we also found advanced signs of metallurgy, smelting, and different types of alloys that they were using. And this is all out of context from other cultures they seem to be interacting with.
But many researchers remain baffled at how the Vikings became so socially, politically, and technologically advanced, especially while living in the cold, harsh environment of the North.
When we look at ancient cultures such as the Maya and the Egyptians, they never wandered very far from their homeland. Even the Greeks stayed close. But the Vikings, they were everywhere. And you wonder, were they just extremely curious people? What motivated them to go to these extraordinary lengths to explore the world? What was it that they were looking for?
Just how were the Norse Vikings able to manage such technological and geographical feats? Are their fortresses and journeys to unknown continents evidence that the Vikings had access to extraterrestrial knowledge? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe the proof can be found by examining the religious beliefs of this mysterious people. Lindisfarne, England, 793 AD. Several hundred Viking raiders make landfall on this small tidal island off the coast of Northumbria to plunder a great monastery of its rumored treasures. An account of the attack on Lindisfarne says the assault coincided with extraordinary whirlwinds, lightning, and fiery dragons crisscrossing the skies. Could these strange events be coincidence? Or could it be evidence that otherworldly forces may have been allied with the Vikings? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answer can be found by examining the divine beings that form the basis of Norse religion and mythology.
The Norse gods were worshipped over a very wide range of time and space throughout Northern Europe, from the continental German lands, through the British Islands, the far northern islands such as Iceland and Greenland, and all throughout Scandinavia.
Because little information has survived related to the origin of the Norse or Viking gods, modern scholars depend on a pair of Icelandic books written several hundred years after the Viking Age, called the Eddas.
And so we find that there's the god Odin, the god Frey, the god Thor. Those are probably the best known, but there are a bunch of other supporting gods who flesh out this mythology. The gods live in a world of their own, but it's closely connected to the world of men.
The Norse had some of the richest descriptions and references to the cosmos. In fact, they referred to the cosmos as Yggdrasil, meaning the tree of life. That was the symbol of their idea of the cosmos. And they were very specific in stating that their cosmos contained 9 different worlds, one of which is ours, the Earth.
We often hear about the 9 worlds of the Nordic mythological realm. There's Asgard, and that's the home of the gods Thor and Odin. There's the world of humans. We call this Middle Earth or Midgard. If we go step a little bit further outside of Asgard and Midgard, we confront Jotunheim, or the land of the giants. We'll encounter Muspel, which is an area of fire. We'll encounter Niflheim, which is another world where the frost ogres live. We'll encounter Alfheim, which is where the elves live.
According to the Eddas, Asgard was home to the most powerful of the gods. It is described as a beautiful and peaceful realm, full of glimmering halls and fertile fields cut by shimmering rivers.
Odin is the chief of the gods. He lives in the highest of the heavens, Asgard. He had one eye. He had given up an eye to drink of the water of truth. And so he has this depth of wisdom. So he's a warrior god, able to bring fury and danger to the enemies.
Odin was the god that gave people written language in the runes. He was the god that gave them the poetic mead. He was the god that gave them many aspects of what would be considered a sort of noble way of life.
But was Odin perhaps something other than a mythical deity? Could he have actually existed? And if so, how? Ancient astronaut theorists believe clues to Odin's true identity may lie in the myths describing his 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin.
Odin's ravens were his scouts. They were his research team. Hugin and Munin represent thought and memory. So Odin had these scouts, these spy satellites that would go out and see what he needed to learn for today's activities.
According to Norse legends, every morning Odin sent out his 2 magical ravens, Hugin and Munin, and at night those ravens would return and he would listen to them and they would tell him everything that they observed throughout the entire day.
Scholars believe Odin's 2 ravens, translated as thought and memory, were simply mythological creations. But is it possible that Hugin and Munin were actually something else, something perhaps more technological?
Whenever he wanted to observe other worlds, find out what they were doing, he would send these 2 ravens out, and they would be like spy drones or something, and they would go to these other countries and then come back to Odin and report to him what was going on. And it would seem like what Odin had was some kind of spy planes or spy drones that he was sending out, much as we do today.
And the question is whether the Norse really stated that these were ravens, or whether they were instead something else, that they were somehow flying objects. So we have details here of something mythical, of ravens being able to speak to the gods, or the ravens had some kind of spy drone or some other kind of spy satellite technology by which Odin is able to get information.
Could it be that Odin was actually an extraterrestrial explorer, one who sent flying machines, like modern-day drones, to gather intelligence on the ancient Scandinavians? And if so, might there be more evidence of Odin's otherworldly technology contained within other Viking myths?
When Odin sits in Asgard, it's almost like he's got total situational awareness. He's got these ravens who fly out every day and come back and tell him the news of the world, but he can also sit in this high seat.
Odin's high seat, which is a name that basically translates as the Watchtower, is a place where he can sit and look out over all the worlds of creation and see everything that's happening in the world.
Is it possible that this high seat, or watchtower, is yet another example of advanced extraterrestrial technology, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest?
Some of these stories that come out of our past of the god Odin and having the ability to actually sit above Midgard or the earth and see everything from a vast distance, we have to wonder if this isn't actually mythological, but potentially technological. It sounds to me as if Odin was sitting in some type of a captain's chair in a spaceship above the earth, which allowed him to have this view.
So the moment we have stories of gods needing all this type of equipment in order to find out first what is going on, leads me to think that we are not talking about actual gods, but we are talking about space travelers who had access to technology, and our ancestors witnessed all of this and they said, well, obviously these guys are gods.
Was Odin's high seat actually referring to an orbiting spaceship from which the chief god could look down on Earth, as some ancient astronaut theorists suggest? And if so, might this also help explain the incredible technologies attributed to other so-called Viking gods? As the god of thunder and lightning, Thor was able to summon storms and battle giants with his magical hammer.
Thor is the son of Odin. He is a sky god. He is in charge of thunder and lightning. He has a great hammer. He's a terrifying presence, a power god. Thor was usually seen flying through the skies in a great cart pulled by goats.
If Odin was the chief god, Thor was the god for all of us. Thor, in a sense, is the quintessential sky god. Our word thunder comes from Thor. In Swedish, the word for thunder evokes the idea of driving Thor's chariot over the vault of heaven, and you can sort of see the crashing and the burning of that chariot going across heaven as being the lightning and the thunder that we experience in a storm.
He's a remarkable character. He's very strong, and he's a protector. He goes out and he basically beats up and kills giants. Not only to protect the gods, but as an offshoot, kind of collateral damage, he protects us humans as well.
According to Norse mythology, Thor derived his power from several seemingly magical tools. One was Mehingor, a belt that is said to have magically doubled Thor's already awesome strength.
It was called Thor's power belt. So the moment I hear stories about that you put on a belt and it doubled your strength, then I have to ask myself, well, is it possible that what we're talking about here is some type of a technological device?
Today we have actually come to the point whereby these prosthetics are actually able to listen to brain commands. So what we've actually done is recreate some kind of exoskeleton, an exterior, an artificial nervous system, whereby our brain gives commands to our limbs. All of this through technology.
Thor's belt of strength seems to have a very similar description to modern technology, where we would call it a bionic exoskeleton. The ability for a soldier to put on a device that would increase their speed and their strength is possible today. So when we look at this description of Thor's strength in this belt, it's very possible this is some type of an extraterrestrial technology.
When the ancients are describing technology, it's clear that they couldn't have known exactly what this was. And it opens the question, is it possible that what we today would interpret as bionic exoskeletons was an actual advanced technology possessed by the Vikings or their gods?
Is it really possible that the Viking gods, Odin and Thor, were in fact extraterrestrial visitors? Alien beings who possessed advanced technology? If so, where might this advanced species have come from? How did they get here? And what was their agenda? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers may be found in the stories of the other, lesser-known Viking gods, and in Nordic legends that tell of cosmic bridges linking planet Earth to an otherworldly realm. Gamla Uppsala, Sweden. This small town, 40 miles north of Stockholm, is one of the oldest continuously inhabited sites in Scandinavia. Beneath this church, archaeologists have found what they believe are the remains of a famous temple called Uppsala. According to a 14th century text called the Deeds of Bishops of the Hamburg Church, this ornate temple was built to honor the most powerful Viking gods: Odin, Thor, and Freyr.
Frey is the main fertility god of Norse mythology. The rituals that we do have evidence of connected to Frey seem always to be connected to peace and prosperity. So all of these characteristics show him in a relationship with humans that's centered around prosperity and fertility of various types.
Freyr was believed to control the weather and was renowned for his diplomatic skills, quieting the feuds among the numerous Viking gods and giants. And in the Viking pantheon, it was a deity named Loki who provoked the most conflict among these gods.
Loki is actually not a god. He's a giant who is counted amongst the gods. And at the end of time, he actually leads the dead and the giants against the gods.
He's that transgressive character who makes possible all of these conflicts that the gods then have to solve. Without Loki, a lot of the conflicts disappear and you don't have a mythology at all.
According to the stories compiled within the books of the Eddas, Loki tries to atone for one of his many acts of mischief by giving Freyr a ship called Skidbladnir.
Freyr's ship, Skidbladnir, was the most fine craft that ever was in the water. It could go anywhere at great speed, and then, if he needed it to be small, he could put it in a small pouch to carry it around.
Skidbladnir is remarkable because you can fold it up and stick it in your pocket. But when you unfold it, it's one of the greatest Viking ships ever. It always has a wind. It always has a fair wind, so you don't have to tack. It always gets you where you're going in a hurry. And then once you get it to shore, you don't have to worry about where you're going to stow it. To be able to fold up your boat and put it in your pocket really has to be about the greatest thing that you can imagine if you're a Viking shipbuilder.
But could it be that Skidbladnir was not the product of mythic imagination, but was, in fact, an actual spacecraft, one that was witnessed by early Scandinavians? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe the proof lies in the legends of a race of beings who are believed to have built the magical tools used by the gods.
In Norse mythology, the sons of Ivaldi were these dwarves who made these special weapons for Thor and Odin and the other Norse gods. And so here were these dwarves, these gnomes, these small people. They're making these special, very high-tech weapons. The Norse gods are using them. So you have to wonder just who these mini people are.
The sons of Ivaldi were the master craftsmen of the gods in the Norse system, and they made each of these special things that are going to be needed by these heroic gods to do their deeds.
Might the sons of Ivaldi actually be the engineers behind the building of Skidbladnir, the magical ship used by the Norse god Freyr? If so, who or what were they?
Now the question is whether the sons of Vivaldi are real dwarfs, the way we know dwarfs today, or whether they are somehow more mythical, or whether the label dwarf actually stuck to them because they were somehow smaller. And of course today we quite often describe the grey alien archetype as dwarfish as well, simply because they are smaller.
Is it possible that these little people who are making these high-tech weapons were really gray aliens? And because they didn't know how to describe them, they will call them dwarves or little people? And these little people are the ones who are making these high-tech weapons for these Norse gods. And it would seem that these weapons are extraterrestrial in nature.
Now, when you think of dwarfs and think of extraterrestrials, you think of little grays, and I think the dwarfs might have been alien grays.
Might the dwarf-like sons of Ivaldi, described in the Viking mythologies, really be the alien visitors we know today as the Greys? And is it possible that the Viking or Norse gods themselves were in fact entities from another planet? If so, how did they get here? According to ancient astronaut theorists, the answer lies in a Viking legend that speaks of a rainbow bridge called Bifrost, a portal that links the realm of the gods with the world of men.
Bifrost is a bridge that connects Asgard to Midgard. And the Bifrost conceptually is very interesting. It allows there to be a very clear connection between humans and their gods.
Gods would travel along this rainbow bridge to their meeting, which was by a divine well. The red in the rainbow bridge was burning hot, so it was quite a trick to use this effectively as a place of transportation. Some scholars have speculated that possibly this was inspired by the Milky Way.
So here was this rainbow bridge that could be traveled upon to get to this home of the gods, land of the gods. So is it possible that this rainbow bridge, the Bifrost, was some kind of wormhole that would take people from a stargate on our planet to the home of the gods, literally to another planet?
Say you wanted to get from here all the way to around to China. It's actually longer to go around the Earth than to cut through the Earth. A straight line is always the shortest path. So you can imagine if you could make a wormhole, a cut through space that connects the 2 points you want to get to, you can make the distance effectively shorter and get there in a faster time.
Ancient man would not understand a technological description to describe a wormhole, but this path of light sounds very similar.
Might the mythical bridge of Bifrost really have been an interstellar wormhole, a cosmic tunnel in space through which the so-called Viking gods could travel to Earth? Ancient astronaut theorists believe further evidence can be found by a closer examination of the Viking gods' incredible weaponry. Ballingstad, Sweden. Just outside this small town, located 40 miles northwest of Stockholm, is an ancient carved granite block. Known as the Buxta runestone, it is one of the few remaining relics that depict the mighty god Odin holding his magical spear. Gungnir.
The Buxta runestone is an extraordinary ancient relic that has runic inscriptions which were used by the Vikings. It shows Odin riding on a horseback with a spear.
So one of the things we find with the Norse gods is they each have remarkable possessions, and among those is a spear that Odin claims for himself called Gungnir. And Gungnir is a remarkable spear in that whatever you throw it at, it's going to hit.
According to Viking or Norse mythology, Odin's spear was made by the sons of Ivaldi, the very same creatures who built the ship Skidbladnir. They imbued the spear with special properties that not only made it incredibly accurate, but gave it immense power.
Gungnir was some kind of high-tech weapon. No matter who he threw it at, it would hit it. Like some laser-guided cruise missile or something like that. That just simply could not miss its mark once it had been set to its target.
And we know that when he uses this in war, it always reaches its target. This is not something which is simplistic. This is something which clearly is advanced weaponry. And to find that a deity has this at his disposal can be read in two things. One, it is all made up, or two, it is actually factual. And today we know that there are such weapons.
Precision weapons like laser-guided bombs, cruise missiles, and satellite-guided munitions are staples in the world's most sophisticated military arsenals. Is it possible that Odin possessed similar technology? Could Gungnir actually have been a guided missile created by otherworldly beings?
When the ancients are describing technology, it's clear that they couldn't have known exactly what this was. And it opens the question, is it possible that the weapon Gungnir was an actual advanced technology, maybe even possessed by the Vikings or their gods?
If Gungnir was in fact a precision-guided missile, similar to today's so-called smart bombs, then what might be the facts behind Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir?
Thor's hammer had interesting origins. It was made by dwarves under duress. So the handle wasn't quite as long as a hammer might be, but it was enormously powerful. It had great accuracy. He could throw it, and it would hit anything that he intended it to hit, and then it would come back to him almost in boomerang style.
But Thor's hammer, like the weapons of many of the Norse gods, would seem to be some high-tech, real weapon, perhaps one given to them by extraterrestrials.
And when he uses it, it is actually said that this weapon is able to crush mountains. Now imagine a weapon which is able to destroy an entire mountain. The hammer does not cause explosions. It is really the physical force which destroys the object. And that is something which today we describe as kinetic weapons.
At the NASA Ames Research Center in Mountain View, California, scientist Peter Schultz is studying the enormous power of kinetic energy using a device called a vertical gun.
This is a giant cannon, essentially, that it goes up on a corkscrew so we can hit things at different angles. This gun gets up to very high speeds, and if you get really up there, you'll start melting and vaporizing material. In a sense, this is a kinetic weapon, except we're not pointing at anything except for target inside the tank.
To study the effects of high-speed kinetic impacts, scientists used the vertical gun range to fire projectiles into objects placed in this reinforced steel chamber at speeds of up to 15,000 miles per hour.
Today we're going to take this small ball bearing, which is about 1/100th of an ounce, and we're going to fire it at 3 miles per second. That's almost 11,000 miles per hour. And we're going to send it into this block. Now, when you go that fast, with even an object that small, that's kinetic energy. And kinetic energy is the mass times the velocity squared. So if you're going fast enough, you can do some serious damage. Let's see what we do.
Using a battery of high-speed cameras, some capturing images at 40,000 frames per second, Schultz investigates how speed and mass can combine to create devastating force.
We are armed, gated, and reset. 5.53 kilometers.
Moving 15 times the speed of sound, the projectile slams into the solid stone block.
Oh my gosh! Look at this thing. Blasted to smithereens.
Ancient astronaut theorists believe the destructive power of this gun displays uncanny similarities to Thor's hammer.
The question we have to ask ourselves is whether the whole concept of kinetic energy weapons is something new or if it already existed in the ancient past. And with Thor, we have such a reference. What if Thor's hammer was some type of a kinetic energy weapon, and what we have here in modern times is nothing else but history repeating itself?
Is it possible that what the ancient Vikings described in their myths were, in fact, alien technologies? And do the various accounts of Odin's spear and Thor's hammer really help to prove that Vikings were in contact with extraterrestrial beings? If so, then where might these beings have gone? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers may lie in the strange and sometimes violent burial rituals of the Vikings. Tunsberg, Norway. 50 miles south of Oslo lie the ruins of Oseberghaugen, a Viking burial mound. During excavations in 1904, archaeologists unearthed the remains of 2 people buried inside a Viking longship. Dated to the early 9th century, the discovery revealed for the first time some of the Vikings' ancient burial rituals.
What's very interesting about the Oseberg ship is the fact that the Vikings actually chose to bury their dead in these boats. Now, this seems very similar to some type of a conveyance possibly going into space. You see similar references in other cultures such as the Egyptians and even the Chinese.
Throughout Scandinavia, the British Isles, and Iceland are similar Viking burial sites, many containing boats and other ship-like markers. Is it possible the Vikings, like the ancient Egyptians and Chinese, buried their dead in boats in an effort to help their deceased on their journey to the afterlife? And if so, why? According to ancient Norse mythologies, slain Viking warriors joined Odin in his fabled hall, Valhalla.
Odin's hall in Asgard, the realm of the gods, is known as Valhalla, which literally means the hall of the slain. The way that Valhalla itself is described is that it's a place where the dead warriors that Odin has gathered from the battlefields spend all day fighting each other and killing each other, and then are brought back to life to spend the night in feasting on an endless supply of meat and pork.
The courage of the Norse explorers and warriors was directly related to the structure of their fables. Valhalla was this great reward. If you served well with great bravery, you found eternal life in the company of kindred spirits in a great banquet hall.
Stories and legends about Odin's enormous palace describe it as being almost metallic, with shimmering walls and a golden roof.
During the day, they drink and they eat along these long tables and with fires down the center of the hall. And then after they've eaten, they clear the tables and they all battle. So this must be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The imagination boggles at how big this hall must be.
But is there evidence that Valhalla was more than just a mythic place? Could it have been an extraterrestrial spacecraft, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe?
Valhalla was not a figment of our ancestors' imagination, but it might have been some type of an orbiting space station. The reason why I'm saying this is because whenever we have a description of Valhalla, it is an incredible description of a place that has weird attributes.
Various descriptions of Valhalla give it the reference of being some type of a large metallic ship, but they actually bury their dead in the ships as well. So is this some type of reference of them actually trying to replicate sending their dead to the heavens, or just like their gods would be returning to the heavens in some type of a large metallic ship?
Archaeological evidence, as well as contemporary accounts, also indicate that in addition to burying their dead in boats, the Norse Vikings also sent many of these burial boats out to sea and burned them. But why? Was it simply a fiery tribute, one meant to honor the deceased? Or did the ancient Vikings simply replicate something their ancestors had once witnessed? Perhaps the launch of an alien spacecraft.
So my question is whether or not our ancestors witnessed rockets or spaceships taking off and landing with all of this fire and the smoke and the earth trembling, that they over time thought that by burning their dead, they would imitate what they saw in the past.
Were the Norse Vikings really in contact with extraterrestrial beings? And were these beings thought of by the early Vikings not as alien visitors, but as gods? If so, then where might these celestial visitors have gone?
What we know is that in the 10th century, the Norse begin a really extensive exploration of Europe. We don't know why they begin to explore. It is also clear that we don't know whether they were helped by other beings. In fact, there is another theory which suggests that they were going to go in search of the deities. It suggests that the Vikings were absolutely convinced that the residence of the deities was physical, somewhere on planet Earth.
Did the Norse gods return to their homeland, prompting the Vikings to travel the earth in search of them? Or did the so-called gods simply inspire their earthly hosts to explore the planet in an effort to spread their extraterrestrial influence to other parts of the globe?
All this knowledge of the universe, according to the Norse mythologies, was given to them by the Shining Ones. And the Shining Ones were said to have descended from nowhere else but the sky. So is it possible that extraterrestrials in fact guided events in our human history? And the answer, of course, is yes, because we can find stories like this all around the world. It was very deliberate in order to direct our history.
Thor's destructive hammer, Odin's all-seeing throne, and a mystical bridge linking Earth to the heavens. Are the legends of the Viking gods really evidence that alien beings visited mankind in the distant past? And if so, might these beings have been instrumental in the efforts of the Norse to explore the globe? Perhaps we will find the answer deep in a Viking burial mound, or carved on the surface of an ancient stone. Or possibly the truth will be revealed to all mankind on the day when they return. Massive stone structures built to reach for the heavens.
It is a place of connection, a place of communication with the gods themselves.
Strange figures buried deep in the earth.
Long, narrow noses with narrow lips. They look like robots.
And globally connected spheres, creating the energy to travel to another world.
Somehow by touching these stones, we were able to establish a bridge to another dimension.
Are ancient monoliths simply the product of prehistoric man's hard labor? Or are they the manifestation of a more profound power?
Certainly in the past, that kind of technology could only come from extraterrestrials.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might there be evidence here on Earth hidden in the mysterious monoliths? The Washington Monument. Built in the 19th century to commemorate the first president of the United States, it towers more than 555 feet above America's capital city. Its pinnacle fashioned into a distinctive pyramid shape. The monument is considered to be the tallest stone obelisk in the world.
Obelisk is a generic phrase used for the rectangular pillars that are a little pointy at the top that you find in ancient Egypt, ancient Rome. They would have writing on them. They were used often to record battles, special events, record the entire reign of a particular king or ruler.
And so now, here in the United States, we've done a similar thing. The Washington Monument, a symbol of the United States and of the power in Washington, D.C. The Washington Monument is built out of blocks of stone, but then it looks identical to an Egyptian obelisk. But those obelisks are different. They are one solid stone.
Single-standing massive stones are known as monoliths, and millions of them were used to construct monuments all across the ancient world, including locations such as Turkey, Peru, and Ethiopia. But why did ancient man begin to create these massive monolithic structures? Could there be something inherent in the quality of stone that might hold some sort of influence or power over mankind? Perhaps the answer can be found at a location 90 miles west of London, in the English countryside. Stonehenge, England. Here, on the Salisbury Plain in the county of Wiltshire, stands the most sophisticated prehistoric stone circle in the world. According to radiocarbon dating, this striking arrangement of monoliths was placed on this wide plain in southern England more than 4,000 years ago. Consisting of more than 100 stone blocks, the monoliths create a larger structure known as a megalith.
There is a period in time, several thousand years ago, which is known as the megalithic time. And it is defined by the fact that our ancestors, pretty much in every part of civilization, began to build with gigantic stones.
These cultures, which were known as megalithic cultures, are something of a mystery to us. We have to ask ourselves why, all of a sudden virtually, human beings across a broad stretch of Europe and Asia suddenly started to prize large pieces of rock free, drag them around the landscape, and then piling them up in very exotic and unusual ways.
Stonehenge, the world's most famous megalithic structure, derives its name from the material used to construct it, and also from the term henge, which refers to a circular or oval-shaped bank that surrounds a central flat area.
Stonehenge, it's just 25% of the original monument. 75% has been destroyed forever. Originally, they had 60 huge blocks that formed a perfect circle. The question is, who was able to move them and what was the purpose?
Although the specific origin of the site has eluded researchers for centuries, the physical construction of Stonehenge is believed to have taken place in different stages over a period of several thousands of years.
It's now believed the very first part of Stonehenge is 3 great wooden post holes, which are now in the car park, and there's blobs of paint on them. These are dated to at least 10,000 years old. The next phase of construction of Stonehenge was around 3,200 to 3,400 BC, where they built the Great Earthen Henge, and there was just a couple of stones there. Then a few hundred years later, they brought in the blue stones, and these are the ones that were brought over 100 miles away from the Preseli Mountains in Wales. The major monoliths there, the Great Sarsen stones, they were brought from much closer, about 20 miles away. But some of them weigh up to 50 tons.
Multi-ton stones being carved from the landscape and transported distances of up to 100 miles. Is it really possible that a prehistoric people could accomplish such an enormous and seemingly impossible task?
The theories really range from they either used rollers and tree trunks, which is kind of unlikely when you look at some of the terrain they would have had to go through.
There have been teams of Brits who have tried to recapitulate these things. How did they get them across the rivers between Wales and Stonehenge? How did they go up and down through valleys and over hills?
One explanation associated with Stonehenge dates back to the Arthurian legend. And the legend says that the stones at Stonehenge were brought from Ireland by Merlin, who was King Arthur's magician.
Merlin was said to transport the stones by levitating them and pushing them along, just with his bare hands, all the way across the landscape from Wales to Stonehenge.
The great 20th century French philosopher and historian Jean Markel wrote over 40 books on the life of Merlin and Arthur and the Celtic traditions. And Markel was adamant that Merlin was a real person. He was also adamant that Merlin was an incredibly powerful, otherworldly being who was here to teach us to move beyond the human restrictions and boundaries.
Could the legend of Merlin really be proof of contact with extraterrestrial entities in the ancient past? And that they provided advanced technology to help transport and place the monoliths? If so, why would stone be the ideal material needed to construct the site?
Probably it was worth using as a medium if you wanted to impress the gods, because it was quite likely that people saw stone as being synonymous with gods, because it seemed to them to last forever.
If they're going to build a monument to provide a testament to how long-lived their culture is, stones are the best way to go. Stones were recognized to have very spectacular properties of toughness, of hardness, and some of them other properties, such as quartz crystals, which we see with a particular use in a lot of these cultures.
The blue stones that create the outer and inner circle of Stonehenge contain quartz crystal. The properties of those stones have been found to have effects on the human body, to impart vibration and beneficial effects to the holder of those stones, to have healing properties.
And in fact, it's often been said Stonehenge was some healing place where people came and with their ailments to be cured.
For some researchers, further clues to Stonehenge's extraterrestrial connection can be found in one of the site's most striking features: the precise position and alignment of each stone that makes up the megalith.
Seen from the air, Stonehenge is actually a replica of our solar system. All those concentric circles, they all represent one planet in our solar system. how did they know this? And according to the ancient texts and the ancient traditions, this knowledge was given to our ancestors by none other than extraterrestrials, by the gods.
Some people think Stonehenge was some sort of calendar marker so that ancient cultures could know when was the right time to plant. Other people think that it actually was a celestial calendar that was designed to show when we would pass through certain very, very intense meteor streams.
We know that through the position of different monoliths, they were able to watch the summer solstice, the winter solstice, even the movement of some star systems.
So who was it then who needed these astronomical calculations? Would it be the extraterrestrials, or rather the priestly groups that the extraterrestrials were cultivating here on Earth and training them to monitor the stars and the heavens and the moon and the eclipses?
Is it really possible that otherworldly beings designed Stonehenge so ancient man could gather data about the stars? If so, why? And what was the ultimate purpose behind obtaining the celestial knowledge? Ancient astronaut theorists believe further clues can be found by traveling deeper into the English countryside to another monolithic site that is 16 times larger than Stonehenge, and even more mysterious. Southwest England. Here, just 17 miles north of Stonehenge, is Avebury, the largest megalithic stone circle in the world. Originally constructed with hundreds of monoliths, some experts believe this immense site was once a major center of religious ritual in Great Britain.
Avebury is probably the most significant and most interesting megalithic site in Great Britain, partly because it's the largest.
And just imagine the magnitude of what we're dealing with here. There's now been a whole village built inside it because it's so large. The stones are huge. They're probably between 20 and 50 tons each. They're rough-hewn stones in a great circle, and there were even 2 stone circles within Avebury itself. And these were roughly the same size as Stonehenge each.
Old antiquarians once said that Stonehenge was like a parish church compared to Avebury, which was like a great cathedral.
Approaching Avebury from at least 2 different directions were avenues of stones that led off into the local landscape. Plus, on top of that, there were other monuments locally as well. Silbury Hill, the largest man-made mound in Europe, and the West Kennet Long Barrow, which was a burial chamber dating back perhaps 6,000 years.
Encompassing more than 28 acres, mainstream historians believe Avebury was constructed from 2850 BC to 2200 BC by Neolithic Britons, and like Stonehenge, was used during sacred rituals.
They were celebrating the different cycles of the years, the changing of the seasons. It seemed as if this was necessary within their society to show that there was some kind of rhythm and cycle within nature that was not only understood but could be controlled in some manner. By creating something like this, there is stability in the world. Chaos and disorder cannot reign.
Avebury was considered to be a meeting point. It's significant at the solstices, at the midsummer and the midwinter. But exactly what took place there and exactly what the people who built it believe, we don't know.
According to some researchers, there may be a profound purpose for this circular alignment of stones at Avebury. One perhaps connecting the monoliths to celestial beings that visited the site thousands of years ago.
The area around Avebury has always been associated with kind of magic mystery. There's been lots of orbs seen there, UFOs. There's been ghost sightings. There's been hundreds of crop circles around the area. So it's got this strange mystical feeling about it.
The mythologies in conjunction with Avebury always point to the sky, to some celestial beings, the Shining Ones as they were called, descending from the sky and educating people in various disciplines: agriculture, mathematics, geometry, engineering.
In many cases, with Avebury and other giant megaliths, it's as if they are set up by some ancient people, perhaps an extraterrestrial race, who essentially went out and surveyed these wilderness lands. And as part of their surveying, they left what we would call gigantic survey markers. And then at certain places, for unknown reasons, they made stone circles, like Avebury.
It is pretty clear that in Avebury you have this fenced-off environment whereby probably only certain people were able to come because the stones somehow embodied the deities. Maybe they thought that they could communicate with the deities through these monolithic stones. And we're once again to this time frame of a civilization who said that at one point in time the deities were physically present.
Could Avebury's location and building materials really have been chosen in order to enable communication with extraterrestrials? And if so, might this explain why man has been drawn to stone structures throughout the world since ancient times? Perhaps the answers can be found at another mysterious city, one that was built on top of a giant rock. Sigiriya, Sri Lanka. Known as Lion's Rock, this natural monolith towers 600 feet over the surrounding landscape.
It was discovered in 1831 by a British Army officer named Jonathan Forbes. What he found there was a natural monolith, a giant cliff rock, and stairs had been cut into it, and then a palace had been built on top, and it's extremely remote area and high up vertical cliffs.
Sigiriya was certainly a Buddhist monastery from the first millennium BC. And then around 500 AD, it actually became a fortress and a palace for a local king. There are gardens and palaces on the very top of the rock. Then there's various caves, and within these caves are different murals.
These fresco paintings feature portraits of women that some researchers believe represent ladies of the king's court, while others suggest the women are religious figures. But according to ancient astronaut theorists, the images reveal more evidence of extraterrestrial contact in the distant past.
We find some of the most amazing paintings of people emerging out of the clouds. And they're actually floating in midair. And you have to wonder, what did our ancestors try to depict here? According to the local myths and legends, Sigiriya was created with the help of the gods who descended from the sky. What a beautiful poetic way to depict something that they might have witnessed. It was a complete misunderstanding of a visitation by technologically advanced space travelers.
Is it possible these paintings depict actual sky beings descending to Earth, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest? And if so, might there be another, more profound reason why ancient man built a city on top of this massive monolith?
We see so often how these enigmatic rocks are worshipped by our ancestors. They somehow are gateways between our world and the world of the gods. And so in Sigiriya, we're seeing this once again confirmed.
The very concept of a monolith can be very important and very sacred to a people. Also, the concept of the mountain reaching to heaven. It makes me think of the celestial or the cosmic Mount Meru.
Mount Meru is a name used in Buddhist cultures to describe a cosmic mountain. It's actually described in ancient literature as a mass of golden light, like a golden blazing fire in the shape of a mountain. It's at the center of the universe, and it exists at many levels from there, not in a physical sense, but in an energy sense. The gods live on the slopes of it. They all have palaces and cities.
Mount Meru was a place of the gods. It was seen as the place of connection, a place of communication with the gods themselves. It's the point of access between this world and heaven.
Sigiriya is basically the small-scale replica of Mount Meru. Our ancestors took to this rock and began to build on top of that. It is saying, this is the rock we have in this specific place, so we're going to use it in order to establish an uplink and a downlink to the gods in the sky.
Is it possible that Sigiriya was built in order to honor and connect with extraterrestrials, as ancient astronaut theorists believe? If so, might other monoliths reveal more evidence of these ancient space visitations? Perhaps the ultimate proof can be found carved in stones, buried half a world away. Easter Island. Isolated in the Pacific Ocean, more than 2,000 miles west of Chile, this tiny landmass is home to nearly 900 monolithic stone statues.
On Easter Island, we have these huge heads and torsos that are carved out of the volcanic rock. They are called the moai. Some of them that have been erected are 30 feet or so tall, weighing up to 75 tons.
You don't realize that they're really buried right up to their chest. And that these statues are 2 or 3 times as large as we can see, because most of them is below ground. Many of the statues are oftentimes sort of sideways, looking up.
They look inward toward the center of the island. They also seem to look up toward the skies. So I think there's a deeper significance, and it has to do with the heavens. It has to do with things that were happening in the sky that were very important to the people, and that they are recording in these moai and pointing to look upward. There's something going on there.
According to archaeologists, the native Polynesian inhabitants of Easter Island, known as the Rapa Nui people, constructed the moai between the 12th and 18th centuries AD to honor their ancestors. But recent archaeological excavations have revealed that the figures were naturally buried over thousands of years, making them much older than originally believed.
From a geological perspective, to bury the moai in 20 feet or more of sediment suggests that they are potentially thousands of years old, much older than traditional archaeologists have suggested.
The idea that they were built 1,000 or 1,500 or 700 years ago, not realistic. They were built much before that. It seemed that certain guests came, built them, and probably those heads do represent their original builders.
If the moai are older than previously recognized, who really built them, and why? Considering the Rapa Nui are thought to have arrived on Easter Island no earlier than 300 AD. Is it possible that celestial beings visited here thousands of years before? Ancient astronaut theorists believe these monolithic figures provide clues that the Rapa Nui ancestors may have actually been space travelers.
You cannot exclude that they are representation of celestial ancestors. We have all these statues, and the faces of the statues do not look like the Easter Islanders. The statues they created, they look like robots with long, narrow noses, with narrow lips. They have nothing which compares the Easter Island people. So what do they represent?
They are elongated heads. They are also these cone heads that we see at Nazca in Egypt and other areas of the world. Who are these people?
One possible explanation for why these heads of the Easter Island stone figures face the heavens is as if they were pointing a finger to their place of origin, but not because they forgot where they came from, but so the humans could remember.
Is it possible the Moai heads represent extraterrestrial beings nodding toward their otherworldly origin? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and point to similar stone figures thousands of miles away in Southeast Asia as proof. Bata Valley, Indonesia. Hidden in the isolated mountains of the island of Sulawesi. More than 20 monoliths are scattered in the fields of this farming region. Mainstream historians date the statues to the first millennium BC, although the actual date of their creation has not been determined.
Much of the valley has rice terraces, which are familiar throughout Indonesia and Southeast Asia. But then in the middle of these rice paddies are these statues, and they're just sitting there. And when you look at it, you're baffled. The stones are coming from these deep river valleys that are some miles away, where there are giant boulders weighing 100 tons. But then to haul those giant boulders up into the valley and then erect it, then carve it into this giant 15-foot statue, and you don't know why they would do it or how.
The Bata Valley in Indonesia features some of the most magnificent megalithic structures that we can find. Giant statues that are very reminiscent to the statues that we can find, for example, on Easter Island.
But how is it that monoliths halfway around the world can bear such a close resemblance to each other? Some researchers believe the inspiration came from the same celestial visitors.
You get similar style carvings of these very strange, sort of alien-looking faces, which are very symmetrical, very beautifully carved. They have intricate kind of craftsmanship built into them.
They wanted to make them resemble what, in my opinion, was a depiction of the ancestors, the gods, which somehow these stones were allowing to commemorate or communicate with these entities. They're basically telling us this is a memorial to our gods, the deities who were once present and who have left since.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, that these monoliths were created by mankind to pay homage to actual otherworldly beings who visited Earth in the distant past? And if so, might monoliths throughout the world have an even more profound connection to each other? Some researchers believe the answers can be found by taking a closer look at sphere-shaped stones hidden in the jungles of Costa Rica. Palmar Sur, Costa Rica. While clearing the jungles in the 1930s, crews discover hundreds of monolithic stone spheres.
Many of them are huge. I mean, they're 10 feet in diameter. They're gigantically huge. Others are much smaller, the size of a basketball or of a car tire or something like that.
To date, over 300 stone spheres have been found at archaeological sites across the region. And Las Bolas, as they are called, are some of the most precise stone carvings in the ancient world. Some experts believe these mysterious stone balls could be 96% completely spherical.
A perfectly spherical, round ball is hard to make. And in fact, where they're found is a primitive area. So the stone balls that we see at Costa Rica would have been very, very hard to make by just bashing them out with a rock.
We can only imagine how they may have been able to make such perfect spheres. These spheres are carved out of granites and granodiorites. These are very hard, igneous rocks, difficult to work.
Granodiorite is one of the hardest natural materials. It never comes free in nature in the shape of the sphere. So obviously somebody shaped them. Today we would need to use diamond tools and laser to shape the spheres.
It almost seems like there was some kind of megalithic carving school who could create the most perfect sphere. Some of them are still hidden within the jungles. So what were they doing there? I mean, why were they constructed?
Jungle-dwelling local chiefs were sometimes buried with some of the smaller balls. But some of the balls are gigantically huge. And in fact, they're so large, they couldn't fit in any grave. So the great mystery with the stone balls really is what their purpose was.
According to the legends of Costa Rica, those stone spheres were used as cannonballs by the god of thunder to drive away the god of wind and hurricanes. Now, these are all wonderful ideas of a story, but as we all know, every story has a core of truth, and the question is, what is that core?
Are the legends of gods battling storms really a description of ancient astronaut machinery at work, as some researchers suggest? And if so, might the discovery of stone spheres reveal the ultimate purpose for monoliths? Bosnia-Herzegovina, 2004. A team of archaeologists discovers stone spheres in forests and creek beds near the town of Banja Luka.
If you go into that area, it's a ravine in a mountainside that's been cut by a stream, and in it are all of these stone balls. Very similar to the ones in Costa Rica. They're half buried in this mountainside, and some are exposed. It is a tourist area, and in fact, Bosnia has 4 or 5 areas where these stone balls can be seen.
The tree was standing there. So with the last storm, the tree fell, and all this, dirt, all this material covered the stone sphere, which is here, right here.
The biggest source of Bosnian stone spheres is the central Bosnian town of Zavidovići. We took samples from 4 different stone spheres and samples of natural stone that we found nearby. And then we did chemical analysis. So the conclusion was those stone spheres were made from the liquid state, they would melt them. They were adding certain additives to get the better properties of material. And then when they got dry in certain molds, they were getting a perfect shape of the sphere.
Like most other monoliths, researchers believe the spheres were likely used for ceremonial rituals. But is it possible that these monoliths, like the stone spheres in Costa Rica, helped create a connection to celestial beings, as ancient astronaut theorists contend?
Another theory of the stone balls is that they were somehow used as star maps, and that they were rolled around, and they would show where stars were and their relationship to other areas. Very much like some extraterrestrial map.
It's also said that these stone balls were there to concentrate thought, that they were somehow physical devices, that somehow by touching or working with these stones, we were able to establish a bridge to another dimension. And so we might actually be looking at a civilization who realized that the places where these stone spheres were located were somehow power spots. That somehow there was some form of energy whereby if we were able to concentrate, we would indeed be transported to a world where we could communicate with the gods. And that might be why these stone spheres are located in the places they are.
Could it really be that these round monoliths were placed throughout the world to create a greater cosmic energy grid, as some researchers believe? If so, might stone spheres and other monoliths be celestial travel tools placed in power spots? Portals for star travelers visiting Earth. And is it possible these advanced beings have left behind more evidence? Perhaps not on Earth, but approximately 140 million miles away. (1998). The Mars Global Surveyor snaps photos of what appears to be a monolith on Phobos, one of the two moons that orbit the planet Mars.
On the moon of Mars, Phobos, there's a very, very interesting obelisk or monolith there. They call it the Phobos monolith. Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon, made a really big deal out of this and basically claimed that it was artificial. And when we got there and studied it, it would change everything in terms of how we looked at our history.
Is it really possible there is an obelisk on a moon of Mars? One that is not a natural occurrence, but was, in fact, put there by otherworldly beings. If so, might they have created similar structures on other planets and celestial bodies, perhaps even Earth, as some researchers suggest?
Egypt has a number of obelisks in it, and those obelisks are 4,000 or 5,000 years old. And the obelisks in Ethiopia may be that old too. Obelisks, they're a piece of crystalline granite, and within the granite is quartz crystal. So obelisks themselves are, in a sense, a crystal tower with all of the properties that quartz crystal brings to technology. It's an antenna. And any antenna can receive a broadcast, and it can give a broadcast. And then we have these ancient obelisks that were at one point apparently all around the world. It would seem that there was a worldwide system, similar to a wireless broadcasting system. These obelisks would broadcast power into the atmosphere. And remote locations around the world could pick up that power, much like a radio today or a television set, a satellite phone, or a computer. This seems to be the system that was set up by extraterrestrials thousands of years ago on this planet. And incredibly, they didn't just do it on planet Earth. So we may well find that when we go to Mars, we'll find obelisks there.
Is it really possible, as some researchers believe, that monoliths on Earth have a cosmic connection to the obelisk on Phobos? And that at one time, many of the monolithic sites seen around the world were part of an advanced system that would help to receive and distribute energy?
You have to realize that there is more than just the stones involved. There's a kind of energy field around them, and it works through the stones by way of their placement when put in a circle or in rows or standing singly. They would ground celestial energy, transmit it and download it into the local landscape. It was meant to be a kind of passive, continuous input to the Earth from the celestial and galactic realms.
Places like Easter Island, or remote jungles, or a remote mountain area, as long as you're able to dial in to that energy pattern and to the energy being put out, you would have power.
These sort of tall standing stones all around the world could easily have been part of some kind of energy grid around the planet, connecting up all these ancient cultures, connecting up the energies of the Earth, all in different parts of the world, somehow harnessing cosmic energy with Earth energy, and used for various different purposes we're only just starting to understand today.
This sort of megalithic landscape was designed to create higher nodes of awareness in multiple places. Their placement was specific to take advantage of implicit energy aspects and gradients in the landscape.
The location of the stones is very important. For example, Stonehenge, we now know that those stones were positioned above the underground water flows. The water moves, generates energy, the stones receive the energy and slowly release it. The ancient people, they would be around those monoliths, keeping their hands on the stones, receiving the energy.
And if the stones were arranged in a pattern, it would create a kind of geometry of consciousness that would have uplifting effects on people who were in proximity to them.
Throughout the world, whether they are stone spheres in Bosnia or megalithic monuments in Avebury, what we're seeing is that our ancestors are saying that these stones are able to hold energy, a soul, a spirit of our ancestors, of the gods. And so what we see throughout the world is these monoliths, because throughout the world we are trying to establish this link between us, mankind, and the world of the gods.
Monoliths, interconnected by design, tapping into the energy of the Earth, and serving as a beacon to link with celestial beings. Is it really possible that ancient monoliths hold an advanced, perhaps extraterrestrial power we have yet to realize? And if so, just what will happen when we unlock the mystery of the monoliths? The Star People of the Anasazi. The notion that otherworldly beings came to Earth from the heavens is one of the most common themes in ancient mythology and religion. Could the stories really have a basis in truth?
If we go back and look into ancient history, we find stories that sound very, very similar. They're sort of all-powerful, magical, superior entities, and they come from above.
When you go into mythology, when you go into the Star People tales, when you go into the Anunnaki, it is the sameness, the similarity around the planet that makes you say something has to be responsible for the same dreams, the same mythology, the same idea that life came from the stars.
All across the world, we find stories of otherworldly or extraterrestrial beings coming to Earth and influencing humanity. This raises a question. Are there different races of beings coming from the stars and influencing all these cultures? Or is it possible that in fact it's one race of beings, the Anunnaki, who influenced all of these cultures and they told the story of the same beings?
Do worldwide legends of so-called gods really help to prove that ancient man was actually in contact with extraterrestrial beings? And if so, is it possible that religious tales of otherworldly beings interbreeding with humans support the notion that the stories of the Anunnaki are based on historical fact? According to some researchers, the answers may lie in the Hebrew Bible story of the Nephilim.
The Nephilim are mentioned in the 6th chapter of Genesis, where we have the sons of the gods mating with the daughters of men, and producing therefore superhuman folk.
The Nephilim are described in some translations as being giants. The relationship between the Anunnaki and the Nephilim is really a story of two cultures, but are related. The Anunnaki was the god caste who created primordial man to enslave them, while the Nephilim were the offspring of those who came down and intermingled with humans.
Now, these beings could be giant in stature, but we're also told that the Nephilim possessed extraordinary supernatural knowledge that they shared with certain portions of humanity.
In Greek mythology, Zeus, the ruler of the gods, is said to have fathered two hybrid sons, Hercules and Perseus, both with earthly women. And the apocryphal book of Enoch describes beings known as the Watchers, angels who fell from heaven and procreated with humans. Could these tales actually have their origins in the ancient stories of the Anunnaki?
The story of the Anunnaki might seem like something right out of sci-fi, but when we compare the fact that every culture around the world, from the Hindus to the Greeks, the Romans, Egyptians, Mayas, all around the world, we have a similar description of these beings coming to Earth from the heavens, having offspring that were then one half divine, one half human.
But if legends of gods, angels, and giants coming to Earth and breeding with human females are to be believed, might there need to be some evidence? Ancient astronaut theorists say the answer is yes, and believe that evidence exists in the countless depictions of the Anunnaki as winged giant creatures, evidence found all throughout the region formerly known as Mesopotamia.
The Anunnaki, we can also see them on different carvings or in cylinder seals where they are depicted as having wings. Sometimes they have faces like birds with beaks, but they are also very human-like, giant beings with muscular bodies wearing things that look like wristwatches. Now, is this an exact replica of what people saw?
Clearly, the evidence that we have here in the Sumerian culture of wall descriptions, the artwork, the esoteric cuneiform script, they went to great lengths to record this very momentous information. We have to start to look at this in a fresh new light and stop thinking of it as just mythology.
Looking into the Sumerian accounts, what we're finding is that the Anunnaki are described as special. Their age spans are far longer than anything a human being can have. And afterwards, whether they disappeared into complete oblivion or whether they somehow remained here on planet Earth remains a question mark.
Might the similar images and descriptions of gods who descended from the heavens to rule on Earth be something of a smoking gun? Proof that the Anunnaki were actual beings who came to Earth from another world. But if so, Why has very little evidence of their time on Earth survived? Why are they virtually forgotten? Ancient astronaut theorists believe that the answers can be found in the ancient stories of a great flood. Shurapak, South Central Iraq, 1931. While digging at this ancient Sumerian city, archaeologists find what they believe to be sedimentary evidence of flooding from approximately 2900 BC. According to accounts in the Sumerian king list, King Ziusudra was the last Sumerian ruler before a great flood on Earth.
Excavations of the great city of Shuruppak began in 1931, and it was from these excavations that they began putting together the story of King Ziusudra. At the city of Shuruppak, we find sediment deposits that appear to show a flood that occurred in around 2900 BC. This is one link that shows that the biblical flood may in fact be genuine, and a way in which we can ultimately prove that to be true.
Many ancient cultures have a story of the flood, which is intriguing. The fact that the Mesopotamians had a story of a flood is not surprising, because Mesopotamian history is fraught with stories of trying to contain the Tigris and Euphrates and make them usable for agriculture. Until they built the canal system, there were regular floods that wiped out cities.
It appears that the story of Noah's Ark may not be an original Hebrew story. In the Sumerian text, we find a much older story of Ziusudra, who also survived the flood, who constructed an ark and was able to save part of his family as well. Is this merely coincidence, or does it suggest that in fact the biblical tale is based upon the Sumerian original?
The similarities have caused many to suggest that perhaps the biblical account is drawn in some sense from the Mesopotamian account. My feeling is that most certainly the biblical writers adapted it for their own theological reasons. In the biblical account, the rationale for the flood is human sinfulness. And so what the biblical writer has done is used the flood account in order to provide a theological rationale for why the flood took place.
According to ancient Sumerian legend, the Great Flood was not a natural event, but was directed by the god Enlil, who had grown tired of the noise of humans.
The Anunnaki who came to Earth essentially had two leaders, Enlil, who was the legal, legitimate son of Anu, the king on the planet Nibiru, and his half-brother Enki, who was actually the firstborn. They were in charge of the Earth contingent. Procreation was out of control, and Enlil gets enraged. He decides he's going to eliminate all the humans and created what we know as Noah's flood.
Enlil thought that humans should be erased. They were too troublesome. And Enki, like Prometheus in the Greeks, took the side of the humans and said, no, they should be preserved.
According to legend, Enki warned King Ziusudra to build a boat so that he might be saved from the Great Flood, just as Noah was directed to build an ark in the stories of the Hebrew Bible. Could both stories have their origins in historical fact?
At Ur and other cities, we have evidence of floods, major floods. People have associated this with the story of Noah's flood, and there are flood stories in other cultures. So I think we have a trend here where over and over people have doubted the myths, have doubted the legends, but in fact, with more research, we find that they have a genuine basis.
Could the similarities of these two tales be attributed to mere coincidence? Or might the story of Noah be directly based on the story of a displeased Anunnaki god? A god who was bent on destroying the hybrid creatures that inhabited the earth.
Enki, the Anunnaki god, told the Sumerian king Zeusudra that there was going to be this flood, the same flood of the Bible, and that he needed to build a craft, we would say today a boat, to escape it. However, it's quite possible that the craft that he made to escape this flood was actually a spaceship, and that he went into space in order to escape the flood and into orbit around our planet.
If there's one thing that unites ancient cultures all across the world, is that pretty much each and every one of them have flood mythologies attached to them. Deluges, great floods, you know, just swamping and covering the entire planet, wiping out whole races of people. In most cultures, this is put down to the work of the gods or a god displeased with the human race. Now, of course, today, you know, many people place that in a UFO context. Other people place it in a religious context. But many researchers sort of view biblical accounts and stories as having a basis in fact, but of extraterrestrial origins.
Both the Bible and specifically the ancient Sumerian accounts make it clear that the flood was something which the gods created. The gods made this flood happen. And so what we're seeing in the ancient accounts is basically an interaction between the Anunnaki on the one hand and our ancestors on the other hand. The Anunnaki basically make sure that we as a species will survive, because sections of the Anunnaki were intent on destroying everything on this planet.
Is it possible that the Anunnaki were responsible for causing what has been called the Great Flood? And did the flood destroy virtually all evidence of the Anunnaki's time on Earth? Perhaps the answer can be found, not here on Earth, but on another planet, more than 34 million miles away. Gale Crater, Mars. August 6th, 2012. The Curiosity lands on the Martian surface to evaluate the suitability of the planet for human exploration. The 1-ton rover will find signs of surface water, a key element for sustaining life.
I think one of the very fascinating things from a biology point of view is, let's say Mars, for a period in its history, was similar enough to Earth that life could start to evolve. You could ask the question, how far did it make it? What happened historically on Mars? When did it start to, say, lose an atmosphere? When was it not able to sustain it anymore? And we can learn a lot about the processes on Earth that were successful by, I think, comparing it to how far, if at all, did life get on Mars and where did it fail?
But is it possible, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe, that Curiosity's mission may also reveal evidence that the mysterious beings known as the Anunnaki also once inhabited Mars?
Zecharia Sitchin theorized that the Anunnaki were coming from this planet Nibiru, and that Mars was like a way station for them to come from Nibiru to Mars and then to Earth. So you would think that if this is the case, that on Mars we would find some kind of traces of this Anunnaki civilization there. Are we going to find pyramids, giant dolmens, huge constructions on Mars, just like we have here on Earth? I suspect we will.
If an extraterrestrial presence on Mars can be found, might a global awareness of our own Anunnaki ancestry also be possible? According to author and Sumerian researcher Zecharia Sitchin, Nibiru, the home of the Anunnaki, is on an elliptical path that brings the planet into our orbit every 3,450 years. And the next visit is projected to be in the year 2900.
Zechariah wrote in the book of the End of Days about some of the prophecy of the return. Next time the Nibiru comes around, there should be another appearance of Anunnaki. Some of the Anunnaki may be really excited and happy to see what developed and what we have become. Some may be upset that we've gone too far. Maybe we've overstepped our bounds. They may pass judgment on us, and it could be good or it could be bad.
The ancient Egyptians spoke of the duat, which was basically the crossing between this and another world. And Nibiru was the Sumerian equivalent of that. And it is a realm which exists both in this space, but also somewhere else. It is basically a bridge, a territory, whereby human beings can go from here in life on Earth to the realm of the gods.
According to Sitchin's interpretation of the Sumerian texts, Nibiru also played a major role in the cataclysmic creation of Earth and the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. If true, might a similar change be in store the next time we come in contact with the Anunnaki?
Human reunions with the Anunnaki, whenever they take place, almost always result in the same thing: the stimulation of human evolution. The Anunnaki enter into human culture and consciousness, bringing wisdom, knowledge, and often technology. So when we see a mass return of the Anunnaki, based upon the past, we can expect that we will once again see new technology, new wisdom, and new ideas being seeded into human consciousness.
When we look at the story of the Anunnaki and their involvement in the Sumerian culture, we have to understand that this is potentially a legacy of information in looking at humanity's record to interpret where we really do come from.
There is one common denominator in all of these stories of extraterrestrials visiting us in a remote past, and that is their promise of a return. How can we prepare for this return of those extraterrestrials in the future? It's very simple. Accept the idea that we are not alone in the universe, number one, and number two, that they were here in the past, they will return in the future, and that, hey, it's okay.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists argue, that the human race was jump-started? Or perhaps even genetically created by extraterrestrial beings in the remote past? Might this really be the missing piece in Darwin's theory of human evolution? And does the notion of an extraterrestrial presence on Earth also help to reconcile the supposed conflict between science and religion? Perhaps such a profound notion is why the museums in Iraq were looted and ransacked, because the truth may be too disturbing to contemplate. A mysterious cloth bearing a divine image.
It represents the supernatural transformation of a human.
Gold hats worn by strange, mystical beings.
The wearing of a golden hat would tend to amplify the signal that you were getting from higher up beings.
And powerful stones, believed to have otherworldly origins.
It is said that every wish was granted.
Could these mysterious objects simply be the targets of human imagination? Or are they evidence of something even more profound?
We have to wonder if possibly all of these metallic books aren't part of some extraterrestrial library.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might the evidence be found in the world's most mysterious relics? White House, February 11, 2013. President Barack Obama presents a Medal of Honor to Army Staff Sergeant Clinton Romeshay for his courageous actions during the deadly Battle of Kamdesh in Afghanistan.
These 53 Americans were surrounded by more than 300 Taliban fighters. If you seek a measure of that day, you need to look no further than the medals and ribbons that grace their chests.
This tradition of honoring brave soldiers by decorating their chest with medals dates back to at least the 2nd century BC, when the ancient Roman military used sculpted discs of metal to reward superior acts of service. But why? What is it about the properties of metal that make them chosen objects of adornment and commemoration?
The tradition of adoring people with metal really goes back thousands of years. In the case of the Bible, we have stories about how the priests actually had to wear certain medals before they were able to enter the Holy of Holies and make contact with the divine. Today, we are confronted with symbolism. Our heroes are given pins and medals because somehow we set them apart as great people who somehow have superseded the human race. But in the past, this was to be taken literally.
Do certain medals actually enhance mankind's ability to connect with divine, or some would say, extraterrestrial forces? And is this the reason why gold, platinum, and silver jewelry, along with other metal adornments and relics, have been so prized throughout human history?
Definitely the belief is that we hold the relic there because the relic is a link either to a deity or to something magical.
Relics can be any number of things. Pieces of wood, bits of statues, literally anything can be a relic if it has been kind of invested with a divine power. And that means you have a piece of the god, and therefore a piece of the god's power with you.
It seems to have always been the case with human beings that they've wanted to possess items which they thought were either from the gods, to do with the gods, or in some way associated with the gods.
Berlin, Germany, 1996. The Museum of Prehistory and Early History acquires a glittering artifact from an anonymous Swiss collector. A tall, cone-shaped hat, crafted from a thin sheet of pure gold, and embellished with dozens of sun and moon symbols. It is one of 4 that have been unearthed at various sites throughout Europe, and is believed by historians to date back as far as 1000 BC.
What is so important about them is that they indicate that there was a common culture. The images on them represent astronomy, the study of the stars. They also have complicated mathematical implications, suggesting a level of philosophical development that's very advanced for what we thought was available at that time.
German researchers carefully studied the symbols on the golden hat and concluded they represent a complex mathematical table, one that can accurately calculate the long-term cycles of the sun and the moon. But how could such ancient people have been able to make such advanced and highly sophisticated astronomical predictions.
The suggestion is that they belong to what might be referred to as oracles, people that could fall into an altered state and prophesize, could come up with statements relating to the future or other worldly situations.
Though most mainstream scholars believe these mysterious hats were worn by king priests during religious ceremonies, ancient astronaut theorists have another, even more astounding theory.
The golden hats are kind of interesting because if gold is something that actually enhances your connection with energies and higher up celestial beings, then the wearing of a golden hat, especially in a conical shape, would tend to amplify the signal that you were getting from on high. So it seems to me that ancient cultures logically would build them, get connected with the gods who had perhaps left them behind and gone back to their celestial birthplace.
In the case of the golden hats, what we're seeing there is that all of this technology seems to have been part of a larger framework whereby, once again, it seems this is a civilization which made contact with the gods.
But we just don't know who would have made these or why, and they're so incredibly unusual and tall. Perhaps the extraterrestrial gods were wearing some kind of conical hat like this.
Could the so-called king priests of the ancient past have been otherworldly visitors, utilizing metal's unique properties? If so, might additional evidence be found of other ancient peoples using metal relics for advanced, even metaphysical purposes? Khirbet, Qumran, Israel, 1952. Hidden deep in a cave on the desert cliffs, archaeologists discover a mysterious 2,000-year-old manuscript written on a sheet of copper. Known as the Copper Scroll, this mysterious relic was found at the same site as the ancient religious writings known as the Dead Sea Scrolls.
All the Dead Sea Scrolls that have been found were written on either leather or papyrus. The Copper Scroll is the only one made of copper. So you got to keep in mind, copper was valuable, and to hammer out a whole scroll would take a lot of time and a lot of technique. So it has to be very important.
Scholars examining the language on the Copper Scroll agree it is unlike anything found in other texts of the period.
The script that's on it is a little different, but it's not just in Hebrew, it's in, or Aramaic. It also has Greek letters on it, so it's quite peculiar. The thing that makes the Copper Scroll so fascinating is that it mentions hidden treasures.
The Copper Scroll lists 64 locations in Jerusalem and around that area that buried treasure is located. Maybe the key is in the 64th location, it says there's another Copper Scroll that will help explain the rest of it. Because we haven't found the treasure yet, I somehow suspect there could be another code within this treasure map, a code within a code.
What is the origin of the mysterious Copper Scroll, and what is its true purpose? Mainstream scholars and archaeologists have been puzzled by these questions for more than half a century.
Maybe the Copper Scroll is missing a piece. Many times with treasure maps, you need a second piece in order to complete the entire map. So who knows if there's a piece missing?
It seems to be an oddball artifact, and it's written in metal. And you have now the stories of other ancient books, supposedly written in sheets of gold. Joseph Smith Jr., who began the Mormon Church, he claimed also to have been shown gold-plated books. So we have to wonder if possibly all of these metallic books written in copper or gold plates aren't part of some extraterrestrial library.
Could the mysterious copper scroll have extraterrestrial origins? And is the fact that it is made of copper evidence of a connection between metal objects and otherworldly beings? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe further proof can be found by examining the similarly strange properties attributed to other mysterious relics found all over the world. Bulgaria's Black Sea coast, July 2010. Here, in the ruins of a medieval church on St. Ivan Island, 6 small human bone fragments are discovered inside a marble sarcophagus. Through radiocarbon dating and DNA testing of one knuckle bone, scientists conclude that the bones are from the 1st century AD. But what is even more incredible is the belief by many that the bones are actually those of St. John the Baptist.
In Christianity, John the Baptist is specifically important because he is known as the forerunner, the precursor, the one who comes before the Messiah. And in the stories of John the Baptist, he becomes extremely important for Christians because he announces that a greater Messiah is coming after him. And the legends around John's bones were always legends of extreme power. John was a prophet.
Now on tour in churches throughout Bulgaria, tens of thousands of the faithful come to visit, pray, and even worship these tiny bone fragments. But why? What is it about ancient bones, even those thought to have belonged to a saint, that compel people to come and visit them? Could it be they possess some mystical or otherworldly power?
The idea of saints' bones and relics having power is something that goes back to the very early days of Christianity. And certainly in the latter part of the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, they became very big business. If you had saints' relics in your church or in your cathedral, you could bring in a lot of pilgrims who would also bring in a lot of donations. There was a strong belief by the nobility and the royalty that the bones of these saints actually did contain some kind of power.
Humans always want to worship their celebrities, their kings. Whatever was linked with mysteries, humans worshipped it. So in antiquity, it entered already into altars. When a high priest died, part of his body, part of his bones was sometimes separated, brought to different countries, and everyone worshipped the bone in an altar. That still happened in Christianity.
Kushinagar, India, 483 BC. Siddhartha Gautama, the great spiritual teacher upon whom Buddhism is founded, dies. According to legend, after Buddha was cremated, several small pieces of his body remained intact and were retrieved from the ashes.
After his cremation, the ashes were fought over by a lot of his disciples. And finally, they resolved the problem by dividing them into 8 different parts. When the Buddha's ashes were divided, and there's a claim that there's a tooth found there, it was considered as very valuable. Right away, when the tooth was given to a king, the tooth relic itself became associated with the power of kingship. And it is believed that the king who possesses the tooth would be able to rule properly, and there would be peace and prosperity in his kingdom.
Could such a tiny but tangible relic from the mouth of the dead Buddha really have such power? Is a physical link to a holy and venerated leader really a means of connecting to the afterlife, and even more profoundly, some divine life force?
The worship of relics actually is as old as the Buddha's religion itself and many other religions too. The Buddha himself approves of the worship of relics because he believes that his followers need something very concrete to remind them of his presence and his teachings. The relics are supposed to be actually the essence of the saints. So in a way, the relics are the saints themselves, so they have the powers of the saints.
The importance here is, why is it that objects like this can gain such an incredible spiritual value? And quite clearly it's to do with the psychology of the importance of individuals like the Buddha, who are seen to be personifications of God or the gods themselves, and that just to own this or to have some part of it imbues you with the same power as the gods themselves.
So you have to wonder just why these relics are so important. We give them power, these bones and these teeth, but what they are, at least in a scientific manner, is a piece of DNA from the Buddha himself.
I think they knew that in the far future, the gods, the extraterrestrials, would return again. And some of these gods may have said to one of his darlings on the planet Earth, if we find your body, your cells are still existing, then we are able to reconstruct your body.
Cloning dead saints using DNA from their relics? Could this incredible notion be one of the reasons why bone fragments and other human remains have been so prized throughout the centuries? And might this now very real scientific possibility be connected to ancient religious notions of rebirth and resurrection? Perhaps the answers can be found in another mysterious relic that some believe depicts the greatest religious figure of all time. The Cathedral of Turin, northern Italy. Here lies the sacred relic known as the Shroud of Turin. A large piece of linen, which when photographed, bears the eerie image of what appears to be a crucified man.
The Shroud of Turin is a piece of ancient linen cloth, measures about 14 feet long by 3.5 feet wide. And what's so important about this cloth is there's a very faint imprint of a human being on the cloth who appears to have been crucified, which matches the biblical descriptions of Jesus Christ. So many believe that this shroud, this relic, is the actual burial cloth of Jesus Christ and bears the wounds of crucifixion.
The Shroud of Turin has such a fascinating history, and the question is it authentic? Those who are against it say, no, this could easily have been a fake, and a body would never have left such an image, and so on. The chemicals of an embalmed body would not do such a thing. But the people who say that are not able to explain how the figure did get there. It's not painted. It doesn't seem to be a pigment that's applied to the cloth.
The shroud has been studied actually by some of the top scientists and researchers in the world. And with all the scientific knowledge and equipment, we still do not know how the image of the shroud was produced.
And this is what I think continues to fascinate us about it. Regardless of what you believe, whether you are a Christian and a believer and believe that this is the image of the resurrected Christ, or if you just believe that there is some other extraordinary metaphysical event that causes this, you have to be fascinated by the fact that this extraordinary relic could not have been created by any means that in the 21st century we can identify.
Could the Shroud of Turin really be a divine relic? Tangible evidence of the existence of an almighty power.
In 2011, Italian scientists were able to prove that the Shroud of Turin was created by a supernatural flash of light, an unearthly flash of light. In my opinion, the Shroud of Turin is proof that Jesus transformed himself into a being of light and projected himself through the Shroud of Turin.
Does the Shroud of Turin actually contain an image of the crucified Jesus? Or could this sacred object be something else? Might it, in fact, be evidence of an incredibly advanced, otherworldly technology? Perhaps the answer can be found by examining another, even more perplexing, ancient artifact. One found on a land known as the Emerald Isle. Southern Ireland. Here, approximately 5 miles northwest of the small city of Cork, lies the Blarney Castle. Built more than 500 years ago, this nearly 90-foot tall fortress houses the world-famous Blarney Stone, a relic that more than 300,000 people come to kiss each year.
It is not in a convenient location. It's in the castle wall, high up on the outside. So to kiss it, you've got to dangle over or sneak around so that you're really at some peril of falling a very great distance.
According to legend, it grants whoever kisses it the power to speak in an articulate and charismatic way and to flatter and blandish in any circumstance.
Here you have a stone that has been kissed and revered by probably millions of people. Blarney is the gift of gab, and so the idea is that somehow kissing this stone gives you the ability to talk better or to somehow amplify your verbal prowess.
Composed of a single block of bluestone, the same material used at Stonehenge, this stone relic's magical powers are widely renowned. But could a stone really have such power? One that could actually affect an individual's power of speech?
And the story is in the 15th century, Cormac McCarthy had a court case coming up, and he was concerned about this and called upon the goddess Cleana, the queen of the banshees, to help him find the right words and present a good case. She did. She said, listen, on your way to court, kiss the first stone you see and you'll be eloquent. You'll find the words. And he did this. He went to court. He was very persuasive and won his case. On his way home, he picked up that rock and carried it back and had his workmen fashion it into a stone and set it into the wall of his castle, where it is still to be found.
When you look at Irish mythology as a whole, it starts to become pretty obvious that these people, such as Cleana, were not ordinary earthborn humans, but were in fact most likely extraterrestrial humans who came to the Earth and shared their technology. And Blarney, being the gift of gab, the gift of talking more eloquently, is something that may have been impregnated into the stone by an extraterrestrial technology using energetic means that we're not now aware of.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, that the Blarney Stone is actually evidence of some ancient and otherworldly power? Technology that helps to prove that ancient man was in direct contact with highly developed beings from another part of the galaxy. If so, might the character known in Irish folklore as the goddess Cleana actually have been a celestial traveler? Perhaps more clues can be found by investigating another mysterious stone relic, located just 160 miles away. County Meath, Ireland. On top of this mound, known as the Hill of Tara, lies the Leah Fall, or Stone of Destiny. One of 4 magical treasures said to have been brought to Ireland by mythical deities called the Tuatha De Danann.
The Leah Fall was a stone that was considered magical. All of the kings of Ireland up until the 5th century of the Common Era were said to have been crowned on this. It seemed to know who the true king was. They say if the true king put his feet up on it, it would roar with delight. It also had the power to give strength to the leader to help him solidify his rule, and in some cases to heal if that was necessary.
To mainstream scientists and archaeologists, this stone relic represents nothing more than the coronation stone of Ireland's ancient kings. But according to Irish mythology, the Hill of Tara was also a sacred dwelling place for the gods.
The Hill of Tara is a mound, and like many mounds in Ireland, like many of these Sidhe mounds, it is allegedly the entrance to the realm of the Sidhe, or these otherworldly people. The word Sidhe means both the people themselves, the otherworldly people, and the mounds in which they are said to dwell. And the Hill of Tara is allegedly an entrance to the otherworld.
The Hill of Tara is considered the sacred center of Ireland. The kings ruled from there for many centuries in ancient and in early history. And this was considered a sacred portal to another dimension, to the other world. So it had more than the authority of kingship, it had the authority of the supernatural.
In Irish mythology, the Tuatha De Danann were gods who had magical powers. They arrived from the lands of the West, these mythical lands of the gods. They were said to come in these dark clouds, which then landed in the mountains of Ireland. And when they came, there were 3 nights and 3 days of darkness. So you have to ask yourself what kind of power they had, and were they some kind of celestial visitors arriving in UFOs?
Maybe the extraterrestrials found a way to help society make advancements, including the selection of a virtuous leader. It's entirely possible that this stone is not just something that was coming out of a mythology, that the Lia Fáil was an engineered device, that those leaders were able to be assessed by the stone and even maybe see into their destiny, see into their future.
Might the Lia Fáil, a stone relic imbued with power like the Blarney Stone, really be evidence of highly advanced knowledge brought to mankind by the so-called gods? And do these sacred objects provide proof of ancient man's extraterrestrial connections? Perhaps the answers can be found by examining strange and unusual relics fallen from the sky. Valley of the Kings, Egypt, November 1922. Archaeologist Howard Carter discovers King Tutankhamun's tomb, containing a treasure trove of artifacts. Among them is King Tut's magnificent breastplate, with a yellow jewel as its centerpiece, a jewel created as the result of a meteorite impact.
In Egyptian culture, there was a fascination with Libyan desert glass. And while it's not actually a meteorite, Libyan desert glass is the product of a meteorite impact. Millions of years ago, an enormous meteorite crashed into what is today the Egyptian desert. And the heat and pressure of that impact melted the sand in the desert, forming a beautiful yellow impact glass.
And it crystallizes the sand, it forms glass. And you get these wonderful, almost like jewel stones. And they clearly imagine these stones to be celestial, to have been created by the impact of a star. And therefore they were given cosmic meaning.
Humans have long had a fascination with meteorites and have fashioned many tools and spiritual objects from them. But why?
There are many magical stories of meteors, meteorites, and meteor showers. Aeschylus in Prometheus Unbound talks about an angry Zeus throwing rocks down at the earth. In the Aeneid, Virgil speaks of meteors. He describes a meteor shower as indicating Troy is about to fall. Such folk beliefs about meteors, shooting stars, meteorites were common in the ancient world, where clearly a piece of stone from the heavens is worshipped as a divine item.
The reason why they were so important was because they inherently had the power of the gods in them, because they were already forged in the universe and they descended from the sky.
Meteoric gemstones like Libyan desert glass have been venerated throughout history. But one particularly mysterious green gemstone could be the most sought-after relic of all time.
Moldavite is the name given to a green impact glass of extraordinary beauty and rarity that's only found in one small region of the Czech Republic. It's very old.
Metaphysically, Moldavite creates this strange pulsating energy field that amplifies human thoughts or intention. If you're a loving or compassionate person, it will amplify that. Or it can bring chaos if your thoughts and energy and emotions are chaotic.
According to some legends, the Holy Grail, the cup from which Jesus and his apostles drank during the Last Supper, was carved from a green gemstone that had fallen to earth from the heavens.
It is said that there was discord in the heavens involving Lucifer, and a stone dropped. It was a stone that at one time had been the center of Lucifer's crown when he was an important angel. It dropped to earth. It was then a piece of heaven on earth and had great power and was greatly venerated. It was carved into the Holy Grail, which was not made of metal, but of this beautiful emerald, a precious stone from heaven.
Could the green gemstone that supposedly fell from Lucifer's crown have been made not of emerald, but of Moldavite? Perhaps more evidence can be found in the legends of another sacred stone that fell from the sky, more than 4,000 miles away. Yumbu Lakong Palace, southern Tibet. Here, according to legend, the 28th king, Latotori Nyansen, obtains a magical jewel called Sintamani. It is said to be one of 4 revered relics that fell from the sky in a chest.
The Sintamani stone is a fascinating myth that could well have meteorite associations. It describes a jewel that's meant to have enormous properties that it can bestow upon its owner. And there are legends that some of the greatest warriors and leaders in all of history, including King Solomon, owned this jewel, that it was passed from one great ruler or leader to another.
In both Hindu and Buddhist tradition, there are stories relating to a so-called wishing jewel, and it wielded great power. It had a connection between this world and the next, that it could be used to interact not just with other worlds, but the center of the universe itself.
It is said that whoever possessed the Sintamani stone was able to control destiny, that every wish was granted. Now, a stone or an object which is able to change reality, truly that is something which is a piece of technology, and how our ancestors got this is a gigantic question mark, which fortunately our ancestors have answered for us. Their answer is that this came from the sky, that it was given to us by the gods, and that it played a role in this exchange between us and the divine.
Could the legends of the Sintamani stone be based on fact? If so, might this otherworldly stone, as well as other sacred and mysterious relics, help forge a connection between mankind and extraterrestrial forces? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe the ultimate proof can be found in one of the most sacred objects in the world. Mecca, Saudi Arabia. 50 miles from the Red Sea, this is Islam's holiest city. It was here in 2000 BC that Muslims believe the Prophet Abraham built the Kaaba, a cube-shaped structure that draws millions of pilgrims each year. But just what is it about this building that is so sacred? And why do so many people line up to touch it?
On the eastern side of the Kaaba is a meteorite stone which is embedded in the corner of the Kaaba. According to Muslim belief, this meteorite stone was sent from heaven to Adam and Eve. And that stone was used to build the first temple. And this really makes Mecca the most holy place to Muslims.
Muhammad himself threw out all of the other gods, deities, and statues, but he retained the one strange thing that was there, the black stone, the extraterrestrial object that's still worshipped today at Mecca. So you have to wonder why Muhammad specifically chose that object as part of his religion that would remain as part of the Muslim faith. It would have to be some memory of an extraterrestrial event.
Might the Black Stone of Mecca and other sacred relics really possess great power? Could they be gateways, not only to ancient knowledge, but to other worlds and even other dimensions? Perhaps the answer can be found by examining what many believe to be the most sacred and powerful of all the earth's mysterious relics, the cross of Jesus Christ. Jerusalem, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to some researchers, this sacred site is the place where the crucified Jesus was buried, and after 3 days rose from the dead. And it was near here, in 326 AD, that the remains of a relic thought to be Jesus' cross were discovered by a Roman empress.
Empress Helena was the mother of the Emperor Constantine, and she was an early convert to Christianity. According to legend, she journeyed to the Holy Land to found a number of churches there. And when she was there, she was drawn to the hill of Calvary, where Jesus was allegedly executed. And she had the pagan temple, which she found there, torn down. And in the rubble of that temple, she allegedly discovered the true cross, the cross where Jesus was crucified.
She found 3 crosses. Well, Christ was crucified with 2 thieves, so 3 crosses might be the right artifacts. But to test them, she brought a woman with terminal disease, very near death, to touch the crosses. She touched the first 2 crosses, and her condition was unchanged. When she touched the 3rd cross, she was miraculously healed, and Helena declared that to be the true cross upon which Christ died.
The true cross, it's sacred to many, many, many people. And people collect these, or like to say that they may have pieces of this cross because it brings them closer to the one they loved, or their Lord and Savior, call it what you will. Literally hundreds of Christian churches lay claim to the fact that they have pieces of the actual cross that Jesus died on.
Like many relics or pieces of saints' bodies, the true cross where Jesus was crucified was believed to have all kinds of miraculous powers, including healing powers and the power to grant salvation. So if you were to touch or own a relic of the true cross, a piece of the true cross, some of that power that Christ had would transfer itself to you through the power of touch.
It's a fascinating thought that relics like the true cross could contain some divine energy that will heal people and even perhaps raise them from the dead. So is it possible that there are some kind of extraterrestrial artifacts with some kind of power in them that we don't understand?
Could fragments of Jesus' cross, like other ancient stones and relics, really have harnessed strange extraterrestrial energy? Could legends concerning mysterious healing powers really be true?
It's very human for people to want to possess, whether it's a piece of cloth, a stone, a follicle of hair, to possess an object that means something to them, an object that can perhaps help them in their life. Could these relics assist us in invoking otherworldly power? I think we need to be open. We need to be open to that possibility. Clearly, our ancestors thought so.
Well, ancient relics were very important to many different ancient cultures, just as they still are today to religions. And the reason for this is that it was believed that they were access points to otherworldly environments wherein the gods, the spirits, the immortals dwelt.
Throughout history, we find that some of our most powerful figures, our most powerful leaders, have gone on relic quests. They're looking for the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny, the Key of Life. And the belief is that if we can acquire these relics, we will acquire powers beyond human comprehension, powers that originally came from the gods that will make us more godlike if we can get our hands on them.
The relic tradition, these tooth from a deity, the bone from a saint, all of these aspects really tie in that somehow this deity, this saint, is able to link us mere mortals to the realm of the divine.
Sacred bones, golden hats, and fragments of sacred objects thought to possess healing properties. Is it possible that these ancient and mysterious relics help to prove that extraterrestrials not only visited Earth in the ancient past, but remain strangely connected to us throughout space and time? Perhaps the truth of mankind's origins has been right before our eyes for hundreds and thousands of years. In fabric, metal, and stone, and in the DNA of holy saints and martyrs, who someday, thanks to modern science, may even rise again. Megalithic structures in the middle of the ocean.
Legends state that the stones were actually flown from one part of the island to another.
Terrifying creatures.
There are stories about giants killing people and taking over things.
And mysterious events on the open sea.
How can an island just disappear?
Are the stories of lost civilizations and unreachable paradises simply the product of imaginative seafarers? Or could there be remote locations all over the world that are secret bases or extraterrestrials?
There have been sightings on the Isle of Man, going back centuries, of what are described as fiery wheels in the sky. They're in the middle of the ocean. There's just nothing that's supposed to be there, and yet there's activity being reported there.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might we find proof by exploring the world's forbidden islands? March 1963. 75 miles off the coast of Puerto Rico.
while training in anti-submarine maneuvers. The United States Navy's fleet, led by the USS Wasp aircraft carrier, detects an unknown sonar target moving in the nearby waters. For 4 days, the fleet tracked the unknown object, recording its speed at more than 150 knots, or 170 miles per hour.
There is nothing in any naval inventory anywhere in the world that can approach anything remotely that speed, not then, not now. Moreover, the object descended to a depth of something like 27,000 feet. Again, another impossibility. The pressures down there are vastly too much. They would crush any vessel that went down that deep. That time, the technology that we had, the best that we could do underwater was about 45 knots and a maximum depth of about 3,000 feet.
For the last 100, 200 years, there have been many, many accounts of objects that have been seen underwater. But exactly what they are, we still do not know.
There's been a tremendous surge of UFO sightings in Puerto Rico since the early 1990s. And for many of the Puerto Rican witnesses, they're absolutely convinced that there's some sort of massive futuristic installation deep below Puerto Rico under the ocean bed.
Is it possible that aliens have bases here on Earth, hidden deep underwater, and off the coasts of islands? Could this explain why so many islands around the world have stories of unexplained sightings of objects both overhead and beneath the sea?
Isolated islands would be a perfect location for, say, extraterrestrial beings to make their base of operations. Radar could spot any kind of craft in orbit very quickly. However, if you had your base underwater, near an island, a lot more difficult to be discovered.
Islands are essentially mountains that are mostly underwater. What they are, in essence, is energetic upwellings of the energy of the Earth pushing higher and higher and higher. Logically, these types of locations would be very attractive to visitors from another world, especially visitors that would be looking for an ideal place to set up a base or a landing spot, or simply a place where they could draw some of the Earth's energy.
The Aleutian Islands. Just off the Alaskan coast, this chain of more than 100 small islands extends west for 1,100 miles, separating the Bering Sea from the Pacific Ocean. Here, in the summer of 1945, 14 crew members of the United States Army transport Delaroff reported seeing what they believed to be a large UFO emerge from the waters near the island of Adak.
It's reported that a round object that appeared dark against the setting sun at the time actually rose up vertically into the air and then circled the boat 2 or possibly 3 times and was visible for about 7 or 8 minutes before it vanished.
Something that comes out of the water, circles around, and then takes off like that. That's well beyond anything we're supposed to have. And they're in the middle of the ocean. That's the important thing to remember here. There's just nothing that's supposed to be there, and yet there's activity being reported there.
UFO sightings around the Aleutian Islands continue to this day. But why? Is it perhaps more than mere coincidence that the native people known as the Aleuts believe this is the exact spot where their ancestors first descended from the skies?
The Aleuts believe they descended from a creature that had come from the sky. Dog actually had fallen to the island of Umnak and had had 2 pups with paws. But the children that came from those two were perfect humans. So by way of this descent from the heavens and by way of animal form, we get the Aleutian people.
I find it intriguing that the Aleuts' origin story has something to do with them having arrived from the sky, essentially saying that they have been seeded. So the fact that to this day, that area of the world is considered a hotspot for UFOs is not coincidence.
There have been rumors that there is an underground alien or UFO base in the Aleutian Islands. The question is, could a base really exist there? And the answer is yeah. There's plenty of places, knolls, atolls, volcanoes, where if hollowed out, they would pretty much make ideal bases for UFOs to use to come and go as they please and to investigate that area.
Could there really be a connection between the high number of UFO sightings and the Aleuts' origin story? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and as evidence, they point to the fact that similar legends exist on other remote islands. Islands that have also had reports of UFOs. "5,000 miles to the east of the Aleutian Islands, nestled in the Irish Sea, lies the Isle of Man. According to legend, the Isle of Man was founded by a mystical race of Celts, the Tuatha De Danann, who possessed magical powers. Banished from heaven for their sorcery and advanced knowledge, they descended on Ireland in a cloud of mist.
It said that at the end of their time, they just sort of vanished, left behind their ghosts, quite literally. And these are remembered in folklore of the Isle of Man as the little people.
The so-called little people are believed by the locals to be able to put humans under a magical spell. A spell in which all awareness of space and time is lost.
Kidnapping human beings is one of the chief activities of the little people. And the whole point of these stories is that the humans tend to come back from the other realm, often finding that hundreds of years have passed.
And this sounds really, really similar to what people experience sometimes during alien abduction events, where a ship will show up, the very small aliens will come out, they'll find themselves paralyzed, they'll have missing time experiences. There's reason to believe that the little people may have in fact been extraterrestrials, the same greys as we describe them, that perform the same types of magical enchantment on people that they abduct today.
Could the legends of the little people and the ancestral Tuatha De Danann actually be describing otherworldly beings that came to Earth in the distant past? And if so, might these legends be connected to modern-day UFO sightings over the Isle of Man? Locals claim that these UFO sightings have been reported for centuries. And for ancient astronaut theorists, the most compelling sighting of all is a 2,500-year-old report of a fiery wheel with 3 spokes descending from the heavens.
According to legend on the Isle of Man, some fishermen were washed ashore during a terrible storm. Suddenly, this 3-spoked craft came out of the clouds, terrifying.
There have been sightings on the Isle of Man, going back centuries, of what are described as wheels or fiery wheels in the sky. Now, these descriptions are almost identical to the description of the Wheel of Ezekiel in the Bible.
According to Ezekiel chapter 1, the prophet saw a flying object described as 4 wheels within a wheel, an account that ancient astronaut theorists say is not of an angel, but of an extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Biblical scholars have very much struggled with the description of Ezekiel's wheel, seeing wheels within wheels. The idea that a cherub was standing next to each wheel. It's very clear that he's describing some type of device.
Ezekiel describes wheels within a wheel and eyes of different animals, and they're all gleaming like bronze and metal. So what is really described here? It reads much more like an encounter with some type of an extraterrestrial craft that was misinterpreted as some type of a divine event.
So you have to think really that Isle of Man was some kind of island that was chosen by the extraterrestrials. This was one of their bases. They would land their UFOs there. And in fact, legends about UFOs and extraterrestrials continue on the island even to this day.
Could these islands actually contain alien base camps, as ancient astronaut theorists contend? And might these powerful locations reveal important knowledge for mankind? Perhaps clues can be found in another mysterious Pacific island chain, 9,200 miles to the southeast, an area rumored to be inhabited by giants. The Solomon Islands, 800 miles east of Papua New Guinea. This group of nearly 1,000 isles covers 11,000 square miles. Though first discovered in 1568 by Spanish explorers, many people identify this area with World War II due to the fierce fighting that occurred between the Japanese and Americans on the largest island here, Guadalcanal. In a campaign that lasted over 6 months, a total of 41 warships were sunk, and over 30,000 men died either in battle or from disease.
The Americans and Japanese, they left behind a lot of the remnants of the war. Ships that were sank, for instance. And then on land, you have leftovers of tanks and a lot of ammunitions as well. There was a place close to where I went to school called Hell's Point, and it's full of live ammunitions.
But Guadalcanal is also infamous for something else: the countless local legends of giants.
There are mysterious legends all over the Solomons, actually. A lot of the stories in Guadalcanal tend to talk about giants, the relationship between people and giants. Giants are often portrayed in different ways. Sometimes they are benevolent giants. They help people. They look after people. But there are stories about giants killing people and taking over things. So giant is a major character in a lot of the Guadalcanal stories.
There are legends and stories that go way back that suggest that giants actually still live on the Solomon Islands. Some say they're kind of hairy beast, Sasquatch-like kind of beings. Others say they're more humanoid. And some say they even relate and kind of mate with the human population.
According to local legends, those giants were able to travel the entire length of the island without seeing the light of day by utilizing subterranean tunnels.
People talk about it, that giants actually do exist. They existed in the past. Today, with all kinds of developments that are taking place, they shift further into the mountains. They really do exist. It's not just a mythology to scare children.
According to one report, in 1998, workers during a gold mining operation witnessed what they believe is proof of the existence of the giants of Guadalcanal when one of their bulldozers broke down.
The workers say they removed the 10-ton blade from the machine to make overnight repairs. And when they returned to the dig site the next morning, they were shocked by what they found.
The blade itself had been moved quite a distance, and they found footprints of giants in the mud. So they could only assume that these famous giants of the Solomon Islands had been there and moved the bulldozer blade.
Could Guadalcanal really be home to giants? If so, what are they? And where did they come from? In the book, Solomon Islands Mysteries, author Marius Boiron, a retired helicopter engineer who lived on the Solomon Islands for many years interviewing locals, unveils a groundbreaking theory.
The Australian author Boiron believed that incidents of the giants that he had been told about by the natives were related to UFO activity. And from what he could put together, there was some kind of UFO base deep in the mountains of central Guadalcanal, and it involved these giants. And at the same time, there was some kind of underwater UFO base there as well.
Eyewitness accounts of UFOs have been documented on the Solomon Islands for years. And mysteriously, details reveal that the UFOs seem to rise out of the surrounding ocean where warships sank in World War II and vanish into a remote mountain lake on the island.
People often talk about seeing light not only in the sky, but in the ocean as well. That you see lights in the ocean, and then you see lights flying past overhead as well, and sometimes crushing into the ocean, like a plane crashing.
There have been sightings of flying saucers appearing over the wreckage, flying into and out of mountains and volcanoes in the area. So the whole area is really pretty interesting.
There have been reports that objects, strange lights, actually rise up out of the waters into the air and move about for a period of time and then disappear. And often this is either witnessed from the beach or is experienced at close hand by fishermen. And it is said that sometimes these objects come so close that the fishermen can actually feel the heat as they pass.
There was a lot of local people who had said, yes, for many years we've seen these types of things happening.
There are numerous accounts of abductions, people who disappear after coming into contact with these UFOs, never to be seen again.
Could there be a connection between the legends of the giants of Guadalcanal and the numerous UFO sightings that have been reported here over the years? And might this be evidence that Guadalcanal really is the site of an underwater alien base? Some ancient astronaut theorists believe the answers can be found by examining stories of other strange creatures said to inhabit the island. Creatures like the Adaro.
The Adaro are frightening-looking creatures, half fish, half man. They were said to have come from the sun by way of rainbows. They could be dangerous. They could shoot poisonous flying fish at you. So the notion of some creature that was of danger and mythological qualities coming from far away seems alive and well in the Solomon Islands.
Chua Chua is a story that a lot of people on Guadalcanal know about, that these are actually human beings, but at certain time they take different forms.
These are energies that can shapeshift into any form. These are not just stories for entertainment or for scaring the children. These fears are great.
You have to wonder if these famous giants of the Solomon Islands and these weird beings were in fact extraterrestrials that were there to protect these secret
bases.
Is it possible that the stories of giants, sea monsters, and other strange beings on Guadalcanal are really accounts of extraterrestrials who appear as frightening creatures in order to scare off anyone who might discover their secret alien bases?
The Solomon Islands is right on what we call the Ring of Fire, a lot of volcanic activity, a lot of tectonic and geo activity. So there's a lot of energy there. One theory would simply be that if these other beings, whatever they are, wanted access to a good source of energy, that might be a very good place to go.
Could the stories from the Aleutian Islands, the Isle of Man, and the Solomon Islands be evidence that there are alien bases located beneath our seas? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and point to an island on the other side of the world that has archaeologists mystified even to this day. The island of Pohnpei, more than 2,500 miles southwest of Hawaii, completely isolated in the Pacific Ocean. This Micronesian landmass is home to just 34,000 people, mainly farmers and fishermen. But there is one area of the island that is completely uninhabited: the lost city of Nan Madol. The native islanders believe this ancient site is cursed, and it is also home to some of the most mysterious archaeological ruins in the world. Built on a coral reef just off the eastern coast of Pohnpei and sprawling more than 200 acres, Nan Madol consists of 92 smaller man-made islands connected by canals. According to historians, this ancient city, often called the Venice of the Pacific, was the capital of the Saudeleur dynasty that ruled from about 500 to 1628 AD.
This ancient city housed the Saudeleurs, the kings of that time. So it has their houses, it has feasting areas, it has tombs. So there's a whole number of areas that each of these islets supported.
Most archaeologists agree that construction of these artificial islands began sometime in the 13th century. Each has been formed with columnar basalt, a black rock that forms when basaltic lava from a volcano cools in the form of columns.
There are a number of columnar basalt outflows across Pohnpei itself, and we know of several of these outcrops that were used to mine the basalt. They were then transported to the area of Nan Madol and then placed to create these small islets.
But how did the native people living here 800 years ago manage to build 92 islets out of giant basalt columns? Researchers estimate that each stone log used to construct the megalithic structures weighs between 5 to 50 tons, stacked to form walls as high as 25 feet tall and 17 feet thick. Archaeologists believe that it was an undertaking that most likely would have required all 25,000 island inhabitants to complete.
Around the ruins of Nan Madol are many canals, which researchers and archaeologists say were the routes taken by boats to move these basalt columns across and around the island to construct the huge megalithic site.
Mainstream scholars insist native people built Nan Madol using ropes, rollers, and rafts. But attempts to prove this theory have failed.
So if you add up all of the stone logs, you have a weight of 750,000 or so metric tons. That's a lot. If you were to move maybe 2,000 tons a year, you might be able to get it built over about 3 centuries. We're talking about a major, massive effort here. The kind of effort that you would see in the construction of the pyramids in Egypt.
But could there be another explanation for how these ancient people were able to move such massive rocks miles across the island and into place in the ocean without the help of modern machinery? According to local legends, the ancient builders used a much more profound method of construction, an advanced anti-gravitational technology that ancient astronaut theorists believe may explain many of the world's mysterious megalithic sites.
Some legends state that the stones were actually flown from one part of the island to another, or levitated some way to get them up to such high areas of the main construction.
This is very reminiscent of what researchers call auditive levitation, which was a technique of raising heavy stones by matching the sound frequency of matter, rendering it weightless and moving it into place.
The people themselves, who still to this day live there in Pompeii, say that this place was not built by us. It's been here before we arrived. And they themselves say that basalt blocks were moved as if by ghost hand. That is why the natives call Nan Madol also the city of ghosts.
Although no written records on the island's history exist, its spoken myths and legends have survived through generations. According to the natives, Nan Madol has been plagued by a curse for centuries, and anyone who explores the ruins will perish.
The local islanders believe that the city of Nan Madol is cursed, and they say they see lights moving throughout the city at night. And they believe that if they spend the night there, they'll die.
When the Europeans came to colonize Micronesia in the early 20th century, they were advised of the Nan Madol and its alleged spell. In April of 1907, the German governor Victor Berg disregarded these warnings and not only explored the island ruins, but even opened a tomb of the ancient rulers. Locals say Governor Berg was haunted by strange sounds that night, and the next morning mysteriously died.
The local legend said that if you messed with this site in any way, it was cursed, and in fact, it would be a terrible price to pay for it. And it appears that Victor Berg lost his life because of this curse.
Official records indicate the governor died April 30th, 1907, due to sunstroke and heat exhaustion while surveying the ruins. But the natives maintain that his untimely death was a result of the curse, and proof that otherworldly powers guard the mystical island city. Might the local legends of supernatural forces at work on the islands actually be true? And if so, just who or what is haunting these mysterious islands? Ancient astronaut theorists claim the strongest evidence that an advanced race of extraterrestrials helped to build Nan Madol is not the megalithic rock structures, but what may lie beneath them.
Nan Madol is a huge city, and most of it is above water, but parts of it are underwater. And the islanders say that there is a second city there called Canimhueso. And this is the city of the gods, and it's in even deeper water. You have to wonder if there isn't some kind of underwater UFO base, even today.
If the local legends are true, could Nan Madol really be the remnants of an ancient alien base?
one that exists not only above ground, but also extends down into the sea. And might this explain why the natives of Pohnpei have left this part of the island uninhabited for nearly 400 years? There are those who believe the answers can be found by examining islands that have suddenly and mysteriously vanished. The Pacific Ocean, October 2012. Scientists aboard a research ship between Australia and New Caledonia set a course for 19 degrees south latitude and 160 degrees east longitude, the location of Sandy Island. But when they arrive, they make a shocking discovery. The island is not there. Digital scientific databases have shown Sandy Island to be 15 miles long and 3 miles wide, approximately the size of Manhattan. Small islands sometimes disappear due to rising ocean levels. But the researchers find no evidence of a sunken landmass, just ocean waters 4,600 feet deep.
Sandy Island is an island of great mystery. It literally disappeared. According to early eyewitness accounts, including those by Captain Cook in the 1700s, this island clearly existed, and it makes you wonder, how can an island just disappear? Was it there to begin with? Absolutely it was. There's eyewitness accounts of it.
Captain James Cook was the first to establish Sandy Island on a map back in 1774. And in fact, the island still appeared even on modern satellite maps up until 2013, when it was finally removed based on the findings of the University of Sydney. But how could an island that has appeared on maps for over 230 years suddenly disappear?
There are a number of accounts within folklore and legend of mythical islands. For instance, the Antilles and others which appeared on ancient maps and yet which don't exist today. So, did they once exist? Do they exist only at certain times? We could be dealing with a phenomena whereby these islands disappear at certain times and then reappear. Although, is that something that's natural? Is this something to do with geology? Or is this something to do with something more supernatural? This is obviously a mystery which remains to be solved.
When the University of Sydney findings were first revealed, many scientists insisted that the researchers must have been looking in the wrong place, pointing to the fact that satellites had recorded temperatures in this location consistent with the presence of land. Scientists would later claim that this anomaly was due to errors in the data sets. But how could the temperature data, the satellite images, and numerous other maps dating back to the 18th century all be in error?
It's possible that these islands actually do exist, but they're somehow being cloaked by whoever might be using the islands. For instance, extraterrestrial visitors could very easily create a light-bending type of device which could make it appear that an island that was once there is no longer there.
There are other stories of islands that appear and disappear, and that sometimes there's a mist around them. There are stories like this around the Samoan Islands. So you have to wonder if extraterrestrials have some kind of super technology that allows them to cloak islands and make them appear and disappear. It boggles the mind that such a technology would exist, and yet it appears to be so.
Could extraterrestrials really be using advanced cloaking technology to hide Sandy Island?
Some ancient astronaut theorists believe there may be an even more incredible explanation behind the disappearance of Sandy Island.
Things like Sandy Island that somehow was located, and then when they went to go look for it, is gone. It's very possible that these aren't islands, but are some technological device coming up to the surface, or landing for a little while and going away.
In ancient Greek mythology, we have these stories of the asteria, of the falling stars that would fall into the water. But they wouldn't sink. They could, in fact, travel from place to place. Floating islands, so to speak. So what if, in this particular case, we have a similar story? Is that really what is happening?
Is it possible that these phantom islands that appear and disappear are really elaborate alien outposts? And could the extraterrestrials that use them still be here on Earth, waiting to be discovered? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that further evidence can be found by examining another island that mysteriously disappeared. An island that was said to be home to otherworldly beings. The North Atlantic Ocean, 200 miles west of Ireland, lie open waters expanding as far as the eye can see. But according to 14th century Mediterranean mapmakers, this exact spot marks the location of an island known as High Brazil. For more than 600 years, sailors across the world have searched for this so-called Phantom Island, believed to contain an Eden-like paradise.
Lore has it that the island couldn't be seen except once every 7 years, when it could be seen but not reached.
High Brazil allegedly appeared and disappeared behind the mists. It could never definitively be found, although its putative location is marked on some of these early maps.
High Brazil was first mapped by the Italian Majorcan cartographer Angelino de Dell'Orto in 1325, who described the island as being a strikingly round form. Over a century later, in 1497, Italian explorer John Cabot also reported reaching High Brazil. And in 1674, Captain John Nisbet of Ireland reportedly brought back silver and gold from the island that he claimed to have received from an old, mysterious man. Strangely, he and his men also said that High Brazil was inhabited by what they called giant black rabbits. Other explorers of the time returned from the island with similarly bizarre stories and accounts of beautiful, glowing people.
High Brazil is imagined in Irish lore to be the place that the Irish gods came from. On the island of High Brazil, the gods had a luxurious life. They were able to develop an advanced civilization.
In 1684, one of the first Irish historians, Roderick O'Flaherty, wrote about High Brazil in his book, A Chorographical Description of West, or Ir Connacht. In it, he refers to the island as enchanted and writes that it is a land kept hidden by the special ordinance of God.
Like a lot of other mythologies, such as Atlantis, High Brazil was thought to be the source of civilization, especially in Ireland and England and other areas such as that. It's thought that High Brazil still exists under the sea, and that periodically, when the conditions are right, it'll surface.
According to legend, the mysterious land was last seen in 1872
by author T.J. Westrop and his crew, who saw the island appear and then vanish.
If High Brazil is an actual land, very possibly it could be that at one time on planet Earth there was a superior technology, a civilization that had progress that far surpassed even our own today. And these people originated from the stars. They are the people that the human race descended from. And locations such as High Brazil is this homeland of these creatures.
Is it possible that the mythical island of High Brazil not only exists, but is actually a high-tech alien base? And if so, might there be others located all over the world?
You find so many accounts of beings coming and going from the stars at these locations. You find mysterious disappearances. You find other supernatural events taking place at these islands. And it makes you wonder if they're in fact being used by advanced extraterrestrial races as portals, as gateways, even as stopover places, maybe even refueling stations in a way, as places that are known throughout the cosmos.
Might aliens have been visiting these remote, relatively uninhabited locations for thousands of years, using them as secret hideouts, landing spots, or energetic refueling stations? Could there be extraterrestrial bases on hidden islands even now? And when the truth behind these forbidden islands is revealed, will we finally come face to face with our celestial ancestors? A biblical realm with incredible powers. The power to harm. The power to kill. Even the power to talk to God.
The Ark of the Covenant, it's the ultimate high-technology device of its day.
People were terrified of this great and awesome ark. Wherever it showed up, people would all of a sudden die.
But is this mysterious gold chest truly of divine origin? Or might its powers come from some even more otherworldly source?
It's a type of super weapon that was being controlled or guided from an extraterrestrial.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might the proof be found inside the Ark of the Covenant? The West Bank, July 2013. 10 miles north of the Israeli settlement of Beit El, archaeologists unearthed clay pots, stoves, and a portion of a wall dating back to around 1300 BC. But the most mundane of their findings here may also be the most significant. Holes carved into the solid rock ground. Based on the location and the date of the artifacts, they believe these holes may have once held the wooden beams used to support the tabernacle at Shiloh. If true, it is the first physical evidence ever discovered of the ancient sanctuary built to house what is perhaps the most mysterious religious relic in the world: the Ark of the Covenant.
The story of the Ark of the Covenant is one of the most fascinating and unexplored stories of the Bible. The Ark of the Covenant had some very mysterious powers.
The Ark of the Covenant was what took me out of mainstream journalism. I began to wonder, what could this thing have been?
Reproductions of the Ark of the Covenant can be found in churches, synagogues, and Masonic temples throughout the world. It has even been featured in popular culture. But just what is the Ark of the Covenant? Mount Sinai, the 15th century BC. According to the Bible's book of Exodus, after the Israelites were released from Egypt, God summoned Moses to the peak of this holy mountain and gave him 2 stone tablets carved with the 10 Commandments. He also gave him specific instructions for building the Ark of the Covenant.
It was the box that was constructed to contain the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments, which were irradiated with divine power because they had been touched by the finger of God.
The covenant itself was a contract between God and the Israelites. I will be your God and protect you, provided you keep my commandments. Israel's end of the deal then was going to be kept in the box, which is the Ark itself.
But the Ark of the Covenant didn't only carry the 10 Commandments. It was also said to be the throne of God Himself.
In the book of Exodus, in the 25th chapter, the verse is very clear. God says to Moses, Asuli mikdash, b'shachanti b'tocham, have them make me a holy place, and I, God, I will dwell among them. And wherever the ark went, that power of God went with them. The ark is built in a reflection of what's called a heavenly ark. It was built 2.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits. So the ark would have been somewhere in the ballpark of about a 3 by 5 foot rectangular box.
It was going to be covered with gold on the outside and the inside, and was to have 2 gold rings at each of the 4 corners. And it was carried with poles that were run through the rings, and the orders were that the poles should never be removed from the rings. And the lid was to be made out of gold, and on each end of the lid were to be cherubim, or guardian angels basically, with wings.
But why was it so important that the ark be constructed to such exact specifications? And why would God, a spiritual being, require a physical throne here on earth? Perhaps there is an answer in the Bible's description of Moses after he returned from Mount Sinai.
After Moses came down from Mount Sinai, he was glowing. The Bible says that he had to wear a scarf over his face.
I am fascinated with the idea that Moses, all of a sudden, his appearance changed. And so the idea that Moses all of a sudden looked different, we have to ask ourselves why.
Just what did Moses encounter on Mount Sinai? Was it God? Or was it someone or something else?
God is clearly an entity not of this earth, and by definition, therefore, extraterrestrial. Where does he come from? We must recognize that when the ancients are speaking about God, there is no other term that we can use to describe these experiences other than extraterrestrial.
After the ark was built and the 10 Commandments placed within it, the Israelites carried it with them on their 40-year exodus through the desert.
The Ark of the Covenant was considered powerful because it was the meeting place of God and humanity. And so it had to be carried on poles so that it could be conveyed without being touched.
Certain people were allowed to carry it, and those people were ordained priests. Aaron, Moses' brother, and his sons were certainly priests. It was a prestigious job, but you had to know what you were doing.
Now, the ark would be covered while they're carrying it with a cloth so that they really couldn't see what they were carrying. And they were given strict orders that they should not lift up the cloth and look at the ark and try to see it.
But why was the ark considered so dangerous that it couldn't be touched or even looked at? According to the Old Testament accounts, the Ark of the Covenant was not only a powerful device on its own, it also housed a number of other important religious relics. In addition to the Ten Commandments, it held Aaron's rod, the staff that could miraculously turn into a serpent. It also held a jar of manna, an edible starch which reportedly came from the sky.
What we begin to realize is that the Ark of the Covenant was a sort of toolkit. And once this toolkit was assembled, we have the fully functioning Ark of the Covenant.
The ark went before them in the wilderness and made sure the place where the children of Israel were to go would be safe and able to provide for them in the desert. If anybody's been to the Sinai desert, you could hardly imagine 2 to 3 million people having any kind of subsistence in a desert. So therefore, what the ark must have accomplished was profound.
The Ark of the Covenant was said to have protected and provided for the Israelites during the Exodus. But how?
What we can read in the Bible is that they were sustained by something called manna. And the big question is, where did this manna come from? Well, 2 engineers by the name of Rodney Dale and George Sassoon in the 1970s proposed that the Ark of the Covenant was nothing else but a container in which to store what they referred to as the manna machine. The manna machine was a nuclear-driven device that dispensed food or manna to the Israelites.
The Ark of the Covenant is such a mystery. It could actually create food, supposedly, the manna that they were eating. It's like some kind of super engineering, duplicating energy machine.
We have a concise description of it in the ancient Jewish text of the Zohar, which is a part of the Kabbalah, where they describe the Ancient of Days. But in reality, the Ancient of Days is a mistranslation. The correct translation is the transportable one with the tanks. Since when is God transportable, and why does he need tanks? So in the Zohar, we have concise descriptions, not of God, but some type of a machine.
Did the Ark of the Covenant really house a machine that provided food to the Israelites during their 40 years in the desert? According to ancient astronaut theorists and many religious scholars, the answer is yes. But that wasn't the only power the Ark possessed. For as the Ark could sustain life, it could also destroy it. The Jordan River, a 200-mile border separating the present-day Kingdom of Jordan from Israel and the West Bank. In 1400 BC, this waterway represented one of the final obstacles to the wandering Israelites' long-awaited entrance into the Promised Land.
The Ark of the Covenant comes into its own when Joshua was given the task of leading Israel across the Jordan River. And the story is that the Ark of the Covenant would go first and be carried into the Jordan River. The water would stop flowing.
Some energy came forth from the ark, causing the waters to literally stop and ascend, and therefore creating dry land for the entire children of Israel to pass on off into the Holy Land.
But if this biblical story is true, what kind of power could the Ark of the Covenant have possessed that would cause a raging river to stand still?
What if the people who wrote these stories were simply reporting on what they were actually seeing? If that's true, then the Ark of the Covenant clearly represents a technology that is more advanced than anything we have now.
If you want to part water, maybe a good way to do it would be with high-speed winds. Because if you blow enough air, you can get the water out of the way, and you can actually maybe even form those two walls of water.
There's some kind of technology that they're using, and it's so that they can accomplish their goals and continue on their journey, and they're able to use this extraterrestrial technology to do it.
According to the Bible's book of Joshua, the Ark of the Covenant once again proved a powerful ally when the Israelites arrived on the western banks of the Jordan River, set on conquering the seemingly impenetrable walled city of Jericho.
The reputation of the Israelites preceded them. People were terrified. They have heard the rumors of the power of this great and awesome ark. They now come to the city of Jericho. The people were commanded by God to march around the city walls.
They march around the city once on the first day. The next day they do the very same thing. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth day is the same thing. On the seventh day, they march around and then they blow the trumpets and all the people shout.
Between the marching of the feet, the sounding of the ram's horns, the shofar, and with some power not described from the ark, it enabled the big stone mighty walls of the city of Jericho to somehow be vibrated with a earthquake-type force, which caused them to collapse.
When I hear that they had to walk around Jericho 7 times, and then the trumpets were the ones that allowed for those walls to crumble, one would have to ask yourselves, was there something else to it?
Knocking something down like a wall with pressure is not inconceivable. So you could imagine trying to do this. Now, when you look at things, think of standard examples that we experience. When the space shuttle lands, we get the sonic boom. And you can feel it rattling the walls and you can actually hear it. That's far away. Imagine getting a sonic boom closer to the object. You might be able to do significant damage to the wall.
Could the Israelites actually have witnessed an advanced technology beyond even our own modern capabilities? A machine that could instantly part waters and bring down stone walls. Some ancient astronaut theorists believe the best evidence that the Ark of the Covenant may have held alien technology can be found by studying events that took place 300 years after the sacking of Jericho, when the Ark was stolen. According to the book of Samuel, when the Israelites went to battle with the mighty Philistine army around 1100 BC, they brought out the Ark of the Covenant to aid them once again. But God had not given them instructions to do so. Angered by their presumption that they could use the Ark as a weapon without his orders, he awarded victory to the Philistines, who captured it as a trophy.
The Bible records very strange things then started to happen. Death, sickness broke out amongst the Philistines. Now, ancient times, they had no understanding of energy or what we would maybe consider something similar to a radioactive sickness. They considered this to be displeasure of the god.
They placed the ark next to a statue of one of their gods, Dagon. And they leave, and when they come back, they see that Dagon's head has been decapitated and his hands have been taken off. So they say, we got to get rid of this thing.
And so they loaded the Ark of the Covenant on a cart and sent it off in the direction of an Israeli village called Beth Shemesh. That, of course, everyone ran up to look at the Ark. And as a result, the Bible says 70 men died when they looked at the Ark. For those who have been fans of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and remember the last scene when Indy is shouting, "Don't look, don't look, don't look." That's where that story comes from.
The Old Testament contains numerous other examples of the Ark's devastating powers, and ultimately depicts it as a deadly device, capable of striking down anyone who does not follow God's rules.
When Aaron, who is the high priest, his two sons approached to give an offering, it stated that literally two beams of fire came forth from the ark and went up their nostrils and burnt them from the inside, leaving their entire outsides intact.
Beams of fire? Burning people from inside? Why would an instrument of God contain such deadly powers? If the Ark of the Covenant was truly divine, why would it strike down two people who were simply trying to make an offering?
Wherever it showed up, people would all of a sudden die. In my opinion, it was a storage container that housed some type of a nuclear device. And having a nuclear device in the hands of a technologically primitive society would result in people dying left and right. Naturally, people would refer to that as the wrath of God, when in reality, it's nothing else but the wrath of atomic power.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists suggest, that the Ark of the Covenant actually contained a nuclear device? One that was brought to Earth, not by God, but by visitors from another planet.
It's possible that the Ark of the Covenant is some type of super weapon that was being controlled or guided from an extraterrestrial.
Was the Ark of the Covenant actually a sophisticated, high-tech device that was so advanced that the ancient Israelites were unable to control it? Perhaps. But of all the Ark's alleged powers, there was one that was the most incredible. Its ability to communicate directly with God. Petra, Jordan. At the summit of Jebel Haroun, a small white dome marks the tomb of Aaron, the brother of Moses. According to the Hebrew Bible, Aaron was chosen by God to be the first high priest of the Israelites, a title that came with enormous responsibility.
Aaron, Moses' brother, served as priest of the people. And then following Aaron, the line of the priests followed his genealogy. They were the ones designated to carry the ark, and they were the ones permitted to come close to it in worship.
The attire of the priests was beautiful, but it was also there for their protection. They had to wear a mitre, they wore a breastplate. They had to wear a long robe. They had to keep certain areas of the body protected. The head, the lungs, the heart, the genital area.
The high priest would have to have these on to approach the ark. And when he approached the ark, he had to have a rope tied around his leg. Why? So if and when something ever went wrong and the ark struck him or he died, no one would be allowed to go in to retrieve his body because they would suffer the same fate.
On top of the ark were the figures of two angels. And it was said in the Bible that God's presence came to rest in the tiny space between them. That was the place where heaven and earth touched.
The space between the angels on the lid of the ark was known as the mercy seat, upon which the image of God would allegedly sit when communicating with a Levite priest. But did the Israelites really witness an otherworldly presence between the two angels? And if so, was it literally the image of God or something else? Based on the numerous accounts of the ark's awesome power, some ancient astronaut theorists have proposed that it may have been an electrical capacitor, a device used for storing and transmitting energy.
Some of the stories that have come out of history about the Ark of the Covenant, that it erupted in sparks and flames and people would touch it and die instantly, or that it leveled cities. And many people have theorized that this is some type of actual large energy capacitor.
Capacitor is exactly the right word to use. It relies on static electricity. It's the simplest device. You just need two conductors with an insulator between them. You've got the outer gold, a very nice conductor. And then if you open this up and look to the inside, you'll see a second electrode. So what that's going to look like, okay, you have the outer side of your arc. That's going to say charge positive. Then you have your inner wall of the arc coated in gold. And then you have an insulator in between. That's just the wood you make the arc out of. Now what you got to do is get negative charges here on the inner side. And the question is, how do I get my positive and negative charges onto my ark? This is where the cherubs come in. You have one sitting on top here. That's attached to the outer side, and you can put charge on it and get your positive charge. The other cherub is going to be sitting here. It won't be connected to the outer layer, but it'll come in from a rod and connect to the inner side, and this is where we'll put our negative charge. So what that looks like over here at the ark is this cherub will not actually be attached to the outer conductor. There'll be an insulator there, and then it can have a rod that goes through and attaches to the inner conductor.
Now, the Israelites claim to have actually been able to see the presence of God between the two cherubs, a representation of God. Now, if they weren't actually seeing a representation of God, could this arc of energy have been some type of other energy device that they were seeing?
So when we're thinking about the Israelites seeing the image of God between the two cherub wings, one of the things to keep in mind, I think, is how the image of God was often described. We have smoke, fire. It's very rarely an actual, visual picture of a person. And so if you picture what arcs of electricity will be doing, there'll probably be a little bit of smoke. There will be the really bright light. There'll be a crackling noise. That could certainly be something that would be interpreted as an image of God.
Is it possible that accounts of God's presence atop the ark were actually describing electrical discharge? And if so, might someone or something have been sending electrical signals through the Ark of the Covenant to communicate with the Israelites? Ancient astronaut theorists believe such a notion is not only possible, but all the more plausible, given the biblical descriptions of a device known as the breastplate of judgment. According to the book of Exodus, it was worn by the priests when entering the tabernacle and was adorned with 12 sacred gemstones called the stones of fire, which represented the 12 tribes of Israel. And according to detailed accounts from sacred texts known as the Talmud, these gemstones played an important role when communicating with God through the ark.
somehow there would be a pulsating sound emanating from on top of the cherubim. And these pulsating, high-pitched sounds would cause vibration in the stones on his breastplate. The stones would actually start to light up.
There seems to be a very complex but very specific code happening here that God is communicating through.
It was like some extraterrestrial Morse code that was being received from the Ark of the Covenant.
Jerusalem, 995 BC. Nearly a century after the Philistines returned the Ark to Judah, King David transports it to the capital city, with plans to build an enormous temple in order to house it.
It's Solomon, David's son, who built the Temple of Jerusalem and installed the Ark in the inner sanctum, the Holy of Holies.
Once installed in the temple in 955 BC, the mysterious Ark continued to serve the Israelites for another 3.5 centuries. Until suddenly, it vanishes from history.
The Book of Kings describes the destruction of the city of Jerusalem. It says nothing about the Ark. It disappears from the literary history in the same way that it disappeared from material history.
But what happened to it? Was it stolen, destroyed, or was it deliberately hidden? There are those who believe they know the answer, and that not only does the Ark still exist, but they are confident it will return. Mount Tsurugi, Japan. Every year, Shinto worshippers ascend this mountain, 6,000 miles from the Jewish Holy Land. They carry an elaborate gold-clad chest that, like the Ark of the Covenant, is believed to contain the Spirit of God.
Scholars in Japan look at the Old Testament. They also look at the kind of mythical foundational texts of Japan, like the Kojiki, and see certain similarities. And they like to think that these similarities are not just coincidences, but actually suggest ancient connections. Part of this theory is that these lost tribes of Israel brought the Ark to Japan, and it ended up at a sacred peak, Mount Tsurugi, and it lays hidden in the limestone caves underneath it.
Could the Ark of the Covenant really be hidden in Japan? And might this explain why Shinto worshippers perform a ritual that's eerily reminiscent of the ancient Israelites carrying the Ark through the desert? One Japanese historian named Takane Masanori was so confident that the Ark of the Covenant was hidden in Mount Tsurugi, he actually performed excavations of the mountain in the 1930s.
Excavations were started in 1936 on the peak or near the peak of Mount Tsurugi. And this research went on for some decades, and then it was all shut down. And the area is now a national park, so further research is banned for environmental reasons, so we won't know. The Ark of the Covenant has not been found in Japan, but the legend continues.
Is it possible that a lost tribe of Israel made their way thousands of miles across the Asian continent and brought the Ark to Japan? It is just one theory out of many. Some biblical scholars suggest that Israel's high priests, anticipating the destruction of this city, stashed the Ark deep in a cave under Jerusalem's Temple Mount for protection. It is also believed that centuries later, the Ark was discovered in its hiding place and was taken away to safety by a group known as the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar were monks who were trained to fight as soldiers in the Holy Land during the Crusade, from the 1100s up until the 1300s. They discovered a great treasure. They themselves describe it as a great biblical treasure.
There are certainly legends throughout Europe, and specifically France, of where the Ark of the Covenant ended up. Some say it was buried beneath Chartres Cathedral in the crypt. Some say it was buried in the Languedoc region near Rennes-le-Château. And we know that the Nazis excavated in depth in these mountains looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
But some believe the Ark's journey didn't end in France, and that eventually it was taken even further to the north.
There's been a rumor for years that the Templar treasure was actually taken through France by the Templars, and the story goes that it was then taken to Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland for safekeeping.
Could the Ark of the Covenant still be hidden somewhere in Rosslyn Chapel? Or might it have been, as some ancient astronaut theorists suggest, taken far away to North America, where it was hidden deep underground and still lies buried? Perhaps, but there are those who believe that the Ark isn't hidden at all. They claim its whereabouts have been well known and well guarded for hundreds of years. Aksum, Ethiopia, the Church of St. Mary of Zion. A solitary monk who is not allowed to leave the grounds is charged with guarding the church's holiest relic. It is a job he has devoted his life to, and one he will keep until his death.
There's a cathedral there called the Cathedral of St. Mary of Zion. And I started talking to the monk who guarded the chapel. And he told me that lying in that chapel was the original Ark of the Covenant. Now, at first it seemed to me like an incredibly tall story, but as I began to look into it, I realized that there was something to the Ethiopian claim. For example, why was there an ancient Jewish population in Ethiopia? It was like they were frozen in amber from an earlier time and caught in Ethiopia. And I got to know a succession of 3 different guardians of the Ark. Once appointed as guardian, they have a very short lifespan. They die very quickly. And one of them in particular pointed the issue of his eyes to me and the way that the cataracts were creeping over his eyes. And I said, what is causing that? And he said, it's the Ark of the Covenant that's causing that. He said, the Ark is a thing of fire. And there was such truth and power in his words that I began to feel very strongly that the Ethiopians could indeed have this object.
Could the Ark of the Covenant really reside in a church in Ethiopia? In a location so publicly known and so modestly protected? If so, why has there been no proof? Is it an elaborate hoax? Or is there, perhaps, another reason? And could that reason be based on one of the other audacious theories concerning the Ark, that there are more than one of them?
The Torah speaks that there are actually 2 arks. There was one ark which was built by Moses when he first came down from Mount Sinai, and only later do we find in the book of Exodus was the commandment given for an ark to be built by Bezalel. That was the ark that stayed in the tabernacle.
If the Ark really was a technological device, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, might there really have been more than one of them? And if so, might the various myths and legends about the Ark and its whereabouts all be plausible? Perhaps. But whether there is one Ark or many, 2 other important questions remain. What was the Ark's true purpose? And what would happen if it ever returned? the Dome of the Rock, Jerusalem. This Islamic shrine sits atop the Temple Mount, once the site of King Solomon's temple and the last known location of the Ark of the Covenant. In 1981, a small team of Israeli workmen secretly tunneled under this hotly disputed site. Rabbi Yehuda Getz, the preeminent rabbi of the Western Wall, supervised the highly prohibited and politically inflammatory excavation.
There's a pretty big problem with this because that is the #1 sacred site for the Muslims as well. And these men believed strongly enough that the Ark of the Covenant had been located there, that they were willing to take such great risks to try to locate the Ark of the Covenant themselves.
When Arabs on the Mount heard noises from the cistern below, they confronted the work crew in what became a dramatic subterranean standoff. Police separated the two sides and ordered the tunnel to be resealed. To his dying day, Rabbi Getz believed he was just 40 feet away from finding the original Ark of the Covenant. But could such an audacious claim be true? Might the Ark really still be located where it was thousands of years ago, at the site of the Jews' most sacred temple, one of the holiest places on Earth? For ancient astronaut theorists, the answer may very well be yes. And for proof, they point to reports of strange sightings over the mount in recent years.
In 2011, there was a very sensational UFO sighting over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem.
Many will call it a fraud, many will say it was not real, but it was witnessed that a ball of light came down over the Temple Mount. And just hovered there. And then all of a sudden, a pulsating light went out from it, poof! Whoa! And then descended back up.
Some speculate that this UFO sighting may have been energizing Ark of the Covenant, which is still there in Jerusalem.
Could it be a mere coincidence that the UFO sightings occurred over this particular site? Or could it be, as some ancient astronaut theorists claim, merely the first in a series of events concerning the Ark that are, in fact, the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy?
There's a very interesting prophecy in the book of Zechariah that states that there's going to be a tremendous earthquake in Jerusalem. The Mount of Olives is to split. It is said that this earthquake is to be caused by some type of a sonic vibration created from under the earth, and that the powers from under the earth are then going to arise out of this chasm with the Ark. This is then considered to be A, the return of the Ark, and B, the famous, of course, coming of the Messiah.
All three of the big three religions have prophecies about the end-time arrival of a messianic figure. And what we're told is that angels will help bring the Ark of the Covenant back to earth.
Could the lights seen over the Temple Mount indicate that some sort of extraterrestrial reactivation of the Ark was taking place? And if so, might we be close to finally rediscovering this ancient relic and finding the source of its incredible power?
If that device were ever to be found, then that will forever change the course of human history. Because if we look at our past, it already has changed the course of human history.
If the Ark could be found, and if it could be retrieved, The possibility exists that its technology could be understood and exploited and possibly even used to reconnect with whoever created it. If they were in fact extraterrestrial beings, then the reality is we might have a direct phone line to the ETs.
We as a culture, as a species, we seem to use most of our technology for war. And so it would be like giving a 3-year-old a loaded gun. We can barely deal with the technology that we have now, so maybe it's good that for now it's hidden.
Could the Ark of the Covenant, perhaps the most coveted of the world's lost relics, really be the ultimate proof of an ancient extraterrestrial encounter? If so, what was it? A sophisticated weapon? A communication device? A nuclear power source? Or was it something else entirely? Something beyond our comprehension? And if it is found, will it lead to mankind's destruction? Or to a reunion with our alien ancestors? One thing is certain. The search for the Ark will continue. And there are those who believe it will be found much sooner than we think.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing, 3,000 feet.
July 20th, 1969. Astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first men to land on the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Just like aliens visiting from another world. It had been the stuff of science fiction. Now, everything that could be imagined seemed possible. If mankind could travel the skies and go to other planets, why couldn't beings from other planets visit the Earth? Amidst a wave of modern UFO sightings, a new theory emerged that aliens visited Earth in antiquity and were regarded as gods. But if that were true, wouldn't there be proof? Perhaps there was. All we needed to do was open our eyes and our imaginations. The proof, perhaps, was all around us. In May of 2008, a startling proclamation was issued by the Vatican. For the first time in its 2,000-year history, the Catholic Church acknowledged the possibility that intelligent life could exist on other planets, and that a belief in extraterrestrials did not contradict a belief in God.
Which means, of course, that we are now entering an age in which the universe is beginning to be conceived in different ways from what it was before. And if it is a reality for us, why could it not have been a reality for other beings in the universe who could have visited our Earth and perhaps guided culture in ancient times?
But just what sparked this sudden turnaround in religious thought? Could the Church have been influenced by recent scientific discoveries?
You can make the argument that we are, in fact, just replacing angels of 2,000 years ago with high-tech angels now, and that we have this inner need to feel we're not alone in the universe, that we're scientific people, and we would be embarrassed to call them angels because we've stopped believing in that kind of superstitious stuff, but we still believe in aliens from other planets.
In 2002,
the Mars Odyssey spacecraft detected enormous reservoirs of ice beneath the Martian surface. The presence of ice and the possibility of water suggested that life could be sustained or even generated on another planet. After decades of orbiting space shuttles and robotic rovers, the idea of sending man back into space, to Mars and beyond, ignited the imagination and brought back the notion that mankind and alien beings had crossed paths before. In 1968, just 1 year before Neil Armstrong's epic spaceflight, a book was published that forever changed the way many in the scientific, religious, and creative communities would view their home planet. Written by Swiss author Erich von Däniken, Chariots of the Gods attempted to prove that alien explorers had visited the Earth thousands of years ago.
When I was a young man, I was educated as a strict Catholic in a boarding school. And there we had to make translations of part of the Bible, Greek to Latin, Latin to German. For example, in the first book of Moses, before the Lord descends on the holy mountain, Moses was ordered to construct a gate around the mountain, otherwise the Israelites would be damaged. I was shocked. I said, this is impossible. My God, he would never use first a gate to protect himself or to protect the Israelites. What are they talking about? And now the work started. I started to read thousands of pages of the beginning of religions, of every mythology. It's always the same story. Of course, with different names, with different heroes. Somebody descends from the sky to the humans. Our forefathers could not understand it. They believed that these are some gods. I was shocked. I asked the question, were primitive humans influenced by extraterrestrials, not gods? And if it all was like I suggested, where is the proof? So you start trying to find at least indications. That's what I have done now for at least 45 years. You have pictorial evidence, you have artifacts in archaeology, and you have what's come out of the old literature. Hundreds of indications which you cannot deny anymore.
What it means is that we need new explanations for human origins, that perhaps we're not alone in the universe, and that human-like beings came to this planet from some other planet elsewhere in the cosmos. I think that's a very good idea myself.
And it really excited people. It was a new way of looking at the past, looking at ancient civilizations, and it put this very modern space-age spin to the whole thing.
Chariots of the Gods caused a sensation, fueled in no small part by the popular response to books like Frank Herbert's Dune, television shows like Star Trek, and feature films like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
The time was ripe because everybody was talking of possible space travel, of possibility of extraterrestrials. So it was all wonderful coming together, but it was not planned. I was accused that I have chosen the timing. So it was all a calculation. It was not a calculation. It was not a timing, because I was writing on this story since I was a student.
Since the date of its first publication, von Däniken's book has seen more than 40 printings and can be read in more than 30 languages. But Chariots of the Gods was a bestseller that might never have been published.
I sent this manuscript to 20 German publishers. No one was interested. The manuscript 20 times came back. It's not professional, we are not interested, and so on.
After a Swiss newspaper printed excerpts of it on a weekly basis, more than 10,000 copies of the book were sold before ever hitting the market.
So it was a running bestseller, starting in Switzerland first, then going over to Germany, and then the rest of the world. They had to print and print and print and print. It was absolutely incredible.
In 1970, a feature-length documentary was released to theaters, followed by dozens of best-selling books and growing legions of fans and supporters.
Chariots of the Gods was tremendously influential. It somehow spoke to people who want to believe.
When I was a boy, Chariot of the Gods was one of the books I first read. I mean, I ripped it apart. I digested it. I couldn't get enough of it.
I just fell in love with that book because it really opened up all kinds of new questions. And von Däniken was able to point out many anomalies in history that the mainstream archaeologists can't answer very well. He had what was a revolutionary new idea, that of gods from outer space coming to the planet, helping create civilization.
When I first read Chariots of the Gods, I couldn't put that book down because it answered a whole bunch of questions that I had. And it was a great combination of archaeology and adventure. And it's just a wonderful way to see the world and pursue these ancient mysteries.
And it truly was, I think, the catalyst for what people like I do today, and that is to talk about the mysteries and the unusual and the paranormal. He paved the way for a lot of us to talk about these strange stories. And that continues to grow, and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. People want answers to questions that they can't answer themselves.
But in spite of the book's enormous popularity, or perhaps because of it, von Däniken's theories were scorned by scientists and jeered at by theologians.
Of course, it created a storm of controversy. I was completely attacked, especially by the scientific newspapers. They said, come on, he's just telling story, he's a liar, or he's a fraud, or whatever.
There is not a single piece of evidence that von Däniken puts forward that cannot be attributed to human ingenuity, technology, and development.
Don't try to reduce the scriptures to a science book, or don't try to reduce the scriptures to an explanation of our modern world today.
I don't expect that the scientific community now embraces and kisses me and say, oh, wonderful, great you did. We have to live with critics. This is normal. Chariots of the God was full of speculation. I had 238 question marks. Nobody read the question mark. They always said, Mr. von Däniken is saying. And I did not say. I asked the question, would that be a possibility? And in Chariots of the God, I made clear differences between speculations and facts.
But as controversial as many of von Däniken's theories are, believers point to tangible evidence. How, for example, could a centuries-old map chart a landmass that has only recently been discovered?
It would tend to indicate that the map was made at a time when Antarctica was ice-free, which would be many millions of years ago.
And how could a primitive civilization know how to harness electricity or even build a computer?
This was tantamount to finding a jet airplane in the tomb of King Tut.
And just who were these mysterious designs, only visible from high altitudes, intended for?
The signs are made for somebody who flies. There's no way out of this.
Could von Däniken's theory that ancient gods were really alien visitors contain any serious scientific merit? The answer involves a search around the world, and even right before our eyes. If alien beings from other planets had visited the Earth thousands of years ago, how would our ancient ancestors have tried to communicate with them? And wouldn't there be some physical evidence of the time they spent here? One answer may lie in the Nazca Desert of Peru. There, atop an arid plateau that stretches for nearly 50 miles, countless geometric patterns and figures decorate the landscape.
You fly over this desert and you see some lines. The lines look like airstrips. They start abruptly, they end abruptly. The longest of it is 23 kilometers, right away, not one curve, just incredible, and ending in one of these so-called airstrips. In the mixture of large lines and small lines, you see gigantic figures in the ground. Figures of fishes, monkeys, spiders, apes, but of such overdimensional size that you can see them only from the air.
They built them, the people built them, or somebody built them hundreds and hundreds of years ago, perhaps maybe even thousands of years ago. They don't erode because the conditions on top of that plain in Peru are such that there is no wind and it just doesn't wither away. But I mean, they've got spiders and monkeys and just different pictures that could be signs of, hello up there, here we are, it's something.
When I was young, when I was the first time in Nazca, I realized that in the ground you find some lines with a white stuff. To me it looked like salt. I crushed it out with my nails, I took it into my mouth. It doesn't smell like salt, it smelled like nothing. I went to the hotel, I stirred it in hot and cold water, but nothing changed. So I asked the Dresden University, please take some samples of this. What is this? They analyzed it in the big microscope and out comes a crystalline glass. We don't understand this. So I know for sure something is wrong in Nazca, but I still don't have the answer. Why? Because the next step would be digging, and we are not permitted. Nazca is like a holy place. Nobody may change or do anything.
Various disputed explanations suggest that the lines could have been used for irrigation ditches, giant astronomical calendars, or pathways, perhaps used for religious worship.
Looking at Nazca from the air, it looks like an airport. And it really does, because you have all these bands, wide bands that look like airstrips that are laid on top of each other, but you also have these gigantic long straight lines that go for miles and miles over valleys, over mountains.
So once again, you've got this idea of like, okay, people are creating this, but what is the reason? Is it to show these gods in aerial vehicles, land here kind of a thing? Because we just don't have a good idea of why people would do this. And it really does seem that they're trying to signal people who are in the air, in space, or flying around our planet.
During World War II, American troops created air bases on remote Pacific islands. To natives who had never witnessed advanced technology, the sight of giant metal birds touching down looked to them as if the gods themselves had turned the Earth into a planetary pit stop.
They would see these big planes land, and it was all technology that just was out of the sky. They didn't know how these things worked, but they could see them land. And what they liked about it was they were getting free stuff. They were getting cargo. Suddenly, when the war was over, all these airstrips were abandoned and everyone left. And the islanders scratched their heads and they all said to themselves, wow, wasn't it great when all these planes came out of the sky and gave us free cans of corned beef and stuff? We really liked that cargo. Entire religions sprung up from this, where priests actually said, yes, that was our dead ancestors sending us cargo. So what they did then was they began going to the old airstrips and they would build mock wooden airplanes to try and get those planes to come back from the sky and deliver the cans of corned beef to them again. And so you can see how then an analogy with modern cargo cults plays exactly into the ancient astronaut scenario where something like this could have easily happened in the past, and entire religions built around ancient astronauts.
But gigantic geoglyphs aren't the only mystery surrounding Nazca.
I was flying over Nazca for days, hanging out the aircraft with the camera and shooting and shooting and shooting. I have more or less about 4,000 pictures about Nazca. This is really fascinating. You see, this is one of the pictures which prove that this mountain was made flat artificially, because you compare it with the mountain around there. There the mountain's cap comes up from both sides. Here it was flat. This is absolutely incredible. This is one of the most craziest pictures I made about Nazca.
The crazy thing is, the rubble, the remains of that summit or that mountaintop, gone. It's nowhere. It's not in the valley down below. It's nowhere in the region. What happened to it? Because all the mountains around it have their summits. It's there. And then you have other mountains that are as flat as a table with bands on top that look like runways.
Another question. Why would visiting ETs be drawn to the bone-dry deserts of Peru?
Let's just say hypothetically that a spaceship arrives here on planet Earth and you wanted to quickly find out what this planet consists of. Nazca would be the perfect place to go and visit for some sampling and for some experimentation, because Nazca still today is one of the most abundant areas in the world regarding raw materials. There you find everything. You find gold, you find uranium, what have you. It's basically the cliff notes of planet Earth. You go to Nazca and you immediately know everything about what our planet consists of, because all the raw materials converge there at high volumes.
Why do we have to believe that these simply could not be an expression of an artistic impulse? You know, is it really that outlandish to believe that that these natives in Peru might have wanted to create some large-scale work of art, and to say that such a large-scale work of art could not have been created merely for the possibility of having created it, rather than the Nazca lines are so inhumanly vast that they could only be admired by people who are capable of flight? Well, you know, you can say the same thing about the Great Wall of China. And yet the Great Wall of China has a purpose that is political, that is martial. Somebody might have walked the Nazca lines as a spiritual labyrinth in the shape of a spiritual totemic object, and were in their own way supposed to get a kind of epiphany from that. The fact that we don't understand the purpose of a thing opens it to tremendous speculation.
Now, sure, could it have been people of that time simply saying, let's make something for the gods? But who are the gods to these people? Did they come down, and did they live with them for a while? And then did they make these pictures as some kind of celebration to them? Who knows?
Nazca and the Nazca figures make no sign seen from the earth. You have to fly over it. The signs are made for somebody who flies. There's no way out of this. I hope archaeology sooner or later will come to a similar conclusion.
But if visitors from other planets were thought to be gods, wouldn't there be written accounts of them? Perhaps the answer can be found right in front of us, in one of the most shocking places of all. Ironically, Eric von Daniken's firm belief that Earth has been visited in the past by beings from other planets is entirely consistent with his belief in God and the Bible. It is merely a question of interpretation.
I want us to understand, I was a very, very deep believer in God. By the way, I'm still a believer in God. I never lost my God. But for a young man, my God had to be almighty. My God would never need a vehicle in which to move around, a vehicle to go from point A to point B.
In what Christians refer to as the Old Testament, there are in fact several accounts of God and his angels visiting the earth. Sometimes these visitations are accompanied by tremendous noise and clouds of billowing smoke. In the book of Ezekiel, for example, the prophet claims that he witnessed a visitation by heavenly beings coming down from the skies aboard a fantastic flying machine. As far as von Daniken is concerned, it's a highly detailed description of an alien sighting.
This is incredible. Ezekiel not only describes what he sees, he also describes what he hears. He describes the whole thing as being the splendorness of God.
The prophet also details several four-faced winged creatures who appeared in the likeness of men and who traveled upon a gleaming wheeled device.
Inside the splendors of God, there was something like a throne, and on this throne was a being sitting, looking like a human in glittering clothes. And beneath it, he saw some vehicles, he saw some wings. He describes the noise of the wings. He describes the noise of the wings with the thundering of a waterfall.
Ezekiel saw his wheel within a wheel. This sounds more high-tech than supernatural, and we can't suppose that people 3,000 years ago would understand the difference between the supernatural and high-tech.
But what if there is more to Ezekiel's heavenly visions than the imaginative insights of a religious man? What if there was a scientific foundation for them?
Yes, I once had the opportunity of meeting and spending time and traveling with a gentleman by the name of Joseph Blumrich. He was a senior chief engineer at NASA, person involved in the Mariner expedition to Mars. He was also in charge of the landing gear for the Mariner spaceship. And he told me himself that the idea of the design used for the Mariner spaceship that landed on Mars came to him from the reading of the biblical text in which there is talk about wheels within wheels. So here you have another example of a person of curiosity who conceives of these ideas.
Another biblical figure who continues to fascinate von Daniken is the character of Enoch.
Enoch is not part of the Bible. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, you find maybe just one phrase about Enoch, that's all. But among the apocryphic texts, there are volumes and volumes, if you know them. You find the book of Enoch. Enoch is the first person in antiquity who writes in the first person. I did, I heard, I was there.
In one of the ancient texts, this great-grandfather of Noah is said to have been taken away by God for 300 years.
He was taken up to the sky. Up there he meets the highest, the so-called highest. In religion they call it God. He meets the highest, and the highest says to his servants, you teach this young man in our language, and then you teach him writing. So he writes books. Of course, he knows all these foreigners by name. He quotes them by name. He knows their profession. He knows which of these extraterrestrials was the astronomer. So Enoch is the only in first person, thousands of years ago, who gives some of the names of the extraterrestrials and gives some of their professions. How is this possible? We have an eyewitness and nobody speaks about it. So I really was confused.
I mean, that would be the argument that the followers of von Daniken would say. Why is it so absurd for aliens to come when it's completely acceptable for God to intervene in human history? The difference is, von Daniken's arguing that aliens came and gave technologies to people to advance those cultures. So basically they gave objects, they gave new ideas and new technologies, and that those cultures advanced because of them. Whereas, at least in the Bible, it's not like God gave humankind a magic watch, or a new missile that they could use to defeat their enemies. God gives instruction, at least the Bible records, that God gives instructions on how to live. but not how to build new devices that further or advance a specific culture.
Can we liken Ezekiel's chariot to a UFO? The ancients used myth and metaphor and images to describe their experience of God. I think what we don't want to fall to is a type of fundamental literalism. The stories of the Old Testament emerge out of the people of that time, out of their own context, to make sense of their experience of God. We can gain insight by reading the Old Testament and reading about Ezekiel's chariot, but it's not to draw a strict analogy between his chariot and a UFO.
When all of these stories were written down, writing was a fairly new invention. The very first thing they wrote down is something that actually happened to them. It was so important, so compelling, so significant to them that they had to put it in writing. Why can't modern society come to grips that these stories might be true after all?
Von Daniken's research turned up evidence of other arguably extraterrestrial phenomena, and not only in the Bible. Almost every religion has similar stories about deities with spectacular powers and abilities who come to Earth and directly influence the lives of men.
Suddenly one day I said to myself, now come on, this is similar to stories in so many old religions. Are they talking about extraterrestrials? These so-called gods are here, they give orders, they force the humans to do certain things, and one day they disappear. But they always disappear with the promise to return in a far-away future.
If, as I believe, people in ancient civilizations were familiar with space travel, people in ancient civilizations were in communication with human-like beings from other planets, then I think we should expect to find evidence for this in their literatures, which we do find.
Throughout the ancient Sanskrit epics of India, there are numerous descriptions of vimanas, or mythical flying machines. One of these accounts even dates back over 5,000 years.
In the Bhagavat Purana, which is an ancient Sanskrit history, there is a description of a spacecraft that was piloted by a king named Shalva. It's described that it was made of metal. It was described that it sometimes appeared to be in two places at once. It was described as having a motion similar to that of a butterfly. And these descriptions are consistent with what people who observe UFOs today report.
In other Sanskrit texts, such as the Mahabharata, the Rig Veda, and the Ramayana, there can be found descriptions of Vimana measuring as wide as 100 feet, and often equipped with the capabilities of modern aircraft. One Vimana produced a shaft of light, which when focused on a target, consumed it with its power.
It's like a Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon movie from the 30s. They read like the wildest science fiction. People are flying around in airships called Vimanas, blasting each other and having aerial fights, destroying entire cities.
And the crazy thing is that all of those stories are totally accepted in the modern society of India.
I don't think we can say that these descriptions are simply imagination, because even though they were written thousands of years ago, they match what many people today report in terms of observing the actions of UFOs.
Were they just mythological tales that they're making up, fantasy? Or these physical, real events, and they're trying to describe them as the best that they could? That seems to make more sense to me.
I gotta tell you this, I would be out of a job in India, because there, if I were to talk about ancient aliens and ancient gods, they would say, okay, so what else is new?
When backing up their claims of extraterrestrial visitation,
ancient alien theorists draw upon two kinds of examples. There's the evidence you can read, such as that found in ancient texts. And then there's the evidence you can actually see. Among the earliest types of physical specimens, numerous cave and rock drawings and stone sculptures found all over the globe.
You know, pictures are worth 1,000 words. Absolutely. When you see pictures depicted, for example, on a cave in Italy that show two astronauts with helmets on, I mean, what the heck could it be? What could it be?
Each of these ancient illustrations or statues depict figures dressed in strange attire for the times and sporting unusual headgear. But could they really be representations of alien astronauts, visitors from other worlds who touched down upon the Earth thousands of years ago?
All over the world, we have statues and sculptures and paintings and depictions of these extraterrestrial beings. Even in the United States, at Sago Canyon, Utah, we have petroglyphs of very weird-looking creatures that have antennae on their heads, helmets, and halfway around the world, in Kimberley, Australia, for example, we have the exact same depictions of these helmeted beings with a halo around their heads. And the question I have is, what did our ancestors see that compelled them to put this on their cave walls? On yet another continent, in Guatemala City, we have a sculpture that looks eerily reminiscent of a modern-day astronaut. I mean, that thing is wearing a helmet, there's some type of a mouthpiece, and on his chest are some type of controls or a breathing apparatus. How is this possible? 1,500 years ago. And in Colombia, there were thousands of tomb artifacts that look like modern-day airplanes. It has fixed wings, it has a fuselage, and it has an upright tail fin, which is not intrinsic to nature, but it is intrinsic to modern-day aerodynamics. Did our ancestors see something similar flying in the air? Absolutely. Another compelling artifact that was found was at the Istanbul Museum, where you have this headless spaceman sitting inside some type of a space vehicle. You can see his hands and you can see tubing that go to some sort of devices. He's wearing a suit, his legs are crammed in there. I mean, even to the untrained eye, this looks very aerodynamic and it looks something that, you know, came from outer space.
These people witnessed something. They were told something, and they tried to depict it the best way they could with the kind of technology they had at the time. And that was simple tools and simple artwork.
Many of these ancient civilizations were widely separated in space and time. They weren't in communication with each other, but still they have the same kinds of accounts. I think it's because they all experienced these things. And they all have the idea that we're part of a cosmic hierarchy of beings. So I think we can't explain things away so easily.
But for Eric von Daniken and other proponents of his ancient astronaut theories, perhaps the most significant illustration can be found in Mexico. The Mayan archaeological site of Palenque had been abandoned for centuries before it was stumbled upon by Spanish explorers.
We sort of get to the top of this, and suddenly, here are the Great Pyramids of Palenque.
Here, deep within a secret tomb, under one of the age-old temples, lies the 7-ton sarcophagus of Palenque's 7th century ruler, Pakal the Great.
Lord Pakal apparently died here at Palenque. He was apparently this mysterious Mayan leader. He was a giant, 7 or 8 feet tall, actually. And then they built this pyramid around his tomb. The Mayans literally worshipped him as some kind of a god.
King Pakal's sarcophagus is adorned with a carving that has become a famous example of classic Mayan art.
Most believe the illustration shows Pakal descending into the Mayan underworld. But ancient astronaut theorists interpret the carving a vastly different way.
On this slab, an incredible chiseling. You see a man, and he's sitting in a sort of capsule. He has some sort of mask on his nose, and you see his upper hand, he's manipulating some controls. From the lower hand, he's turning something on. The heel of his left foot is on a kind of pedal, and outside of the capsule, you see a linking flame. This is incredible. This is absolutely a proof for extraterrestrials.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
If we look at the similarities of what our astronauts look like when they are in a rocket ship or in the space shuttle and have gear attached to them, there are similarities being shown. So one just has to ask the question of, is this just an artifact symbolically showing something, or are they trying to depict, with their own limited understanding of the time, what was taking place?
Was Lord Pakal just some Mayan king that everyone liked? Was he some important visitor from some far-off land? Or was he even possibly some extraterrestrial from another planet?
Although most scientists and archaeologists discredit von Daniken's interpretation of the Palenque carvings, visitors to the site are often treated to stories and offered souvenirs that support his claim.
This is Eric von Daniken's theory, the chariots of the gods. No? You see, Pakal's supposed to be driving the rocket, holding the controls, the pedals, the engine, and the fire of the rocket. This will be the cabin. No? And this is the oxygen.
Mainstream archaeologists claim that it's really a depiction of Lord Pakal and his journey to the underworld. He's going under the ground rather than out into space. Both are interesting theories, and either could be right in my mind.
In recent years, Pakal's tomb has been closed to tourists and casual visitors. Although the sarcophagus is off limits, ancient astronaut theorists can still find a wealth of evidence in the carvings along the walls of Palenque.
This is very similar to what's on the lid of Lord Pakal, of his tomb. The way he's got his left hand right here in an odd position, and his wrist. Also some kind of rocket exhaust or something is coming out of him.
But Lord Pakal may not have been the only alien who once walked the Palenque ruins.
The Mayans had such an advanced calendar and mathematical system. Why were they so obsessed with the stars? One of the most advanced of any ancient cultures. And yet, the Mayans just vanished around 500 AD. We don't know where they went. And one explanation is that the Mayans were some kind of extraterrestrials, and they literally left our planet.
But ancient cave drawings and stone carvings aren't the only types of illustrations that fascinate ancient alien theorists. In 1929, historians discovered a map which had been painted onto a piece of gazelle hide. They traced the document back to a 16th century Turkish admiral named Piri Reis. But in stark contrast to other maps dating back to that time, the map depicts landmasses that were still, as yet, unexplored.
It shows the coast of Antarctica as it exists under the current ice cover. Now that's really pretty amazing, because it would tend to indicate that the map was made at a time when Antarctica was ice-free, which would be many millions of years ago.
The map also accurately charts the coasts of Europe and North Africa. But it's the illustration of northern Antarctica that truly astonishes ancient astronaut theorists, because this region wouldn't even be discovered for another 300 years.
We have to remember that Antarctica is covered by at least a mile thick ice. We didn't have ground-penetrating radar until 1958. So for a map to exist in 1531 accurately showing the topography, it's pretty interesting.
When cartographers superimposed the Piri Reis map over a modern map of the world, they were amazed to discover that the ancient chart was fantastically accurate in the most minute of details. But how could the creators of a centuries-old map have known of mountains or rivers that had yet to be discovered?
In 1531, I really don't know of anyone who was flying above the surface of the earth high enough to map topography, and how would they see underneath the ice?
Their maps were so accurate. I mean, we know that they didn't go to Antarctica and explore it, but yet they were able to draw these maps of it.
But if ancient aliens possessed the technology to travel the universe, would the only evidence of their journey be in the form of a few carvings or a mysterious map? Wouldn't there also be signs of a highly advanced technology? Signs that might be too large to overlook.
You mean to tell me that people of that time period did this by hand? I don't think so.
When it comes to searching for evidence of ancient aliens, Eric von Daniken literally leaves no stones unturned.
I have collected for more than 40 years information, and there are two sorts of evidences to support my hypothesis. The one source is literature. This might be archaeological or mythological literature, and the other sorts are practical objects. For example, the pyramids are linked to the gods who once descended from the sky to us earthlings.
Without a little interplanetary help, how else could early Egyptians have learned to stack the nearly 2.5 million limestone and granite blocks that create the Great Pyramid? How could prehistoric man move the immense boulders at Stonehenge? And how could ancient builders at Cusco fit stones so closely together that even a razor blade can't fit between them?
As you travel around the world trying to piece together this puzzle of the ancient world, there's not that much to really get a good grasp on, but what there is giant blocks of stone, huge articulated granite or basalt blocks in many cases. Sometimes they weigh 1,000 tons. These things are the size of railway cars, and you find them in Peru and Bolivia and Mexico and ancient Egypt. You have to ask yourself, why and how could ancient people have dragged these railway car-size blocks of stone, stacked them up together into these giant buildings?
Perhaps the most familiar and most mysterious megalithic structure in all the world is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The oldest and largest of Egypt's 3 great pyramids, this miracle of engineering is believed to have been constructed during a 20-year period, ending around 2560 BC. But to ancient alien theorists, those numbers just don't add up.
The Great Pyramid was not built in only 22 years, because logistically speaking, you would have to cut, transport, and put into place one stone every 9 seconds. And there are modern engineers who have come forward and said, we couldn't do this in 22 years either.
There are all kinds of theories on how the Great Pyramid of Giza was built. So many theories, you just sit back and shake your head. And that includes ET visitations, levitating the blocks with some kind of sound system, anti-gravity, thousands of workers pulling long ropes on a ramp that had to be almost 2 miles long to get it up to where it is. All I know is that they are so finely aligned and that the architecture is so precise that even modern people today with great technology would have a difficult time being that good. How, for example, in the inside of the pyramids, in the tombs, could they build granite and marble areas that were just so perfect and so clean? You mean to tell me that people of that time period did this by hand? I don't think so.
The enormous size and weight of the stones, multiplied by the sheer number of them, makes one thing certain. The construction of the Great Pyramid remains one of the greatest marvels and mysteries of architectural engineering.
I don't want to discount human ingenuity because I do believe that we do have the ability to do these things over a longer period of time, but the knowledge to build some of these monuments, there had to have been some type of intervention or some type of knowledge given to ancient man to carry out those instructions. They couldn't have just come up with it on their own.
In Egypt, there are old traditions saying the Great Pyramid was constructed by a pharaoh with the name of Saurit, and then they say Saurit is the same which the Hebrew community calls Enoch. Enoch is a prophet in the Old Testament. There are books of Enoch called the apocryphic texts. You make a connection with Enoch to these extraterrestrials. He clearly says he met these extraterrestrials. Now we have writings in the book of Enoch, and he gave the order to construct a building which cannot be destroyed by the thousands of years of the future.
And the ancient Egyptian texts speak that the pyramids were built by human beings with the assistance of the guardians of the sky, meaning the gods. And so we have proposed that the pyramids were built by human hands, but with the assistance of extraterrestrial technology.
As one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Great Pyramid remains not only an archaeological mystery, but a geographical marvel. In 1877, author and theologian Joseph Seiss demonstrated that the Great Pyramid resides at the intersection of the longest line of latitude and the longest line of longitude, the exact center of all the landmass in the world. Also, each of its 4 sides aligns almost precisely with the 4 points of the compass, though such an instrument wasn't even designed until thousands of years later. But is it just mere coincidence that pyramid construction, very similar to that practiced in ancient Egypt, was also evolving halfway around the world?
There are pyramids on remote Pacific islands, and in India, and in Mexico. So this is something that's all over the world. Archaeologists haven't really been able to explain why dissimilar cultures, separated by huge oceans, are building the same structures and in many ways the same way.
Here in central Mexico stands an ancient city that dates back more than 2,000 years. Its name, Teotihuacan, literally means City of the Gods. And located at its center is the Pyramid of the Sun. Incredibly, this pyramid's perimeter is virtually the same as that of the Great Pyramid of Giza. A structural coincidence? Or could it be that both were inspired by the same designers?
Couple theories for that. Okay, one, maybe they were all taught the same thing by an extraterrestrial race. 2, there were ancient travelers from within this planet who went from one area to another over the thousands of past years. And then, as some skeptics will say, hey, that's the greatest archaeological way to make it, so they just knew it. I don't think that's the case.
At Teotihuacan, here you have a giant pyramid of the sun and a giant pyramid of the moon. According to the legends, these things were built by gods who were giants at the end of one of the destructions of the world. Civilizations such as the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Hopi Indians of northern Arizona, they believe that the world has been destroyed 4 times in the past. One time by ice, once by fire, once by water. Each time, mankind rebuilds again. And Teotihuacan supposedly was built just at the beginning of one of these 4 worlds.
You may ask the question, why build these huge, huge structures? For what purpose? Well, in Egypt, for example, either the pharaohs had incredible egos and they wanted to outdo themselves, right? So they built these huge museums for themselves. Or it's also possible that these ancients wanted to leave behind something for us.
It is written in ancient Egyptian texts, the purpose why the pyramid was built was to store knowledge. 300 books which allegedly contained the knowledge of the universe, dictated by the guardians of the sky.
Of course, the pyramids aren't the only ancient monuments that continue to baffle scientists and archaeologists. There are literally hundreds of them, and they can be found in every corner of our world. In a remote area of the Pacific Ocean lies one of the most isolated yet inhabited locations in the world, Easter Island. Here, over 800 stone guardians called moai stand watch over the island's coastline. But are they primitive native carvings or eerie portraits of alien visitors from thousands of years ago?
Whatever they were for, they're made to last for thousands of years. They're built out of blocks of stone that weigh many, many tons. Not only are people building structures out of these huge megalithic blocks of stone, but this was going on around the world. And yet, supposedly, it's just primitive people doing this for no really good reason, it would seem.
I think one of the things that comes into our considerations of what ancient cultures could have accomplished is whether they were able to write it down or not. We're very tied to, if we have evidence that they wrote down how they did it, then we believe we know how they did it. So Egypt, we have a lot more writings and drawings that show them building the pyramids, give us an idea of the technology. If you go somewhere like Easter Island, we don't have any real written evidence of what they did, and sometimes that leads us to question their innovativeness.
"3,000 miles away, in the Republic of Bolivia, stonework exists which is amazingly similar to the statues of Easter Island. Tiwanaku is, in fact, so ancient that it defies modern dating techniques. It is estimated to be over 17,000 years old, perhaps the oldest city in the world. And somehow, the sculptures at Tiwanaku were constructed in the same style and with the same enigmatic expressions as their distant cousins on Easter Island.
A lot of the stuff with Tiwanaku you can see in earlier civilizations, all the way back, before into the centuries BC in Peru. You see some of these same patterns, some of the same iconography, imagery, and you can see the ancestry of this.
But while tourists flock to the ruins of Tiwanaku, perhaps the most mystifying of all ancient sites lies just a few hundred yards away. Of relatively little interest to most visitors, Pumapunku is a field of stone ruins that both thrills and stimulates the imaginations of ancient alien theorists.
In my opinion, the most significant piece of evidence that we have in this entire ancient astronaut puzzle is Puma Punku in the highland of Bolivia. While the pyramids at Giza are incredible feat of achievement, compared to Puma Punku, the pyramids are child play. Logic does not exist at Puma Punku because there we have megalithic structures which just lie about this entire site as if ripped apart by some sort of a great force.
The blocks of Puma Punku were so finely cut that they once perfectly interlocked, like the pieces of an elaborate puzzle. But with the nearest quarry over 10 miles away, how did these colossal stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, even get here?
We are talking about the place 4,000 meters over sea level. That means there are no trees up there, which you could use for rollers. Nothing grows except a few grasses and bushes.
I have stood in front of many monuments. However, Puma Punku takes the crown because what we find there is so inexplicable, so inachievable, that the question remains, how was it done and for what purposes? Mainstream archaeologists say that Puma Punku was built by the Aymara Indians. And we would all have to agree that in order to build something like Puma Punku, you need writing, you need planning, and you need some sort of a idea where which piece goes and how it ultimately all fits together. But there is one thing that all the mainstream archaeologists agree upon, that the Aymara didn't have any writing. So how is it possible that they built all of this without plans?
What's really amazing, and why the ancient astronaut theorists are so drawn to Puma Punku and Tiwanaku, is that the quality of the stonework and the immense size of these blocks is so incredible and perfect that there's actually evidence of machining, and that they were using machine tools to cut these blocks.
One of these platforms is 800 tons, and they are so smoothly polished. You have some stone, megalithic stones, with grooves which are just a few millimeters inside, which definitely cannot be made with Stone Age chisels. It doesn't work with Stone Age chisels, so there is another technology behind it.
The lines cut into these rocks are exactly straight and precisely the same depth from one end to the other.
It's as if only master builders were allowed to work there, because everything is so precise, everything is so perfect. You wonder how any of this was even possible. One of the most intriguing things there is that the stones that were used there aren't sandstone, they're granite and diorite. The only stone that's harder than diorite is diamond. So the only way that this could have been achieved is if the tools were tipped with diamonds.
American professors who were up there with their computer and modern measurements, they were really shocked. In their literature they say it is impossible to reconstruct Puma Punku. It's absolutely impossible.
But is it really difficult to believe that ancient peoples could have so precisely carved these stones, or could build such an incredibly intricate structure from them?
If it was ancient astronauts teaching them these building techniques, why don't we see just perfect, almost skyscraper-like vertical edifices? Everything was all pyramid-like? Stone cutting techniques have been invented and reinvented and independently invented all over the world. If you think of yourself as a god king and you want to have a structure built that's going to last thousands of years, it's much better to build it out of perfectly fitting stones without mortar that degrades and decays and has to be maintained. So we see mortarless structures, megalithic structures, all over the world.
You have an anomaly here where, on one hand, these people are supposed to be very primitive. They're just one step out of the Stone Age. Yet, what they're doing are things that we couldn't even do today, apparently, or would have extreme difficulty. And that is building with these giant blocks of stone, perfectly fitting them together with other blocks, interlocking them.
The ancient people of our time on this planet truly saw strange things. They witnessed bizarre events. But those stories, other than in depictions and some artwork and things like that, they're gone. For some reason, they're just gone. But left behind are incredible things that we have that make you wonder, how in the heck were these things built? Those are great mysteries, and I think one of the things that keeps people just continuing to push for the answers are the fact that these things are so out there that they can't figure it out.
But uncovering the mystery of just how these incredible structures were built would only solve one piece of the puzzle. Finding out why they were built and how they were used poses equally compelling questions. Questions that may not be answerable here on Earth. Did aliens really inspire our ancestors to build ancient temples and pyramids? And if they came here, did they leave behind any advanced knowledge of physics, astronomy, or mathematics? If so, is there any evidence that remains to this day? One example might be this one, often described as the world's first mechanical computer. It dates back over 2,000 years.
The Antikythera device was found in 1900 by sponge divers diving off a small island in the Aegean called Antikythera. There was a shipwreck there, and in it was a coral-encrusted box, and it was made of metal alloys. And it then went to the Athens Museum, where a good 50 years later, they were able to X-ray this box, and they were able to discern cogged wheels that were interconnected and give us a very good depiction of what this thing was. And it is a computer. It's a really sophisticated machine.
It's a very interesting piece of technology because it served two purposes. One was that it was an astronomical device where you could, by using it, chart your position to the stars and navigate your way through the seas. It was also an astrological device so that someone could tell you, if you were born on this date and your planet sign is this, then certain things are going to happen to you when the planets are in this alignment. So it was a very interesting piece of technology that literally had more complicated gears and inner workings than a modern-day Swiss watch. And it's found to be dated, I think, like 200 BC, so it's really an anomaly as to who could have created that and what it was being used for.
When archaeologists first started to examine this thing in the 1950s, they said that they never could conceive of the ancient Greeks having such complicated machinery. And in fact, they said this was tantamount to finding a jet airplane in the tomb of King Tut.
Even older than the Antikythera mechanism are these carvings on a wall at the Dendera Temple complex in Egypt. To some, the strange designs look eerily similar to objects very much in use today.
In Egypt, there is this underground crypt at Dendera that was always secret, and only the high priests had access to that crypt. And it's very hot in there, very narrow, low ceiling, and on the walls you have these reliefs of what looks like ancient light bulbs. Because we have to question one thing: how did the ancient Egyptians light the inside of their tombs?
According to most mainstream archaeologists, torches were used by the ancient Egyptians to light the pitch-black chambers of tombs and temples. Yet nowhere on the ceilings is there even the slightest evidence of soot or smoke residue. But if torches weren't used, how else could these ancient rooms and hallways have been illuminated?
Another theory that was proposed is that the light was directed from outside by copper mirrors.
And then there was light.
Hey, that is a neat trick.
And they've actually tried to recreate that theory, but unfortunately they failed because only after a few corners the sunlight dissipated because the copper mirrors were too weak. Also, there isn't enough oxygen inside those tombs with which to support or feed a flame of a torch. I was once inside the king's chamber, inside the Pyramid of Giza, and somebody turned off the lights and immediately we were in pitch darkness. And I said, no problem, I'll just take out my lighter from my satchel, and I turn on the lighter, and it didn't work. So how were the insides of their temples lit? I mean, the only remaining solution is by some sort of an artificial light source. And that is, for example, a light bulb. So at an underground crypt at Dendera, we find reliefs of such light bulbs.
Egyptologists' explanation of this, and they have to have some explanation, there's got to be one. It has to be pretty mundane. It can't be that it's an electrical device. Their explanation is that it is a lotus flower. And what appears to be a bulb around is the aroma of the lotus flower. And so it's just a very odd depiction of a flower. But another explanation, of course, would be they actually had electrical lights.
But if the ancient Egyptians had used some kind of electric light to illuminate their passageways, why does the visual evidence exist only in the temple at Dendera?
In Egypt, you had different areas of specialty, and Dendera was the area where the knowledge of the light-giving source was kept. And this secret knowledge was kept by the high priests. And they're the only ones who were privy to this type of information, because Dendera was the special place where this specific knowledge was guarded and kept.
The scientific community is not saying, oh, there aren't extraterrestrials or they never did it. They are judging whether or not this is a valid scientific theory. And what do I mean by that? For something to be a scientific theory, it really needs to be something you can test with an obvious experiment.
But how could the ancient Egyptians have used anything resembling a modern-day light bulb without access to electricity? After all, electricity wouldn't be discovered for thousands of years. That is, of course, with the exception of what scientists call the Baghdad Battery.
The Baghdad Battery was discovered in ancient Iraq. Scholars today say there's no way that ancient man was using electricity or light bulbs. So they look at this Baghdad Battery, and there's about a dozen of them that have been found in Iraq. And the only mainstream theory is that they were using it for electroplating jewelry.
Two major proponents of ancient alien theory, Jason Martel and Giorgio Tsoukalos, demonstrate just how the Baghdad Battery could generate electricity using a modern mock-up of the device.
Well, basically this is made out of a clay pot, clay just found naturally in that region in southern Iraq. And then they would use a small copper lining and something along the lines of an asphalt stopper wrapped around an iron rod. And these all applied together, and the combination of some weak acidic acid, vinegar, grape juice, orange juice in this case, wine, would be able to generate a charge by combining these elements with the iron rod and the copper, and the combination of that creates an abundance of electricity. So what we're going to do is basically just fill the clay pot with some orange juice here. I'll try not to spill it too much. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and put the copper rod back in there, copper and iron rod. We'll give it a moment to kind of fill that copper area there. And then by turning on the voltmeter and applying this to each side, we should be able to generate a charge. And there it goes, into the positive. And if we give it some time to get the electrolytes really buzzing in there, you'll see that this volt will actually continue to rise.
But while some see the Baghdad battery as evidence that man was sparked on by extraterrestrial wisdom, others look at it and simply say, so what?
You could take some ancient technology like the Baghdad battery, which probably was used for something like metal plating, in which you just mix chemicals and it has certain chemical reactions to it that they're using for this reason. And we can take and put a voltmeter on and go, oh look, we're able to get a reading out of it. Well, so what? That's just a chemical reaction. If they were using it, say this battery, to operate other machines, where are the other machines? If they were sending the electricity down wires, where are all the wires that would have been all over the culture? In other words, it's not likely a one-off invention like that is going to survive without all the other inventions that would have been there at the same time.
It is a battery, everybody agrees with that, but nobody knows why they made it and how they made it. What mind would think of that? You know, electrical current backed several thousand years ago? It's very strange, but it's clearly a battery.
The whole idea that ancient civilizations actually had knowledge of electricity and used electricity is an accepted archaeological fact today. Just like in our own civilization, where about 200 years ago, Benjamin Franklin and other scientists began experimenting with simple electrical devices, we now have evidence that over 3,000 years ago, people were also experimenting with electrical devices. Where might it have led them? What other electrical devices would they have been able to create? I believe they probably created all kinds of electrical devices.
Tombs, temples, ancient light bulbs, even electricity. Here on Earth exists evidence of architectural and technological wonders, centuries before we ever believed them possible. But if evidence of ancient astronauts exists here on Earth, what about elsewhere? Might we find what we are looking for by looking in the sky? Here, at the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, evidence suggests that ancient cultures possessed an incredibly accurate knowledge of our neighboring planets. Some scholars have even interpreted the number and orientation of its pyramids to perfectly reflect a model of our own solar system.
Along the Avenida de los Muertos, the Avenue of the Dead, the pyramids there align in perfect distance of each of the orbits of our planets in our solar system.
Perhaps significant is the fact that the large pyramid of the Sun is positioned at the center of the other structures, reflecting the fact that the Sun is at the center of our solar system and that the planets revolve around it.
It was a known fact back then already that the Sun was at the center of our solar system, which Western science didn't find out until much, much later.
But just how could Teotihuacan's designers have known so early on that the planets in our solar system revolved around the Sun? Didn't that take many more centuries of scientific progress and investigation to figure out?
Interestingly enough, debunkers will say oh, this is just coincidence that these pyramids are aligned with the planets of our solar system. But if we go on the other side of the planet to Stonehenge, we have another ancient site, which is way older, by the way, than Teotihuacan, where if you look at Stonehenge from a bird's eye view, you see that these are all concentric circles. And each of these circles corresponds exactly with the orbit of all of our planets in our solar system. So we have two places on Earth where we have the same thing.
In recent years, Stonehenge has also been interpreted by some archaeologists to be a kind of astronomical calendar, one which could be used to calculate events such as solar eclipses. But if that were true, whoever aligned these massive stones on the barren English landscape would have to have had precise astronomical knowledge of the path of the sun. Built between the 7th and 9th centuries, the stone temples of Tikal tower more than 200 feet above the Guatemalan rainforest. Tikal is home to one of the largest excavation sites in the world, one where thousands of structures still remain buried beneath the jungle. According to most scientists, Tikal's pyramids played an essential part in helping the Mayans devise their calendar. By aligning the sight lines between the highest points of the structures, ancient astronomers could pinpoint the most important dates of the year, such as an upcoming equinox or solstice. But what also excites ancient astronaut theorists is how perfectly the layout of Tikal's pyramids correlate to the star map of the Pleiades-Orion region of the sky. An overhead view of the structures almost exactly mirrors the alignment of the constellation. This same outline has been spotted in an area far from Tikal, much, much farther. Recently discovered on Mars is a cluster of landforms that offers a near-perfect replication of the pyramid pattern of Tikal. 3 distinct locations, 1 unique pattern. Coincidence or design?
At Tikal, the legends and the mythologies that we have all speak of a time when the gods intermingled and interconnected with our ancestors. So Tikal also was built as a message for future generations to see that a long, long time ago, we were visited by extraterrestrials.
Someone who had seen this had to have actually relayed the information to them because they couldn't have just guessed. So it really starts to raise the question of saying,
I think that the ancient people were dummies.
Early man, people in ancient times, didn't have dashboard-mounted GPS units. They had the path of the sun through the sky, the path of the moon through the sky. They could see the stars at night. These were permanent fixtures that they could navigate from. So it's not surprising at all that almost every culture recorded astronomical phenomenon.
We never look up at the sky and enjoy the beauty of it. Ancient people would not have been able to avoid looking at the sky. With no electricity, the skies would be so dark and the stars would be so bright. Not only that, but they relied on the sky for directions, for seasons in which to plant, and for a variety of things. Today, with our GPS units and navigation systems and computers, we don't need to look at the sky.
Now I want to be very clear about one thing, that our ancestors were as smart as we are today. However, I don't believe that ancient astronauts visited the Earth in the remote past. I am convinced of it because of all the countless indications and pieces of evidence that we can find from all around the world in different ancient cultures, in different mythologies and legends. I know it happened because if you look at all the pieces, it's the only conclusion that you can draw.
But just why were ancient peoples so focused on the sky and the stars in the first place? Were they waiting for something to happen? Or perhaps for something or someone to return? Four decades may have passed, but the ideas put forth by Eric von Daniken are still captivating his followers and frustrating his skeptics to this day. Like an Old Testament prophet or an ancient shaman, the author is still out there, spreading his firmly held message that we are not alone.
Die Steinzeit-Heinis haben nicht über Tausende von Kilometern eine schnurgerade Linie gezogen, teilweise übers Gebirge. Und unsere Steinzeitfreunde haben nicht Tausende von Steine in geometrischen Formen hingelegt. Hier ist Regie geführt worden.
But while the proof of von Daniken's theories may be debatable, their influence on movies, TV series, and even radio programs is undeniable.
It's a tremendous lightning rod for fiction and for fictional storytelling. The classic Battlestar Galactica series started with a narration that said, there are those who believe that life here began out there with tribes of humans far across the universe that may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians and the Toltecs and the Mayans. That's straight out of von Daniken and that kind of belief, It puts us in contact with an idea of a mythological intelligence. And that is one of the things that we as human beings crave desperately, is to know that we are not alone in the world and that somebody else out there is either looking after us or coming to fight for us, and that will unite us against a common enemy.
I was reading a lot of books from Eric von Daniken, and I can imagine that's the true what he wrote in his books, and so I can imagine this, that we had help from aliens, but I don't know, I'm not sure.
We only know so much in this world, and what we do know is so limited, and every day we're finding more that require us to ask more questions and think bigger. It's possible that something from another planet came, some other life form, intelligent life form came and did this.
I mean, who knows? It could be, because the origins of many things are lost in antiquity. All we have are remnants and shreds of evidence to suggest what might have happened.
Someone told me that it was proven that aliens had a part in this. I wouldn't be that surprised. Why not?
To be honest, ancient astronaut theory has never cropped up in a discussion with my colleagues. I don't care how many pints into it we've been, we have never discussed ancient astronaut theory in any credible way whatsoever.
One of the good things about ancient astronaut theory is that it makes us think. It brings out the, what about this? What about that? We need explanations for all these things. And I think that one of the main reasons why mainstream archaeologists get a real knee-jerk reaction to the ancient astronaut theory is that it's very disturbing to them because they don't have all the answers.
Now, some of them may believe that life could exist in the universe, but their bottom line is, show me the proof. Show it to me for real. I want to see the spaceship. I want to see something concrete, not just a few pictures that everybody can interpret as being this or that.
Far-fetched, ridiculous, insane. Ancient aliens visiting Earth centuries ago, building monuments, influencing scripture. But what if it all turned out to be true? What would happen if just one piece of evidence turned up, one stone, one key, that proved that von Daniken had been right all along? And if he is right, what does that suggest about our future? If alien visitors had come here before, would they come again?
Even I think the idea of aliens and them visiting us is very exciting and interesting, and it would be really cool if that happened. So it gets people excited about the question, maybe they start thinking about it, and like many things, they might ultimately come to thinking about the physics or the archaeology and get involved in the scientific process. So that can be a positive side effect of these theories and their popularization.
If it turns out that the ancient astronaut theory is wrong, I will be the first one to say, okay, no problem. But so far, certain pieces of evidence have not been debunked.
If the ancient alien astronaut theory is somehow proven to be true, this would be a huge boon to my work and to the search for other planets like Earth with life on them. Because if alien astronauts have visited Earth in the distant past, it means they're pretty nearby. And it means that we don't have to look very far to find planets like Earth with signs of life on them.
But evidence has to be treated with a great deal of caution because it has different meanings. I'm not sure what the reaction of the population will be.
It will strengthen the general concept that our history of religions in the world needs to be looked at again with more respect and also with more wonder, meaning what are we supposed to make of this now and what are we supposed to be doing with this now?
If science detects life on Mars, if science detects a UFO, then we need to take what science is saying to us and begin to rethink about ourselves on Earth in light of the possibility of new life. Does that change our understanding of God? It should, if anything, broaden it. If we do find alien life, we should rejoice.
And honestly, the way things are going on this planet right now, I would welcome a visitation every once in a while, a little help.
There is no doubt that my hypothesis will be accepted by the mainstream. It's maybe a question of just 5 or 10 years. Sooner or later, we will have contact with someone out there, and then the thinking changes completely. And one day, they will return. And if you don't listen to Erich von Däniken, you will have the shock of the gods.
The Pacific Ocean is a battlefield of infinite distance. For years, the enemy believed these waters were a shield, a vast moat protecting their homeland from the fires of war. They were wrong. We are witnessing the culmination of the greatest logistical achievement in history, the conquest of the air over Japan. The instrument of this victory is the Boeing B-29 Superfortress, a machine so advanced it renders all previous bombers obsolete. Consider the engineering marvel sitting on the tarmac of Guam, Saipan, and Tinian. This is the first bomber to offer a fully pressurized cabin, allowing crews to operate at 30,000 feet in shirt-sleeve comfort, free from the cumbersome flight suits and oxygen masks required in Europe. Defensive armament has leaped forward as well. Gone are the days of gunners manually wrestling heavy machine guns against the slipstream. The Superfortress utilizes a revolutionary General Electric central fire control system. Gunners sit in sighting blisters using analog computers to remotely direct 5 turrets, tracking enemy fighters with mathematical precision. It is the most complex aircraft ever mass-produced, a $3 billion gamble that paid off. But the bomber is only half the story. To strike the heart of the enemy, these giants must fly 1,500 miles over open water, face the flak and fighters of the mainland, and return. They do not go alone. From the sulfurous rock of Iwo Jima rise the Little Friends, the North American P-51 Mustangs. These are not the short-range interceptors of the early war. Equipped with drop tanks and the legendary Merlin engine, they fly the longest fighter escort missions ever attempted, a round trip of 7 hours or more. It is a grueling test of pilot endurance, sitting in a cramped cockpit for the duration of a transatlantic flight, only to engage in dogfights over Tokyo. The film you are about to see, The Last Bomb, captures this relentless offensive in vivid Technicolor. It documents the sheer scale of the 21st Bomber Command under General Curtis LeMay. You will see the coordination of hundreds of aircraft, the precision of the incendiary raids that dismantled the enemy's war industry, and the final, terrible blow that brought an empire to its knees. This is the reality of modern air power, methodical, overwhelming, and unstoppable.
Early in 1945, our B-29s began full-scale operations against Japan. 1,500 miles to targets and 1,500 miles back from bases at Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. Here, 21st Bomber Command concentrated its massive air power and planned the ultimate crushing defeat of Japan, down to the last bomb. Here was the beginning of the end of the road to Tokyo. After 6 months of reoccupation, there were few signs of war along the quiet summer shores of Guam. The liberated Chamorros were back in their clean native villages, American citizens again, smiling and friendly, unaware that a miracle had happened around them. A miracle that moved mountains of material, equipment, and supplies across the Pacific, that changed their dirt roads into broad highways, that manicured their jungles into acres of black-topped airfields. And nearby, new communities of American citizens had set up housekeeping with various types of self-service. The latest labor-saving devices, few laundry problems, and no modern inconveniences. By midsummer, 21st Bomber Command was in business. Big business. Under General LeMay's direction, the long arm of Bomber Command began punching the enemy with appalling power. From Guam, Tinian, and Saipan, 600 plane missions increased the bombing weight 100% in 2 months. Behind this expanding power was planning. The LeMay plan began on the ground, with maintenance. Assembly line technique cut engine change time from 3 days to less than half a day. In shops and hard stands, ground crews worked day and night during the blitz weeks to keep more B-29s on the line. By July, LeMay's Bomber Command is an efficient, well-oiled, well-drilled machine of destruction. Here's a vital cog of that machine, 11 men and a bomber. While they wind up for action, let's find out where they're going and some of the things they're going to do and why and with what. How do they set up the longest, toughest bomber mission in history? It began about 12 hours ago in the war room at Guam, with General LeMay and his staff receiving a report on tomorrow's weather in Japan. Tomorrow's forecast is typical.
Nagoya, 8/10 cloud above 10,000 feet. In the east, Tokyo area will be 6/10 at 22,000, 3/10 at 14,000 feet, closing up solid after 11 a.m. Osaka and everything west is reported completely socked in.
How will the general solve that one? His B-29s are up against a blank wall except for a possible opening around Tokyo. The old man considers every vital factor and makes his decision. 4 wings will strike Tokyo at 10 o'clock. They'll go in under that weather and bomb at 12,000. Now it's a question of target selection. First priority in the Tokyo area is number 573. Intelligence informs the general that 573 is already three-quarters destroyed. At the moment, number 574, still untouched, would seem more important. Operations checks the tactical plan for 574. General LeMay orders the required changes, okays the target, and commits all executive details to his staff. Operations, with his Deputy Chief of Staff and Project Officer, goes to work setting up the changes. In that plans folder,